Hi, good morning, Miami Beach. Welcome to our Tuesday, December 20th Planning Board meeting for the City of Miami Beach. We're going to open the meeting with a few rules given to us by our board counsel. Nick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the board. Today's meeting of the Planning Board will be conducted in a hybrid format with members of the board physically present in the commission chambers and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. To participate virtually, members of the public may dial 1-877-853-5257 and enter the webinar ID, which is 861-4342-6327#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 861-4342-6327. Anyone wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon in the Zoom app or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Next, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And lastly, I'd like to swear in anybody who will be providing testimony today. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right. Let's just looking at the agenda, we're going to move something around if that's okay with the rest of the board. So the discussion items 3 and 4, the first discussion item on affordable and workforce housing, which is continued discussion, and then the demolition discussion. Let's take, we have a potential conflict in the afternoon, so let's move those to the end of the meeting so that we can get through the legislative items. And then with that, if no one has an issue with that, that'll be the adopted agenda for today.
Can I ask planning a question? Sorry. Planning a question. Shouldn't discussion items usually always be at the end so that all the participants otherwise don't have to sit around?
In practice, yes, but our bylaws sets the order for the agenda, and so discussion items are listed first on the
Okay.
order. So, but it's up to the board if they wish to hear those at the end.
Okay.
We can just make it a general practice that we hear them at the end, even though they're
Just a
listed first
thought.
on the agenda.
Yeah, and
Sometimes
we
we've had,
go ahead. I was about to go ahead.
Unless there's speakers that
well,
have
yeah,
the time.
sometimes we've had people like
Right.
the whole planning, affordable housing team was here and we wanted to not make them sit.
Of course, with exceptions, I just thought unless
Mhm.
there's.
Yeah.
Anyway, just
There's
a
also
thought.
something nice about a captive audience, you know.
Oh, for sure.
All right. So let's take the first item, which is the approval of minutes from the October 25th meeting and November 22nd meeting. There were corrections to the October 25th.
That's correct. There was one item that I believe Ms. Durham had voted no, and we incorrectly recorded it as a yes. So we just wanted to make that clarification.
Okay. Does anyone have any? Yeah.
October, I think item number 6, I think Tanya voted yes. Page number 10 in her booklet. At first she said no, and then somebody said something that made her change her mind and she voted yes. Tanya, do you remember that?
Form
It's
of
updating and
provisions.
rehearing the appeal provisions.
It shows that she moved the item. Are you saying?
There were two, I remember that discussion. There were two motions. The first one was unfavorable, and then the second one was,
Oh, that's correct then? Okay.
although I think
I think the one, without having reviewed it, I think I moved something that nobody else was really in favor of. And then when the other version was submitted, I did not support that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't,
But I
okay.
That's what I have in my notes.
Okay. But I do actually have a, something that I think is not right in the next months.
Okay.
Okay.
See.
All right, maybe I made a mistake. That's all. I just noticed it. Thank you.
Okay.
The first one was with a unfavorable recommendation. And then the second one was with a favorable recommendation. That was the distinction.
Yeah. I think that was what happened.
Mm-hmm. She voted for the unfavorable.
So are we clear on it? It's
I think
clear.
so.
Okay. So with that clarification, anybody having any objection to unanimously approving? All right, so unanimously approved. All right, let's take the next item, which would be our planning board file 22.
Oh, I thought we were doing the November one. I mean,
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we did them both at the same time.
I-
With the correction.
I think that on page 17, the motion passed for PB 16-075. 601, 685 Washington Avenue. I think the continuing motion was moved by Yechiel, not Gail, I think. Because I was looking it up for something and I saw that in a videotape, so.
I thought what happened was I moved it, but Gail also wanted to, so I said,
Oh,
I think it
okay.
was like, okay,
Okay, so
Gail can
it's
take
either way. All right, never mind.
All right, so we're situated, nothing changes, we already
Yep.
approved. Okay, awesome. So we're gonna move the agenda, we moved the discussion items to the end, so there are no progress reports, no modification hearing items. The previously continued item, planning board file 220554, 1717 Collins Avenue. What's that one? Healer?
1717 Collins Avenue is the Surf Comer Hotel.
Okay, so we're gonna take that today, right?
Yes.
So let me do this. I do need to step out for a second. I'm gonna transfer the chairman to our vice chair.
Okay.
We need a gavel. That's what we need. Virtual
I'll
gavel.
put in a request.
Fist on the table.
Be right here. and then I'll chime you in.
Okay, so Alejandro?
This item is requesting a conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact establishment and the introduction of outdoor entertainment to the existing outdoor restaurant located on the rear yard.
Okay, so this is stated a CUP would allow entertainment at ambient background levels only for the existing food and beverage venue located in the rear yard. The entertainment proposed consists of a DJ playing music at ambient background levels. The DJ station is located at the rear of the property between the pool deck and the venue. The venue is proposed to be open from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily. However, the DJ will only operate from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And the DJ will use the existing sound system to play music at the ambient levels and will not operate any additional amplification devices or microphones. Volume access controls are proposed to be restricted to the hotel management only. The applicant's sound consultant concluded that the venue sound needed to be played at 87 dBA to be within ambient levels at the property line, and that the sound level limiter needed to be installed and maintained. That analysis was peer reviewed by our sound consultant, Arpeggio, who's online if there's any questions. The city's consultant concurred with the study that did not anticipate too many noise-related issues, assuming the system is operated as proposed by the applicant. However, his analysis noted that the proposed sound level limit proposed should rarely, if ever, be exceeded or even approached. It noted that the normal raised male speech pattern is approximately 65 dBA at a distance of 3 feet. And for women, that's 62 dBA decibels. And that normal speech is approximately 58 to 55 dBA for men and women respectively. So if music is played at 87 dBA, people would have to shout in order to be heard. We don't use dBAs in our measurement of and our enforcement of sound ordinances. So to that end, because of that, we recommend that the sound system be tested and calibrated to ensure that it does not exceed ambient levels for the entire rear yard, not just at the property line. And that is consistent with the request that was initially submitted by the applicant, which is for a DJ playing at ambient levels. We've incorporated the standard conditions that we include regarding only using the approved speakers, sound testing, limiting volume using limiting the volume to having password protected sound control systems and all the typical conditions, and also requirement that sound not be plainly audible from the beach walk or the northern right of way line at 17th Street. In regards to traffic, they're really not changing anything in the venue. This venue is there today. The request is simply to add entertainment to the venue. So we don't anticipate any significant traffic impacts from those impacts that exist today. And with that, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Can I ask a quick question before we present about the sound issue? So 87 decibels is what's proposed. Is that correct?
That's what's in their sound study, yes.
And that is considered ambient?
That is what the analysis says, is that would be ambient at the property line, not within the venue itself.
And is the concern about conversation decibel level that because the ambient is heightened, that conversation then needs to be heightened and then that the sound increases beyond ambient?
The concern is that it would allow opportunities for the sound to escape. Yes, all of that plays into it. And also that the operation of the venue would change to more of a club atmosphere as opposed to more of a relaxing type of an establishment.
So what it says, given that the city does not use decibel, staff recommends the sound system be tested and calibrated. But are we testing and calibrating to 87 decibels?
No, we would be calibrating so that it's ambient within the venue. Whatever that number is, it should be in the 50, 60 range.
So we wouldn't be approving 87 decibels.
Correct. We're not approving a number here. We're approving a standard of a reasonable person standard of measurement. And so if we go with what the applicant's saying, we would only be taking measurements from the property line. What the request is for ambient sound, we should be taking measurements within the venue itself and listening within the venue itself to make sure that it does not exceed ambient levels.
And I know we don't, just clarification, I know we don't use decibels to measure, but if heightened speech is 65 to 62 decibels, wouldn't it stand within reason that ambient sound levels would need to be the same so that you're not shouting over it?
Correct.
And that
Correct.
says heightened speech as opposed to just normal.
Normal speech.
conversation.
Yeah. So it should really be in the 50s. We're not using that threshold. It'll be us standing there and can we talk? Yes, we can talk. Okay, it's good.
Okay. All right.
I have a bunch of questions, but I'll wait until after.
Sure.
Good morning. Hopefully we'll address some of your questions in the presentation. We are, of course, addressing the sound issues and the conditions. So good morning, Nicholas Rodriguez on behalf of Chisholm Properties South Beach, Inc. from the law firm Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanes, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. For anything, happy holidays. And I think I'm allowed to say this because we're in the midst of Hanukkah. Happy Hanukkah to everyone. Again, here representing the Surfcomer Hotel, and I'm here joined by Jason Jones, the general manager of the hotel, and we also have Andy Swordlow, our acoustical consultant. He is joining us via Zoom, so we'll chime him in at the appropriate time for questions and the presentation. I think we do have a digital presentation, so if we could pull that up. Thank you very much. You could go ahead to the next slide. So just to orient you to the property, here we're at 17th mid-block. To our south is the SLS Hotel. To our north, the Marseille Hotel. Across the street, we've got the Catalina and the Dorset and Claremont hotels. So we're not surrounded by any residential uses here. The closest residential use, as noted in the staff report, is at 1800 Collins, over a block away. Next slide, please. And just to give an idea of the zoning context here, we're in the RM3 high intensity zoning district, mostly surrounded by hotels, also permits multifamily, but there are no multifamily uses around us. Next slide, please. And although this is not the Historic Preservation Board, just a quick note that we are in the Ocean Drive, Collins Avenue Historic District, and this is kind of a classic Art Deco property. And I think it's important to note that the Surfcomer has been there a long time and they've been good stewards to the property and generally been responsible operators. Next slide, please. So our conditional use permit request is for a neighborhood impact establishment with ambient outdoor entertainment at the existing High Tide Restaurant and Grill. And here it's pictured. You can see it's a kind of a wide open area at the back end of the property. Traditionally, it was used for events for the hotel, and then eventually they decided to open a small restaurant and kind of invite the public in from the beach walk to be able to enjoy the property. And the intent with the entertainment is to continue to invite people in from the beach walk, create kind of a relaxed atmosphere and ambiance there with ambient level music. As to the point of it being ambient level music and the sound levels, of course, this is a little bit noisier of an area. So when we went there and measured the ambient levels, Andy, our acoustical consultant, will get into his methods for determining what is ambient for this site, because ambient is not the same everywhere. So next slide, please. So here's the overall site plan. You can see how far back we are from 17th Street all the way at the rear of the property. And notably, this is the only venue that reaches the neighborhood impact establishment thresholds within the property. So it has never been a neighborhood impact establishment property until now, until they've activated the rear yard with an entertainment use. Next slide. This is the closer up view of the rear yard of the High Tide Cafe. Here, there's 170 seats. Those are existing, proposed to remain the same. As staff noted, the hours are 10:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. I think they go to 8 p.m. in the summers, generally like sunset hours. And then entertainment is only proposed Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 12 to 4. So that's a very limited proposal here for entertainment. So at this point, I'd like to just turn it to Jason to kind of give an overview of kind of the vibe and ambiance at the High Tide Beach Cafe. I think it's important when we're in front of the board asking for something like this for you guys to hear from the operator. Jason is the GM. He's on site every day. He is the person that will have the managerial control of the sound system. So I'll turn it over to Jason to give you some background on that. Next slide, please.
Good morning, everyone. Jason Jones, General Manager of Restaurants and Bars for the Kimpton Surf Coma Hotel. High Tide is it's the backyard venue for the historic Surf Coma Hotel between the boardwalk and the pool. It's flanked by cabanas, vines, tall palm trees. The restaurant offers fun, beachy American fare while bartenders whip up oceanfront cocktails. We have some chill music that's inviting and relaxed as the lush surroundings you see, and full of smiling service staff. We have day life activities from yoga to aqua sports to ping pong that dot the calendar under the sun every single day. Next slide. Upon entering from the boardwalk through our open gates, you're greeted by our hosts who are checking in reservations from our old Cuban style coffee cart that you see there. There's shade, breeze, sand, games, fun to be had here at just a glance. The tables and soft seating are easily visible, making this an obvious dining location. One could simply pass by the iconic part of Miami Beach. Our gates are open to visitors to explore and partake in some backyard fun, to draw on the passerby. The sounds, aromas, and feel must all be in sync with the inviting greenery and the hotel backdrop that we have. With any venue seeking to attract the passersby, the right music selection is essential in creating that ambiance. Having someone program that music, a professional, and play before the guests through your in-house system is all too commonplace for a successful operation in this area. With the right vibe, sound, staff, menu, and seating, only then can the destination fully attract the boardwalk travelers and entertain them properly. That at the Surf Coma Hotel is our intention. Next slide. From start to finish, the operations are run pretty tight at High Tide. Our security team is radioed up to engineering, to chefs, to the front desk, to the operation managers, to pool managers at all times. We have anywhere between 11 to 15 servers, bartenders, hosts, barbacks, bussers, food runners, like a full restaurant. Plenty of floor managers, supervisors, and pool attendants that all meet and plan the day's activities together before the shift, and therefore we're set up for success. Everyone under the age of 35 is asked for proper ID for alcoholic purchases with strict adherence. The management structure runs from myself to operations managers, to floor managers, to supervisors with sort of a Marine Corps regimen, if you will. We have 14 salaried managers and chefs that fill my ranks, along with plenty of assistants from other departments such as housekeeping, public areas, engineering. And everyone is in constant communication and are all well trained. Next slide, please. For our hotel guests, when they check in, they receive a white wristband for access to their pool in the pool area. Without this, they must verify again at the front desk. They cannot do this out at the pool. They can't do this with any of my staff anywhere else. The pool concierge team are then in charge of the chairs, umbrellas, and seating, and stand as a second point of check-in for the hotel to the pool area. So we have stanchions, signage set, security, and F&B staff and management in place at all times. And 4 employees on deck simply for pool monitoring in addition to that staff that we mentioned. We manage a very efficient separation of high tide from the areas reserved for pool guests and for the hotel, and look forward to having this approved. Thank you.
Just a quick question for you. What currently do you do? Just play music from a stereo? Like, what do you?
We do. We have an in-house system.
Okay. At ambient levels, I'm
Yep.
assuming. Okay.
Great, thank you. Other members of the public?
I think we had some additional
Oh, sorry.
slides and we have our sound consultant. Sorry. If we could pull the slides back up. Next slide, please. So to support this request, we did what the peer reviewer characterized as a robust sound study. And we mapped out the speakers that, really the most impactful speakers on the property. And we have Andy Swerdlow on the line, and I'd like him to just explain what he did on the property and how we came to the 87 decibel standard. I don't think that the intent is necessarily to play 87 decibels throughout the property. That was just the measurement that he found to be the maximum output that you could have without surpassing ambient. So Nick, if you could promote Andy Swerdlow, do you see him there?
His hand is raised.
Okay. Hey, Andy.
Hi.
Andy, before you
Can
testify,
you hear
swear
me
that
here?
the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Andy Swerdlow here from Criterion Acoustics. We did this test during an event, and rather than average the sound in the seating areas, we placed, you'll see the letter X with a red lined box around it. That was placed at just about the loudest location on the property, close to the DJ booth, 10 feet away from that right side speaker.
If you go to the
And
next slide. Yeah.
The intention of this is to get a sound level for in situ measurements, something that can be repeated one day if needed. So this does not represent 87 dBA throughout the property. It represents 87 dBA at a single point. And this is an A-weighted slow maximum sound level. So if I did the same measurement somewhere else, it might be colored by people's voices or service or something else. With this source location, we feel that 87 dBA maximum sound level is representative of the music being created, and something that we can say, if we lower it or raise it, will impact the property in this way. Our receiving level measurements we're taking around the property, and we're also looking at a maximum sound level. Just to clarify something, when talking about maximum sound levels, that's in a measurement of a certain time. A slow maximum looks at the very highest levels of sound. So when we're talking about, say, 65 dBA for conversation, that's an average sound level. The peaks might be much higher. So at the 87 dBA point source sound level, we feel that that is an ambient sound level distributed throughout the property, and 87 is not meant to describe the sound level in the seating areas. It would be lower. And if we're comparing apples to apples, it might be in the 65 to 70 range at the tables. I hope that clarifies some of
Thanks,
the
Andy.
sound level discussion. Yes.
If I could ask a quick follow-up.
Yeah, of course.
You mentioned the test was performed during an event. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was do you know how many occupants were in attendance? Is it something equivalent to what you're proposing?
I didn't count. So if you would like me to guess, there were at different times, there were different amounts of people. You can see in the photo here, this was taken during the early stages of the event. There may be 40 people there. At the most, there may have been 100 people. I'm really not sure though.
And if this proposal is proposing 957 occupants, well, would you be concerned about heightened conversation with that level of occupancy?
If there's an event where people are making if everybody's screaming at once, then yes. But with 900 people, the conversation level would be, it would be mixed.
Okay.
I'm trying to racking my brain to think of the right word here.
Yeah, I guess I'm
the
wondering.
Conversation sound from people would be higher.
So
I'm
Mr.
not
Chair,
sure exactly how loud.
if I could just add
If I
one
could
thing
restate the question, I guess the issue is the sound system may be playing at an ambient level, but when you add 1,000 people having conversation on top, how do you set a limit for that?
And I just wanted to address the 957 occupants. So in this property, if we could go back a few slides to the site plan and just show the one more, I think that one. We had the option here to either enclose the actual restaurant area to reduce our occupancy to an occupancy that we're actually intending, or leave it as a wide open area. So we have to consider the entire square footage of the rear yard. The intent here is not at all to fill this with standing patrons and have people partying. And I think we would be agreeable to a condition, to working on a condition to allow only service to people that are actually seated at the restaurant. Because the intent here is really for this to operate as a restaurant. It's not to invite 957 people standing and raging around the DJ station.
I see. That's just the occupancy based on the square foot and the use.
Right.
Okay.
And if you're doing an event, I mean, I guess it depends what you determine as an event. If it's, somebody's impromptu birthday party versus something that has been booked and set up weeks in advance. If it's the latter, you need to get a special permit for that, right? And you're allowed, I don't know, 4 a year or something, or 1 a month, or so. I don't know what it is, but so whatever is determined, whether or not this passes with whatever restrictions may or may not be put in, that is a separate function from what you would be doing with an event, because in theory, you would not be operating the restaurant at the same time you're doing an event. The event would supersede the quotidian operations of the restaurant. Is that correct?
That's exactly correct. And I think when Andy mentioned an event, I think he's mentioning staging an event because they're not currently permitted to have a DJ. So they had to stage an event in order for them to do the sound
To
study.
test. Okay, so it's a dry run. If
A
you
dry
will.
run of
Okay,
it.
so if somebody is doing an event at the facility, at the hotel outdoors, having a pool party, let's say, where the restaurant is not being utilized other than maybe catering, but things are happening at the pool. So you might have an event happening in one part of the space, but not in the restaurant. Who determined, like, how would that work? If it were an event that didn't need to pull a special permit because it was small enough, but it was determined internally by the hotel management that we're going to block the pool off for 3 hours one Friday afternoon for a kid's birthday party, let's say, which is not a special permit usage, but will get very loud. Would the restaurant then, go up to, 90 or 120 decibels to get over the squeals of delight of a bunch of 5-year-olds? I mean, how would that work?
No, so they can't do that. And I should have mentioned this earlier, is that we're using an automatic noise level limiter. So the 87 dBA is the maximum output. So they
No matter what.
no matter what, I mean, Jason is here, would have the managerial control over setting the limiter, but at that point, you can't set it higher than 87. The music either shuts off, or Andy can explain how the output limiter actually works to prevent music from actually playing louder than that. So that there can't be a situation here where you just are competing with yourselves or competing with the SLS next door, which frankly plays very loud music and impacts our ambient levels here. But we're not interested in getting into a sound battle with the SLS or within the own property, with their own property. It's more just creating an ambiance. And I think Jason could speak to whether, if there's an event at the pool, I don't think the intent would be to have competing events between the High Tide Cafe and the wedding or kid's birthday at the pool.
If the board doesn't mind, are you guys finished with your presentation?
I have just a couple of conditions that I wanted to go through. I apologize. I know we digressed into the sound study stuff. So just next slide, please. So just really quick, we met with the property owner of the Marseille about this, and we came up with a condition to require us to move some of the speakers and remove some of the other speakers along the shared property line. So you can see in this photo, there's a parapet wall and there's some very small speakers mounted on top. For whatever reason, sometimes those speakers would end up turned and facing into the Marseille property. We're going to move those to the ground behind the parapet wall based on Andy's recommendation. So that will keep the sound within the property. And then there were some larger speakers along the fence that, frankly, we weren't even sure that they were there, but we're just going to remove those. And in the event that they do place new speakers, they'll be strategically placed away from the property line, or they'll be directional speakers. So this is just a condition that we've agreed to with our neighbor to kind of prevent exactly that, the conflicting and competing sound levels. And then just have one more slide of conditions and then I'll be done, I promise. Sorry for going long. So just a few notes on conditions, and I apologize, I had a handout, but I appear to have forgotten to bring it. So we'll go through them one by one. It's in the draft order, condition 2A, 5A. We're just requesting that
6A.
or 6A, apologize, thank you. Rather than the approved speakers, per the previous condition, we're already planning to move speakers and improve the system. So rather than approved speakers, it could be house sound system or the approved house sound system. I think the intent here is to ensure that we're not going to use anything but the internal system. And that is absolutely it. There's no portable speakers being used here. And then
The difference between approved speakers and house sound system
is negligible, other than just we want to be able to move some of the speakers and we don't want to be tied to the current speakers that exist there. So secondly, if you look at in the order condition 2A, 6B, that requires us to submit a revised sound study and worked with the peer reviewer. And then the automatic noise level limiter and the system will be calibrated based on the design intent and the recommendations of our acoustical engineer and the peer reviewer, rather than just calibrated for ambient levels within the entire rear yard, which is kind of a moving target. As you guys can see, it's kind of I think it flows better with condition B to make the sound system be calibrated based on what they find when they do the revised report and study. And then 2A, 6G, sound from the entertainment establishment shall not be plainly audible at the beach walk. So the code uses the plainly audible standard from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. for noise that's 100 feet from the property. The beach walk is within 15 feet of the property, and we're not proposing to play music past 11 p.m. So I think the plainly audible standard here it's a little bit of an overkill. And frankly, it's potentially impossible to present any spillover of music in the beach walk under certain conditions. Certainly, if you walk on the beach walk and you hear people playing music from speakers, not a DJ or entertainment, you hear the music. So it's audible during the day, and that's not a violation of the code. What would be a violation of the code is if the music is unreasonably loud from the beach walk. So we would ask for that condition to be revised. Just because we really don't want to get in a situation where we're in conflict with code coming in and saying, well, the music is audible. Everybody's music is somewhat audible 15 feet away from, on the beach walk there. It's impossible for us to.
I understand your premise, but that's a pretty vague term, unreasonably loud. I don't know how you would govern that.
That's the term from the code, right? It's during the daytime.
That's in our code?
That's in the code. And then it says plainly audible.
What's the standard that code would use to enforce
they
that?
are ambiguous.
So the noise ordinance uses that term, but after 11 o'clock, as Nick pointed out, any sound that's plainly audible at a distance of, is it 100 or 150? At 100 feet is presumed to be unreasonably loud or excessive.
Right,
But
after 11 though.
But at
Right.
3 PM,
Right.
if they're blasting their music and it is unreasonably loud, I guess what is the metric that code would use in a case like that?
It's a higher burden, I think, for code to enforce.
I mean, I know this is slightly tangential, but the code currently says at a distance of 150 feet, the beach walk is, like you said, 15 feet. I mean, I've run from 41st down to South Point and back every week for 13 weeks and now run north, so I don't do it as often. But even listening to my own music, you still hear that at every step. Doesn't matter if it's 11 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the afternoon or, whatever. I don't generally run down there at night, but so having in the code something that is, 150 feet puts you, halfway to the water line. Is there an opportunity for us to make a recommendation separate from this particular proposal that gets modified in the code? Because that seems irrelevant and impractical and obsolete.
Well, I think the code after 11
I'm talking about
is stricter because 100, the longer the distance, the stricter the ordinance. But I think what you're saying is to use the plainly audible standard maybe before 11, which I think is what staff is recommending here.
But I'm saying not just for this application. I'm saying, can we recommend that the commission take a look at the code and revise it so that it is, people aren't judging things at 4 o'clock in the morning as, can I hear it at 150 feet away?
Yeah, I would do that as a separate recommendation. I would also point out that the land use committee is considering amendments to the noise ordinance now, so that may be a good forum for any board members who are interested in.
So can we
But I
send
would
something to the land use committee from the planning committee?
Yeah, I would just do that. Let's do that after this application
I
stage.
just wanted to know if that's something we could do.
Mhm,
Okay.
mhm.
Well, then I have a question for staff because his point is well taken. I don't like the vagary of the choice of language, but don't you agree there should be a different standard after 11 than in the middle of the day in the afternoon? Like you're proposing audible, which I agree with them. That could be very problematic for them at 3 o'clock in the afternoon if someone happens to be able to hear it from the 15 feet away or whatever it is. Again, I don't like the word unreasonably loud because I think that's subject to a million different interpretations, but tell me why staff is proposing this if the hours are not after 11.
Certainly, it would be less impactful. Just moving, that's been our goal as we've been reviewing these conditional use permits, is to ensure that the sound is maintained entirely within a site. And that's been our modus operandi. That's what we're trying to achieve.
Okay, regardless of
So
the time.
Regardless of the time, we want to maintain all the sound within the property.
Can I ask, what was maybe there wasn't any, but was there an overall or broader intent behind, having some hotels able to have louder music and parties like the SLS that he mentioned? They have raging pool parties, and then we're talking to them about having ambient level DJ music at a restaurant, not any sort of party or anything, just like having nice, cool vibe. Then next door, there's a pool party with the steam guns and or smoke guns and confetti or whatever. It's a strange juxtaposition that we're even talking about this. So is there a reason that the Surf Comber has been restrained, whereas other hotels have not been?
So, we've had issues with the party atmosphere in South Beach. And so moving forward, we're trying to control it a little better than we used to in the past. So this is an opportunity to do that, and case by case, we're trying to accomplish that goal. And so the SLS isn't before us, but I would venture to say if they were here to modify their CUP or I'm not sure their specific situation, they may be grandfathered in from prior codes. I would venture to say our recommendation would be to further control that.
So, but there was never any like prior situation where there was a different situation at Surf Comber or anything that they just haven't updated it from long before, I guess,
Mhm.
right? Okay.
Yep.
Well, it's like that gentleman who appeared before us a few times. I forget his name, but he was so frustrated. And I think we all share that frustration is, it's not that we can have a uniform code for the entire city. That's not realistic either. But, you literally have abutting neighbor with different standards of operation. And it's not fair to operators. It's not fair for new businesses trying to come in. And it's tough for residents who are trying to reshape the city into something more of what is desirable now. So it's a little bit of a mess. I mean, change is always hard, right? And it's never linear and it's always messy. And so I think this is a case, you're not coming before us saying, well, they can do it. We want to do it too. So it's not even an issue in this case. It's just sort of a broader conversation that I think we're going to run into every time something like this happens, because we're hamstrung by what currently exists unless the property in question is asking for some sort of change or has some sort of violation. But
I was going to ask about violation. I mean, is the SLS have a history of violations, or is there no complaints? Otherwise,
I'm not figured aware they'd of any
be before us.
I can do some research, but I'm not aware of anything.
I'm assuming if they did, it'd be
Yeah.
before us for
Yeah.
a modification hearing, right? So,
Their CUP is too loose to be able to violate it.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah.
no, but I'm just wondering if they get a lot of complaints from neighbors around the area that.
I'm not.
Because you
aware of
don't want to kill the fun either. It's kind of
Yeah.
about, it's always a
It's
balance,
balancing,
right?
Can I ask the general manager, thank you for coming. So basically the purpose of this is to sort of change the vibe. It's the sense that I get is that it's sort of like a lame space right now. I'm not going to make you say that. But I'm just saying like you need a little pick me up, but nothing, you're not looking to have a party, like a big party scene there. It's just, you want like a little mood. Right.
Not at all. We're not trying to compete with the SLS and what
Yeah.
they do there. We've kind of grown up from the pool party era of 10, 15, 20 years ago, but we do want that chill, relaxed vibe. We want it available during the daytime to really build that curated experience. And that's what Kimpton's all about.
Right, but again, as a matter of right, you're doing the same thing now, just with a stereo without a DJ, right? So you just
Wait,
want to
look,
have someone live to curate the music.
Right.
The sound levels are going to remain the same either way.
Absolutely.
They have to.
And you would agree to, I guess, have this just for hotel guests?
For the high tide area in the back. Yeah. So
Okay.
our hotel guests take precedence.
I'm
of
sorry, I think you
course.
said that the High Tide restaurant was open to passersby.
It is.
And that one of the goals was to have the music attract people with its chill vibe and have it be inviting. So it wouldn't just be open to hotel
That's the
guests.
restaurant, but not the pool area.
Oh,
right?
the pool. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay.
This cup is not for the pool area. It's just for the back
Correct.
restaurant area. So we shouldn't even speak about the pool. It has
So-
nothing to do with
Okay.
this.
So Mr. Chair, I don't know which chair right now we're going with.
And I failed as a vice chair because I didn't open this up to the public yet.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say, because the main things to talk about are the request to tweak the language. So maybe we could
Agree.
You don't mind, just one, I don't think there's anyone on. Is there anyone?
There are no hands raised.
And even though there are no hands raised, do any board members have any disclosures to make on this application? Nope.
I didn't speak to anybody, but I visited your property last night.
Oh, thank you very much.
I don't think we have any disclosures, so. Okay, so open it up to the board.
So I have a bunch of questions, if I can jump in and just get them all out of the way. Okay, so there are a few things. Change the page that I wrote on this on. So I think the experience that we've all had with the Good Time Hotel and the lessons learned from what they thought was going to be a foolproof, state-of-the-art, high-tech, industry-leading sound system are things that you should proactively incorporate as you do this, because I do believe that the city is going to be moving more in the direction of outdoor ambient music or entertainment as warranted, but that is more limited to the affected property going forward to the best of everybody's ability. I mean, some traveling noise is going to happen, but I think the days of, like I said, running down the boardwalk, even with your earphones in or your earbuds in and hearing from every successive hotel, I think that's going to be, no longer the standard, which doesn't mean there won't be music and party and fun atmosphere happening. It just won't be projected out the same way that it has been in the past, because I think people want that atmosphere, but not unless they choose to be a part of it. Right. So where you can, I think it would behoove you to look at what they've done and see if that is stuff you can incorporate. The adjoining wall, the northern wall, I think you said it was, where the speakers sometimes got turned around and you'd already proffered to your neighbor to address that. You know, maybe you can put in some additional foliage to help create more of a barrier, sound barrier. That kind of like proactive minor detail, I think, goes a fair way, both to your neighbors and to the community at large. I have a question about, and this goes back a little bit to the 150 versus 15 feet from which you can hear the music beyond the property line. If it is intended to be basically a marketing device to lure people in, you know, the siren sound of the dulcet tones of music coming from the fabulous restaurant at the venue, I understand. I'm a marketer. I get that. That's very appealing. But that's a contradiction to me in what you said, that, you know, we want it to be just for the restaurant and just for that space. It has been under activated in the past. And so which is it really?
It's for the restaurant. Our hotel guests and the guests of the hotel take priority over everything we do. So that pool area being separate, first and foremost, allows that same sound system to maintain a nice, cool vibe there. As everyone from the front, from the hotel, from the outside visits in, that ambiance gets people to stay, gets people to have fun and want to remain. And when you walk by the boardwalk and you see more and more people staying, having fun, without the music, without the ambiance, people eat and they kind of wander off and they go. And then when you walk by and see an empty venue, it's not attractive.
Understood. So given that, and one of the images you showed sort of speaker locations around the perimeter of that back property, wouldn't it make more sense then to have the speakers drawn in a little bit closer? I would think, allow you to better manage how loud the music has to be in order to allow for conversation, which is the stated goal, is that people can chat without, you know, special events notwithstanding. It's a different kettle of fish entirely. But to me, it seems like if you've got speakers placed around the perimeter of the property, that is an opportunity for sound accidents to happen. Somebody turns it around, you know, nobody was paying attention, whatever, who knows? So I would strongly encourage that to be something that you incorporate into this proposal rather than having it be out on the perimeters.
And yeah, so if I may respond to that, there is a condition, it's 6B, that's going to require us to submit a revised sound study and work with the peer reviewer. And the recommendations there may very well be to move some of the speakers or to upgrade some of the equipment. Of course, that's a back and forth between the property owner and what they're willing to do and what has to be done. So they can't get a license until we go through that process. One more review with the peer reviewer and with our sound consultant, with staff's consultation, and we're fully open to that. And we just want to work through that process so that we can calibrate the system and then start hosting the weekend.
And why wouldn't you just buy it from the get-go, just put the sound system arrayed around the perimeter of the restaurant itself? Like, why wouldn't that be the default starting point?
I think the sound system is just existing and they're just getting the useful life out of the sound system that they have, but they very well may be upgrading very soon and bringing things in.
So what you showed us is where the speakers are currently?
Yeah, roughly.
Right. Okay. So, all right. Well, given that, then I would strongly encourage you to go back and before, you know, the staff and whoever the peer reviews and whatever that process is, I would encourage you to proactively already start pulling things in. So there are fewer rounds of back and forth so that you can take the learning of the good time of the conversations that have been had up here ad nauseum about who has to listen to whose sound, when, where, and why. And it's not that we don't want people to have a lovely chill time at your venue or have a, you know, blasting raucous great time someplace else. But the people who are trying to get their kid to sleep, I mean, 4:00 in the afternoon, not such a big issue, but, you know, or trying to have a consultation with a client aren't subject to that. Again, not directly relevant to you because you don't have people's apartment buildings right around you. You are dealing with the SLS, which is a whole different thing. But, you know, I would love to come back and hold you guys up as the poster child of, look, these guys came to us and said, we want to do this. And they proactively, you know, went back and reorganized things. And it was a great success. They they were granted what they wanted on the second round, and look, their business is booming. That's a win for everybody. Because there are a lot of people in the city who say, oh, well, you can't kill the party because who will come here anymore? And I think there are a lot of people who say, nobody's trying to kill the party. We're just trying to kill the chaos. And you don't need to have chaos to have a great time. So go be a poster child for this. That's my view.
Could we possibly bring up the 3 modifications that they presented so we could comment on those? They were part of the presentation, I believe.
Yeah, I believe they are
Yeah,
slide
and I'd love
16.
the staff's thoughts
Yeah.
on those as well.
Yeah, do you? Let's see here.
So you said 2, 6,
They're up there now.
2A6A.
page 49, 26B and 26G.
Staff have an issue with the house sound system as opposed to approved speakers.
No real concern with 6A.
2A6A, 2A6C, and 2A6G. Those are on page 49 of the board. docs.
What about
CMP
C?
Work together. So
What about
just
C,
Read them
Steph?
together. Yeah. So
Um,
there's no changes proposed to be.
I mean, to me, it seems kind of the same because staff's not going to approve it if it's not at ambient levels, right? So it seems kind of same without a difference.
But, well,
Because the end says and approved by the reviewer and staff, which is you guys.
why would we strike ambient levels?
I think it's a little cleaner to have ambient levels. It's
Okay.
clear. It's the determination made by the board. This is exactly what
Right.
it needs
And
to
I'm
be
just saying,
versus
if we
giving
leave,
us.
if we leave ambient, it's the same because you aren't going to approve anything that's not ambient, right?
We're not, but it's
Okay.
giving us clearer
No, I
direction.
get it.
from the
I get
board.
it. That's
Yeah.
why I'm not, okay.
We're fine with that. That's fine.
Yeah.
Um,
So that's,
Let's leave it out.
2A6C remains as it
yes,
was originally written.
correct.
Okay.
And I don't have a problem with the last one because I'm sensitive to what they're saying about their time difference. I just don't know if the reasonably loud is in our code already, then so be it. But it's just such a vague term that I don't know how anyone would enforce that. Like who determines what's unreasonably loud?
Plainly audible. I do have concern about that because just as code enforcement goes, sorry to interrupt, just
No.
as code enforcement walking down the beach, if they hear sound, again, they're 15 feet away they're 25 feet away from the bar, it's going to be plainly audible, but maybe we could say beyond ambient sound levels. If all of the other conditions are satisfied, it should not be unreasonably loud on the
I
beach
agree with
walk. It shouldn't be a big party, but to this 2A6 here is in fact the strongest restriction, and I believe that would cause the venue to have to turn off their sound completely.
Can I ask, is there a reason we wouldn't just keep it shall not be above ambient at the beach walk or northern right of
Yeah.
way? Is there a reason we wouldn't keep that?
Just audible beyond ambient sound.
Right, because you don't want a code to just start writing them violations unnecessarily. So that's a good idea. You can hear it, but as long as it's not.
There also should be efforts to direct the sound away, which I think there will be, but I guess there's no middle ground, I guess, between unreasonably loud and plainly audible. Like, I mean, I think the ambient is right. I mean,
Like on Lincoln Road, ambient is the.
I think
standard.
ambient is correct too, because when
Yeah,
you
I
walk
do
on the
too.
beach walk, you can hear music from every single hotel because it borders the bay walk. So
Yeah.
the only,
I would agree with that.
So can the language be shall not be audible beyond ambient sound from the beach walk?
Let's do that because we don't want you to get
Level.
a citation just because someone hears you.
Right,
But unreasonably loud is also a very, right, so would that be good compromise?
I think that's fine with
Ambient
us.
is fine.
We were borrowing code language, but I think.
Let's do that.
And so
Let's-
our standard way to articulate that is to say shall not exceed
Ambient level.
an ambient volume
Correct.
level.
Let's
Yeah.
do that.
And we have to be consistent, Rogelio, from now on with all the hotels, maybe, so we don't have to keep changing it, like you're putting it
Yeah.
plainly audible. We have to be consistent.
Yeah, I think
in
as
moving forward.
everybody, as additional hotels or new businesses or hotels trying to revise their existing conditions come before us, we should start
Correct. So
doing this.
Sorry, I had one more question. In terms of the boardwalk, you're technically allowing ambient music on the boardwalk, so to speak. And so I guess to kind of lessen that blow, obviously it's not super loud, but we don't want the music facing the boardwalk to attract people in. We want it so like, okay, if you do hear some music, it's not a big deal, but the speakers should be designed in a way, approved so that they're not, luring people with ambient music on the boardwalk.
Yeah, I totally agree. And that's what I
But
was
do we
getting
have
at
a
earlier.
problem with the speakers? Because the diagram showed that they're like on the fence that is practically touching the boardwalk. So do we have a problem with those?
Well, that's what I was
speakers?
mentioning before. That
Or
that's-
if they do have to keep the volume at 65 decibels as staff recommends, I think, then it shouldn't be a
No,
problem.
but so that's what I was mentioning before, and the response was that's where they are currently, but as they move to the next round of peer review and sound testing, I'm encouraging them to proactively move them from their existing locations away from the lot line perimeter and closer to the venue that they're trying to fill with the sound of music, right? So that they wouldn't be out in the corners, but they would be closer to the restaurant itself.
What is the CUP going to say?
What's that?
What is the conditional use permit going to
Well,
say?
We had a condition to not direct sound towards the beach walk.
yeah, no, I think we should add that so that
Inward facing speakers.
inward
Yeah.
facing, closer to the perimeter of the space itself rather than the lot line, and where possible to increase, not building walls, that's not necessary, but throw a few more hibiscus bushes in.
Is
there,
that a
make
condition that we
everybody
can add to B? To A6B, where they need to submit a revised sound system to staff?
happy. Yeah,
Is
that's,
that a condition to be sure we're not propagating the sound on the beach walk?
so move the speakers physically inward and also have them pointing inward.
That's fine. We can
Agreed.
point them inwards and we can explore moving them
I'm
inwards.
sorry, I missed the first part.
That we can point them inwards and then we
And
can
then
even
also
explore
move them closer,
physically
yeah.
move them closer, set them back, so to speak, from the beach walk
Make it a
property
new
line.
condition.
And
The new conditions.
And do we want to say anything about, because this really like surprised me, 957 persons. I don't think we should put in their CUP that they can have 957 persons. I saw your backyard. There's a lot of vegetation. I don't think you could ever even fit 957 people.
But that's what they have now.
So
What do you mean
that's just the square footage divided by a
Yeah,
factor.
that's,
So,
but that's separate than a conditional use permit.
Right.
A conditional use permit is what we get to say what the occupancy can be maximum. And I
Yeah,
think we
before they
should,
have to pull a special event permit, right? Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, Gail. Go ahead.
well, I think the CUP, is for everyday usage. And I think it should not say 957 people. It opens, a Pandora's box. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. Famous DJ comes, 950 people. I mean, you could do that during a special event. You're allowed 5 special events a year, but I don't think it should be allowed like on a daily basis, 7 days a week. I think that the occupancy in the CUP should read 301. 301 triggers a neighborhood impact establishment. I think 300 people is probably all you could fit back there. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, there's 2 ways to calculate the occupancy. One is the use times the square footage, and so it gives you something. Then there's also per seat. So they're proposing 170.
They're fine. Yeah, 170 seats is fine, but I'm talking about
Yeah.
maximum occupancy that they are allowed in the CUP. I
Right.
don't think it should be 957.
Right. And so if we approve the conditional use permit, what are we approving for max occupancy? That?
Right now, it's the code says 957 persons or any lesser numbers set by the fire marshal. So if it's in your.
So just-
but you have the ability to reduce a lower number.
If we could just add in that there's a technical factor that becomes a problem with the fire marshal. We can't change if we just say 300 people, the only way for us to get the occupancy down is to physically build things in the yard to create a smaller square footage. And they've been resistant to actually want to keep that open field back there. And they also use it for other purposes for the hotel. So, I would just proffer a condition that only the restaurant can only serve guests that are using the restaurant or only seated guests, rather than limit the actual occupancy, because then we're going to run into a technical issue where we can't reduce the occupancy without doing construction back there. So it's a technical issue with the
I
code.
don't agree with that. There's a numbers count,
Or we could count the number of people, but if we make if it becomes occupancy as determined by the fire marshal, as the CUP currently states, we run into an issue where we have no ability to.
it's just
open.
another tool in the toolbox. If something gets crazy out of hand, that code can say, oh my God, there's like 950 people here. They can't do anything.
Wait, Rogelio, I'm trying to understand. Right now, they have that ability to have that occupancy.
Yes.
How often do you have that occupancy?
I don't think
Never.
ever.
So what's
Unless you
what's
have a
your
special
daily,
event.
what's your daily average number of people back there on a good weekend?
So just the restaurant, not the pool. I would say on a good weekend, on a flow, the way we track it is maybe 400 people, but that's from opening at 11 o'clock and closing at 6.
That's total. Okay. And so if you pull a special permit for a special event, Art Basel or something, how many people do you get in for that kind of a high traffic, high volume?
Again, on a flow, we might do 1,000 people or maybe more, but again, that's with 11
Not
o'clock till
simultaneous.
11 o'clock at night. So it's at one point, maybe 500 or 600 people.
But just to clarify, if we approve this the way it is, they wouldn't need to pull special event permits to have 957 people. They would only need it to have entertainment above ambient, right?
And there's additional things like when you do stage setting and trusses and things like that, which are all very common with Miami Music Week, Gale, Art Basel, things like that. You do need to pull special event permits for that, which we do.
All right, I'm gonna make a motion to approve this subject to the changes we've recommended
Okay.
and leave it as is with
Okay.
those 3 changes
What,
You want me to-
and the additional regarding the speakers.
And what about the occupancy for
I'm
the
gonna
cup?
make my motion without changing their occupancy.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, let me just go through real quick. So that would be modifying condition 2. 6A to say only the applicant's house sound system as approved by this conditional use permit. Condition 2, 6G, modifying not be plainly audible to not exceed ambient levels from the beach walk and the northern right-of-way line of 17th Street. And then adding a condition that speakers shall be pointed inward to minimize sound being propagated towards the beach walk
Correct.
Inward
Brian.
and brought in closer
and brought in closer.
so
Okay.
that they're not positioned by the lot lines, but they're positioned closer into the.
And the
venue.
intent is to not have the sound spill over to the beach.
Right.
Correct.
But Brian, and you're okay with the occupancy because it's what they have now.
Yeah, and I'm not aware of any issues or problems with it. So
All right.
And then I'll add in a manner to be reviewed and approved by staff to that last one.
Yeah, because if all of a sudden you start having code violations, we'll hear about it.
and we
at
can
that
modify
point,
and
we
limit
can-
limit
Yeah.
their occupancy.
we don't want any speakers that just happen to get turned around,
Right.
Right.
And like I said, read the good time stuff, give them a call. Their GM has been super involved. It might be a good use of 15 minutes of your collective time
And
to.
Andy is actually working on the good time.
Aurelia, we have a vote in
No,
a second.
yeah.
Okay. We have a
I
motion
get second.
and second by motion by Mr. Elias, second by Ms. Spot. Roll call, Ms. Spot,
Yes,
Mr. Brantley.
Abstain.
Why's that?
I wasn't here. I don't want to,
If you're present, you have to vote.
Trust your colleagues.
so should I run off or?
That's up to you, but if you're here, you have to vote. Do you have do you have a conflict or?
I just don't think it would be fair to vote on it when I was outside of the meeting. I would have stayed outside if I had known that.
Okay,
So if you, I can excuse myself.
okay, Mr. Brantley's absent.
Okay, Mr. Cement,
Yes.
Ms. Jerem,
No,
Mr. Elias,
Yes.
Mr. Frieden,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy.
Yes.
Motion 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Motion passes.
Okay, come back, Kareem.
Thank you all.
Pass the virtual gavel back.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
My apologies. I'll know better for next time. Thank you.
Your last meeting.
One more.
Okay.
January. One more, January. All right, let's go to our next new application, which is Planning Board File 220549. This is 1111 Lincoln Road.
In this application is requesting a conditional use permit for an open air entertainment and an outdoor entertainment to the proposed bar restaurant located on the fourth floor at this site.
Okay, just for reference, this site located on Lincoln Road consists of two existing buildings, both connected. They face the north side of Lincoln Road between Alton Road and Lenox Avenue. One building is a mixed-use parking structure located on the west side of the block, and the other is a mixed-use office building located on the east side of the block. And this proposed establishment is located in that mixed-use office building on the east side of the block. The applicant is proposing a bar, lounge, restaurant, 146 seats, and it has an occupancy of 197 persons. Because it's below 200 people, it is not a neighborhood impact establishment. The venue is proposed to consist of an outdoor covered terrace with 42 seats and an occupancy of 49 persons, and an interior dining bar area with 104 seats and an occupancy of 148 persons. They are proposing a nano-wall system that can be opened and closed that separates the indoor and the outdoor spaces. They're proposing to have entertainment. And so they've submitted a sound study. That sound study has been peer reviewed. Our sound consultant thinks that if the sound is controlled properly, that it will not be heard by nearby residences. However, we have concerns with the ability for any sound being played above ambient levels being propagated to nearby areas. So we are recommending conditions that state that in the outdoor area that sound not exceed ambient levels, and that in the indoor area, if sound is to exceed ambient levels, that all of the nano walls be closed to make sure that that sound does not escape. And that's also consistent with the sound requirements of Lincoln Road, which state that music or sound played at or below ambient, that requires outdoor music to be played at or below ambient volume levels at all times. Additionally, staff recommends that sound testing take place prior to the issuance of a certificate of use for entertainment, similar to the previous application. As far as hours of operation, the applicant is proposing for the indoor areas that they be allowed to be open Sunday through Wednesday between 11 a.m. and 2 a.m. and Thursday through Saturday between 11 a.m. and 5 a.m. And then in the outdoor areas, Sunday through Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. and Thursday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Staff is okay with the indoor hours of operations, given that there aren't too many residences in the immediate vicinity. There's one residential unit in the parking structure. The other residents are separated, but to the Palmview area to the north, Flamingo Park area to the south. So we don't have too many concerns with the indoor area. However, for the outdoor area, we do suggest that those later hours be limited to Friday through Sunday and not be allowed on Thursday, so as to not impact residents during the work week. We don't expect any major issues, but this is just in an abundance of caution. So the building has its existing sanitation and deliveries requirements, but we're including hours to limit the deliveries and trash pickups. They are proposed, guests will access the venue by an entry vestibule on Lenox Avenue adjacent to Lincoln Road. They are proposing to have security teams. Staff is recommending that they have security guards at the ground levels at all time, because that entry vestibule is shared by the Juvia venue, which is on, I believe, on the 7th floor of this building. These are unrelated to the Juvia venue. And so to this end, with the conditions that I've stated, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Awesome. Ms. Hinton, good morning.
Good morning, Board. Monica Enton with MHE Law. Office is at 7950 Northwest 53rd Street. I do have a presentation. If we can have that put up, please. And thank you, Rogelio and Alejandro. As Rogelio and Alejandro indicated, we're here before you requesting an application for a conditional use permit for outdoor entertainment. Unlike the application that was just before you, we are not a neighborhood impact establishment. Our occupancy is under 200. Our occupancy is 197. We are in the highest density commercial district outside of the MXC. We're in the CD3 commercial district, as you can see from this aerial. Next slide, please. This is the property as viewed from Lincoln Road. And the reason I've used this image is I'd like you to see, I think this better gives you an aspect of where the balcony area is and where the location is. The location of the site is directly adjacent to Lincoln Road. It is on the southwest corner of Lenox and Lincoln. Next slide, please. And here you can kind of see the building from the bottom. You can see where it is exactly. You'll see Shake Shack on the bottom. And then as you move up, you're going to see those dotted lines. That's where the location of this site is. It's up on the 4th floor. Next slide, please. And again, you see that between us and you can see the lines again on the top left. There's an alley before you see the Chotomate building, which is also commercial. Next slide, please. And this is the view as seen from the actual balcony area and the interior. You can see that we directly face the Nike store and we don't have any residential directly adjacent to us. Next slide, please. This is a layout of the actual property. You can see that it is actually quite a small venue. Most of the venue will be within the interior of the space. One third of the venue will be outside, as Rogelio mentioned. We are proposing it's 46 seats outdoors and 104 seats indoors. So the venue is quite small, but 1/3 of our venue is in the exterior. Next slide, please. And just so that you understand, this is the kind of general vibe of what it is. It is a restaurant/lounge. The hope is to create for lack of a better term, a Soho House feel, a place where during the day you're going to have business people going and having social meetings, gatherings, and having that kind of a discussion type space. We do like the vibe of having music. Music does create a different ambiance. Now, one of the things that I think Ms. Bott brought up on the last application was whether, is your music going to attract people to this venue? And the answer in this case is absolutely not. We're on the 4th floor. And the goal here is not to have that kind of venue, but actually try to create more of a private space type of a feel. So I would like to just go over a little bit about that. We, like I said, we are a restaurant with a lounge space. We will have music. And the only reason that we're here is even though the music in the exterior is proposed to be atmosphere, it's background music, because we have a DJ under the city code. When you have a DJ, it is entertainment, and therefore it requires a conditional use permit, despite the fact that we're not a neighborhood impact establishment, and despite the fact that we're not playing beyond ambient level music in the exterior of the space. We have reviewed the conditions from staff, and we do have a couple of comments with respect to them. The first one is just a clean house type of a thing, and it is condition 2 of the proposed order, Rogelio and Alejandro. It actually talks about it actually talks about a bar, exterior bar, and on the 2nd and the 3rd levels, there's no exterior bar, and we're on the 4th level. So that's just a cleanup.
$72.
Yeah, it says, Mr. it actually says, this conditional permit is issued to Apollo Garden LLC as tenants and operators of the neighborhood impact establishment, consisting of a restaurant and bar with an accessory outdoor bar on the 2nd and 3rd floors. That is not what we're proposing. Right. That just, like I said, that's just a cleanup.
Not 6.2, Gail, 2.
With respect to a couple of the conditions that Rogelio read in a few minutes ago, I'd like to just hand out some proposals and a copy of the code so that we can have similar to the discussion that you just had on your prior application. I apologize, I'm speeding through, but I feel like you guys have just had most of my hearing during your prior hearing. So I figured let's just get to the meat of it, right?
And Monica, while you're passing that out, I don't think your team has been sworn in, right? I think they may have arrived after. So could you raise your right hands if you're going to be testifying today? Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
So one of the two documents that I gave you is actually a copy of the ordinance as it reads. It's section 46, 152 of the ordinance, which talks about plainly audible at 100 feet. So what we're proposing is with the proposed existing condition 6A2E, it specifically says, at no time shall music from the indoor area of the venue be audible anywhere beyond the exterior perimeter of the property, regardless of whether the nanowall system is open or closed. With respect to that condition, we're proposing to change it a little bit. The operator shall comply with the requirements of section 46, 152, and shall not cause any unreasonably loud, excessive, unnecessary, or unusual noise, which is plainly audible at a distance at 100 feet from the building between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. That's consistent with the code. However, having heard you guys during the last hearing, we would actually stop that condition at plainly audible at 100 feet from the building, period, and take away the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. We believe that it is important to have consistency within the code and what you are asking your code enforcement officers to regulate. So I understand that the city is going in a direction, for what Rogelio said earlier, where they're trying to monitor and control sound and noise and what have you, but you're also creating standards that are not codified, and you're creating standards that are not easy for your code compliance officers to figure out this property versus that property. So I think that following the language of the code is the easiest and best way to handle it, and it allows the code compliance officers to know what is being proposed. So with that, we believe that following the language of plainly audible at 100 feet rather than at the edge of the property, because the edge of the property is right downstairs, right? It could be directly underneath us. So we believe that that is a condition that needs to be addressed so that it is consistent with the code as it pertains to all of the properties in Miami Beach. Similarly, with 6A5D, basically the same exact condition. It talks about plainly audible beyond the public right-of-way adjacent to the subject property. Well, we are on Lincoln Road and on Lenox, and we're right there at the property line. So while we don't anticipate having any noise that's plainly audible, we believe that it should be consistent with the code, plainly audible at 100 feet. And again, I would even proffer that we would take off the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. so that it's just consistent with the plainly audible standard. I addressed those first because I know that those were a big discussion during your last hearing, and I wanted to take the moment to kind of go through those. Now I'd like to just go back to actually condition 6A2, which talks, sorry.
And 1 second, let me just hold you right there, Monica. Do we have anybody from the public wanting to speak on the item? Because you're going to go into the specifics and then there are going to be questions. So just hold for me 1 second.
But I don't, have you finished your presentation?
She did her presentation.
I did my presentation. I'm discussing the conditions.
Yeah, she's trying to fast forward into.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I want folks to be able to speak on it first.
So before we hear from the public, do any board members have any ex parte communications to disclose?
I do. I spoke extensively with the Palm Island Neighborhood Association. Palm Beach?
Palm View.
Palm View. I received a lot of emails, which I forwarded to the planning department. I spoke with Stephen Gins. He lives in that neighborhood. And they told me about all the issues that are currently taking place at 1111 Lincoln. I also spoke with Bruce Backman, who lives in Sunset Harbor neighborhood. He told me issues that from his neighborhood about 1111 Lincoln. But I did not speak to the applicant, though I do feel that I can be impartial and listen to both arguments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just received emails unresponded to.
Same.
Same on the emails.
If I may address just briefly, one of the comments that Mr. Brought up with respect to complaints about the 1111, I think that there's something very important that we need to discuss about the 1111 and distinguish ourselves from it. The 1111 venue is a rental space. So they don't have a house sound system. They don't have it changes per event, per operation. The difference here is you have one operator who actually cares about the venue and cares about the neighborhood. As a matter of fact, one of the owners who's here, Leif Stephenson, lives only a block away, actually closer than any of the other residential neighbors who have reached out to Ms. Durham, and he's actually the president of his association. So if his venue is making noise and his neighborhood hears it, I'm sure that his building is going to make a big stink about it. One of the things that Ms. Bott brought up during the last hearing was location of speakers and the amount of speakers and how the speakers face. In this instance, we actually do have a substantial number of smaller speakers. And if we can bring up my presentation once more. And next page, please. This is just an idea of where we are located versus the Palm View neighborhood that Ms. Durham spoke to. That neighborhood is over 590 feet away from our property, which is actually a lot further than the residential properties were to the Surfcomer, who was right before you. They actually had residential places about 250 to 300 feet away from them. If I can go to the next slide, please. And here is the sound system, Ms. Bott. It actually does exactly what you were proposing in the last application. You see that there are a lot of smaller speakers throughout the space, and they are all facing inward. So it does distribute the noise. And this house sound system is what distinguishes us from the 1111 space, because the 1111 space, every event that goes has their own sound system. Every operator that goes for those events, they are not part of this community necessarily. They are sponsored events. They're there for one night, one weekend. They don't have the same degree of care and involvement with the community that this business will have, which is there, and will have a house sound system. So I just wanted to address briefly the issue of the 1111, and we understand the issues with the 1111, and we're not the 1111.
But I mean, to that point, sorry, just a really quick question. And I guess it's really for staff. So why hasn't anything been done to rein in, I guess, the operators of 1111 to this point? Meaning, because clearly, based on all the emails that we've received from the public, seems to have struck a nerve. So why hasn't anything been done up until now to try and rein that in?
So they don't have a conditional use permit. They were, and there's a whole history there that I received from the planning director. He's not sure why the open air hall for hire was approved, but it was approved back in, I believe it was 2006 or 2009. And so they are operating by right. They're not operating via conditional use permit. I believe they have received violations. Do we have, I think
they have, Rogelio, at least in the past, I've seen
based
them
on
in
the
their
emails
system.
we've received, it seems like they've received quite a few.
Yeah. So even if they're operating by right, but they have violations, what recourse does the planning board or the city in general have to remediate the problem?
They don't have a conditional use permit. The building, even though it exceeds 50,000 square feet, precedes that requirement. So the planning board really does not have any recourse over the operation of that venue. They're not subject to a conditional use permit. So it's undergoing the code enforcement process of receiving a violation and having to go before the special master for code enforcement, and that's going to be the way that gets
That
handled.
is the only way to remediate this issue? That seems
To do what?
less than ideal.
But let me ask you, if they can, like, we have the right to modify, does the city commission have the right to rescind whatever agreement they granted them if there's multiple violations?
They have a business tax receipt, and probably the city manager can power over that.
If they were, if they were approved, if they were approved by, I guess, the DRB and the uses were approved administratively, they're vested in those approvals. I don't think, unless there were a legal basis to,
If they have an illegal haul for hire license, because that is not allowed in that zone, CD3. Also, you're only allowed to transfer a haul for hire within 1 month of sale of the property. No, within 3 months, but they transferred theirs after 23 months. So 2 strikes, they should not have a haul for hire. I've gone over this with Thomas Mooney. It wasn't his fault. It happened before he was the planning director.
So
For another day.
you need something else you wanted to say before we take the public?
No, you can open to the public.
Do we have anybody?
Yes, we have a few hands raised.
Okay, and then going into this, just understanding this is a different operation than the 1111 garage. Okay.
Right.
Okay, the first hand is Mitch Novick.
Hi, Mitch. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, good
Thank
afternoon.
you. 3 minutes.
Sure. Good afternoon and happy holidays to everyone. Conditional use permits for open air entertainment is a cancer which plagues our community. Noise should be contained to the property lines. And as many of you know, for the past decade or more, I've spoken out against every type of CUP in my neighborhood, with exception to the Good Time Hotel. And we all know what happened with that building in terms of the negative impact on the neighbors across the street. In my neighborhood, and a recently built 7-story hotel now has a band playing on their roof every Sunday night, which I hear clearly in my bedroom, my living room, and which impacts the residents throughout my property. CUPs, again, for this type of use is a cancer which plagues our community. And again, I would urge you to deny this application. Thank you.
Mitch,
Yes.
what is the name of the hotel that has a band on its roof?
Moxie. And I contacted Code Compliance, who stated there is a CUP, but it's my understanding that the CUP for entertainment provides for such entertainment on the 2nd story pool level, which presides over Washington Avenue. The high roof, according to my knowledge, has no such permission. And I'm working on resolving that with Code Compliance at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next caller.
Paul Freeman.
Paul, do you swear the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it is. I agree.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I just wanted to go over a few things. Number one, my understanding is that most of what they're asking for, they're not asking for, most of what they want to do, they have by right. They can open a restaurant, they can run it, they can have 5 a.m. liquor. The big question is DJ, noise, and outdoors. And Ms. Bott said in the last hearing that music on a beach walk bothers people when they're going down. We have noise from the Palomar Hotel. We have noise from 1111 in our neighborhood. And we have people that go to sleep. They're just not running by at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I don't know the difference between what staff says between closing something down at 11 a.m. on 11 p.m. on weeknights, but it's okay to go to 2 a.m. on weekends because our neighbors don't sleep. We get this noise. We are in an area, we're a historic district that is single family. We are being inundated. And what's happening, because there's 5 a.m. liquor on Lincoln Road, we're moving, as Mr. Novick indicated, they're moving the entertainment venues to our area. The kitchen in this restaurant is too small to really be a restaurant. It's a nightclub. If they want to have music, they can keep it in closed doors. If they don't have the music going outdoors, they don't need a conditional use permit. We don't have any problem with the business. I don't have any problem with the restaurant. I don't think our neighborhood has any problem with anything except noise outdoors. And that shouldn't be allowed. And what they're doing is, in order to avoid being a neighborhood impact establishment, they're going 3 seats under, 2 seats under. You got to be kidding me. So we would respectfully have this denied. I think that they can run their business, they can be successful. And if they have this club and this Soho environment, there's nothing in a conditional use permit, I don't believe, that carries that across if they sell the venue and it becomes open to the public. We just don't want more clubs on Lincoln Road. We don't want, and I don't think that the city politicians want Ocean Drive to be moving to Lincoln Road. Thank you very much.
We have R. Silverman.
Hello, Richard Silverman. I'm the president of Palmview Neighborhood Association.
Hi, Richard. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So I echo a lot of things that Paul said. My neighbor, we are basically a single family homeowner association. We are hedged in by the convention center and Pride Park, which has been used for many other things, including loud concerts. We have now a lot of hotels and things around our neighborhood. I'm not sure how we're to survive as a single family historic neighborhood with all this encroachment. I'd have no problem with a restaurant going whatever they're doing, but if they keep their windows closed and the balcony without music, I don't care. But listen, guys, all the commissioners were very proud of their ordinance, which stopped loud music and cars coming by. So what do? We just plant it into a balcony that's right next to us. So I'm not sure what the point is. You're on one hand, you're punishing the kids who are running around with loud music in their cars, and then you're giving license to another club to have music till 5 a.m. 5 a.m. Are you out of your mind? I wake up at 5 a.m. to go to work. So I'm not really happy about this. And I have nothing against the restaurant. They keep their windows and doors closed, and I don't hear anything. I don't care. That's my comment. Thanks, guys.
Okay, we have Bruce Bachman.
Bruce, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I have no particular comment on this specific application, but I think the public needs to be aware that there are at least 4 or 5 of these 5 a.m. or 3, 4, or 5 a.m. licenses that have been approved. There's Mila, there's Elixir, there's Andres Carnival Reyes, which is again coming before. Basically, the city is moving the entertainment district north. Now, there was a clear mandate from the public. We had a referendum. No more 5 a.m. venues. They were supposed to roll it back with some exceptions to where it is, let alone expanding on outdoor or open air entertainment. I don't believe this particular venue would be, it's no concern, I don't think, to our particular neighborhood. And I'm only speaking for myself. I'm not on the board of the Sunset Harbor, but there should be a stop to this. We had a referendum, no more 5 a.m. Now you're expanding it, more and more clubs, at least 4 or 5. And I would ask Director Mooney, are there more 5 a.m. applications right now before the planning department that have not appeared on an agenda? Thank you.
And that's all we have.
Okay, anybody, 1 second, Monica. Anybody else? No, I guess everybody's, okay.
If I may address briefly, I just want to point out a couple of things that in response to our neighbors' comments. Number one, I want to make it very clear. The outdoor space is background music at all times. That's what it is. That's what's proposed for the exterior. And that's important. And the indoor space is what goes beyond the background music. So I think that's also very important to note. Also, the outdoor venue is never open till 5 a.m. The outdoor venue closes at midnight during the week and at 2 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. Those are the days. Actually, those are the days as proposed by staff. We had proposed Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays to close at 2 a.m. But the remainder of the week, it closes at midnight. So I want to make very clear, it is ambient level music and it is
Could you
Does-
restate those hours? I'm sorry.
Absolutely. At the outdoor space, and I'm just speaking about the outdoor space, or would you like me to discuss the indoor also? Okay,
Please.
so the indoor space is from Sunday through Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 5 a.m. Your staff has proposed, I don't think for the indoor, I apologize, I think
Indoor,
only
we
on the
didn't.
outdoors. The outdoor space is, we are proposing from Sunday through Wednesday, from 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. And on Thursdays through Saturday, from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Your staff has proposed that we reduce that, that we eliminate the Wednesday and that we do Thursday. So on Sunday through Thursday till midnight. On Fridays and Saturdays.
I'm sorry, I had some questions for Monica. Or should we let her continue?
All right, one second. Seeing anyone else on the public wanting to speak on that?
Nobody else.
Okay, with that being the case, we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item. Go ahead, Gail.
So the Nana doors, do they exist now or is that something you're proposing to build?
We are proposing the nano doors. As I said earlier.
No, what's there now? Is it?
And I apologize because I did not introduce my team earlier. Charles Benson is their architect of record. Charles, what is the system that is there now?
And Charles,
It's a fixed storefront that's there now.
So it's all glass and then there's a door to go out there? Okay,
Correct.
thank you. This space right now, this is an office space and you're converting it to a restaurant?
Good afternoon, board members and city staff. My name is Charles Benson from Charles H. Benson Associate Architects with offices at 1665 Washington Avenue. Currently, we have an active permit from many years ago. We were doing a bar space for Juvia, and basically they stopped construction and they for whatever reasons, and we're continuing with the modified design. So we originally put the shell space together. I was the original architect for Juvia, Chateau Mate, and the 1111 parking lot. But and it was approved as it was back then, and we're basically changing the concept a little bit in the interior.
Okay, so I understand Juvia, the restaurant, but I thought the whole building was supposed to be an office space because we're supposed to be incentivizing offices, not removing offices and creating nightclubs. But I know.
So basically it was an office space. And what we did is we gutted the entire floor. We transferred the FAR where the Chateau Mate building is, because before we did a parking lot when we did the 1111. So we transferred all that FAR and basically we made it all parking, and I added a ramp into the 1111 parking lot building.
Okay.
And at that time we built a shell as an assembly area. And then Juvia from the 9th floor basically took it as a bar.
Okay, I understand. Who determines the occupancy? Because I know that there's a trigger at 200, but you said the occupancy is only going to be 197.
Correct.
So who determined that?
So occupancy is actually, is a simplified calculation based on area.
No, but who determined 197? Was it you
I
or was it
did.
the fire department?
No, we haven't.
I calculated
Right.
and it's all. It's
And
based
the
on,
rent.
it's
But who
based,
gets final say? Isn't it the fire
The
department?
fire department will have the final say, so may actually be less
Okay.
when the fire department sees it. It is based on circulation and certain areas of circulation when you're sitting versus when you're standing.
No, I understand how it's done. I just
Okay.
want to know who did the
Understood.
197.
So
What is the square footage of the restaurant?
this,
Do you know by any chance? I don't-
we'd have to pull it up on
I don't have
the
it on
cover sheet. I
Okay,
don't
that's
know
okay.
The number by heart.
What kind of food will be served? Somebody told me it's going to be tacos, but in the documents, it said it's going to be something
tapas.
fancy.
It's a tapas style venue. It's not tacos. It's tapas, and maybe
Okay.
that's where the
Maybe
got
there was a
lost in
typo there.
translation.
Yeah.
The kitchen is very limited. The original space we did for Juvia, the kitchen, it was a huge kitchen area, and currently we reduced it by 65%. So it's just a very small kitchen with, I
kudos.
I'm told that's kind of like finger food, some, snacks.
Because you
Not a-
said that there's going to be business meetings taking place here
Well,
with businessmen having their lunch here.
correct. Like I
Finger
said,
food? Okay.
well, it is a tapa style venue.
Okay.
I can tell you that I myself went to a restaurant last week and with 4 people, we had nothing but tapas and that's what we shared. Nobody had an actual.
No, I agree.
Entree.
Tapas
So-
is,
So
is a
that's
nice meal.
that's the atmosphere is small plates.
Uh-huh.
So that is the vibe.
And you keep mentioning Juvia. So Juvia doesn't own this anymore?
Juvia does not. This
Okay.
is separate from Juvia. I also want to mention something, as we mentioned Juvia so often. Juvia has over 100 seats outdoors with no cover over those seats. What we're proposing is actually it's like 113, I want to say. I don't have the exact calculation. What we're proposing is 42 seats outdoors. And we're at a much lower level. We're on the 4th level versus the 8th level, the 9th level. And we actually have a concrete slab directly above us. So sound escaping from us would be substantially different than anything that would escape from Juvia or say the 1111.
That kind of concerns me a little bit more since it seems like it would be kind of more targeted.
It actually helps to not diffuse as much because we're actually lower, and the lower you are, the more things that you have to block your path, right? So when you're higher, the buildings, only high buildings can block your path of sound, where when you're lower, you have a lot of other things that can block your path. We have Chotomate, which is just north of us, which is 2 stories, but it's not a regular 2 stories. It's actually a little bit higher than the normal 20 feet. So all of that starts to diffuse our noise, and actually having that concrete slab directly above us actually prevents the music from also going upwards, right? It's going out towards the sides. But again, I think it's important that when we're talking about this space, we're talking about the fact that this outdoor space is background music. It's ambient level music at all times.
I'm not finished with my questions. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Ram.
Do people live within 50 feet of your restaurant? Because in the documents, it said the closest residential apartment was 600 feet. But then I found out from the emails that there are several apartments like within 50 feet.
There's a couple of spaces within the Chotomate building. Those spaces, when they were leased out, because they were, I believe, rented out by the ownership of the 1111 business, they were caveats with respect to sound and with respect to the businesses around them, because of the fact that they were in part of a restaurant component with music and a
Is
neighborhood
there
impact establishment.
apartments inside
There-
the 1111?
No, the
building?
only residential venue that I'm aware of at the 1111 is the one on the rooftop of the parking lot.
Or it's right above as a penthouse, but in the Chotomate building, we have 2 apartments and there are no windows, they're all courtyard.
Correct.
And actually the Chotomate space, which has a big hole in the roof, actually the bedrooms are actually wrapping around that opening.
So, and just to further elaborate on that, Mr. Ram, as I indicated earlier, our closest residential neighborhood is over 500, well, to the south, it's about 300 and something feet away, I believe. To the north, it's actually over 590 feet away from us.
Do you think there's any other space inside the 1111 building that will be converted to residential? Because obviously they're converting offices to restaurants now.
Not that we're aware of, no.
There's no FAR left on that property.
No, they would
I've
take
used up
existing space.
every square foot.
No, you could take existing space that is an office and make it into an apartment.
I mean,
I'm not
you'd have to
aware of
know
it.
the future, right?
I'm sorry?
You'd have to know the future.
Well, I'm just
I-
mentioning this because,
Yeah, I'm not aware of it. And obviously, just like we did at Chotomate, which Charles and I both worked on Chotomate, we would make if that were to the case, and I don't anticipate it, I don't know about it. I don't represent ownership, so I don't know what their terms are. But I'm sure that if that were the case, similar to what was done with Chotomate, the new tenants would be made aware of the businesses within the building.
And is removing or not allowing a nano door, is that within our purview or is that the design review board? Because there's no nano door there now. It's something that they want to install. Nick?
So that's
Would it also
design
require-
review.
Would it also require DRB review is the question?
That's not something that would require DRB review on that level. It's not visible from the public right of way, so it really wouldn't impact the design of the building.
But is it our purview?
The operation of the nano wall would definitely be within your purview if you want to have conditions on how it can open, close.
Or how about
times.
creating it or not creating it? Is that, I
I
mean,
suppose you could put conditions on prohibiting an Nano wall.
Well, like, for
Yeah,
example,
this is
like
not-
one of the the Palmview Neighborhood Association, they want to replace the nano wall with a sound insulated glass wall. They're worried. I mean, to me, it would seem the sound insulated glass wall would be to prevent the entertainment from inside from coming outside.
Right.
But I would imagine that the nano wall would be hurricane proof
It
and
is.
would be pretty much
Correct.
sound insulating anyways. I guess one question I have is when the doors are closed, there's entertainment inside, the doors are closed. There's got to be at least one, doorway that does open and close, and it's going to be going in and out if there's people outside.
So you've actually addressed, Mr. Frieda, one of our concerns with respect to those comments with respect to closing the nano wall. Again, as I've indicated several times, the residential neighborhood is over 590 feet away from our property. And the code and what we propose to the conditions says plainly audible at 100 feet. Plainly audible at 100 feet. If we're not plainly audible at 100 feet, there is absolutely zero way that somebody at 590 feet could hear us because we're not audible at 100. And what we're proposing are conditions that say plainly audible at 100 feet, 24/7, 7 days a week. So the conditions itself and the code as it reads prevents us from raising those volumes in a way that would be audible at the residential component, which is over 600 feet away. The reason that the nano wall system that you've brought up is important to us is one of the things that you just brought up, right? If we're continuing to serve, if we have sound amplification indoors and we're continuing to serve outdoors, whether there's music outdoors or there's no music outdoors, we're going to be opening and closing. Number one, yes, sound does escape. But number two, it also creates potential for liability. Every time that a patron needs to go to the bathroom, who's opening those doors? Is the patron opening the door? Are we opening the door? If there's a fire and they have to go out quickly, what? So I think the closure of the nano walls during operations of the exterior poses many, many concerns to us, not only from an operational and a sound issue, but from a liability and in a real concern as to operations. And that's why my client has gone through the process of making sure that we have a lot of small speakers all throughout the space so that we don't have to raise the volume to such a level that it would bother anyone outside of the space. And similar to what we discussed during the other hearing right before us, the system does have a control mechanism. So once presuming that we were approved by this board, once we are ready to operate, the sound engineers will go out, they will monitor that 100 feet, what is plainly audible, and that will be monitored and that will be locked into place into the sound system. The only ones with the ability to monitor that is the manager. So there are things being taken into effect to prevent that plain audibility for any neighbor at 590 feet.
Yeah.
So
And I'm sorry, I know I've added a lot, but I was trying.
information.
Yeah.
So I guess one issue that I have with 100 feet is, for code compliance going in there, it's sort of, they don't have specific instructions that, they have to go measure 100 feet. So what is the boundary?
So
that we're
that's
talking about?
So I actually represented a client recently who had a noise violation. I didn't know how it was done. So I actually requested everything from the city code compliance department. And they actually, the code compliance officers have cameras now, and they actually do monitor when when they hear the music, so that you can actually hear that exact song that is playing from the exact venue. Years ago, you didn't know what venue it was coming from because there wasn't, cameras and that you couldn't record. Now you can hear the camera and they're videotaping as they go into the venue, and you can see it, you can hear it. So the code compliance officers, I think now are much better equipped to be able to do that.
I'm talking about, sorry to interrupt you. I'm talking specifically about distance, right? So how do they determine? So is there some street, I saw you cross out,
We cross at Lennox and
public
Lincoln.
right of ways, and you say to 100 feet from the
Right.
building. And so what are we talking about here? Which streets, looking at a
In
map?
any direction, if it's plainly audible at 100 feet in any direction.
Right. What I'm saying, and similar to what we did with the Good Time Hotel, is like, they go, to Washington Avenue. On the other side of Washington Avenue, they can stand there. So at least when they go and refer to it, instead of having to measure 100 feet.
Right.
And so what I'm proposing is having, some sort of, having a building,
Matrix.
like from this address, you should not be able to hear because that address is 100.
We have no opposition to putting something in writing where the 100-foot measure is from the property.
That's what I would.
But Jonathan, that's not what staff is recommending, and that's not what the neighbors want. I think,
Right. We're talking about,
Yeah.
we're talking about coming up with some sort of, compromise perhaps. Right. And so there's no residents. If the neighbors, the whole thing is the neighbors don't want to be disturbed by loud club music coming, into their homes or in their neighborhoods. What's being represented to us is that the Palm View neighborhood is 600 feet away, almost 600 feet away. There will be no sound even 100 feet away. That's a sixth of the distance. And so I don't, I do want to protect them. And that's why I want to have clear designations for code compliance. When
there's
there
a
is an issue.
restaurant below them. I mean, I, as a pedestrian, don't want to walk on a sidewalk and hear music from 3 different venues. So if their music could be heard on the ground floor where there's several other restaurants, I don't think that's fair.
But
I think
that also sets a different standard than any business on Lincoln Road that is allowed to have ambient music at their sidewalk. And ambient music within the venue might spill to the Shake Shack downstairs. I don't know the answer to that, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be plainly audible at 100 feet or that it will bother a single neighbor because they're beyond that 100-foot mark.
Right.
So the standard that's being proposed, the standard that you're bringing up, Mr. As well as the standard that's being proposed by staff, is not codified. It's not a standard that it's easy for code compliance to try to determine on a venue by venue. And that's why I think that the 100-foot, which is the plainly audible, we don't have an opposition to expanding it to 24 hours a day rather than 11 to 7. But at least it's a standard that is codified in your code, and that the code compliance officers are aware of and understand.
Yeah, but what's different here is we didn't anticipate 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor outdoor restaurants. So that's the difference here. So I think that's why staff is recommending that sound cannot be heard past your terrace. And I think that's what's appropriate.
But those restaurants have existed on Lincoln Road for over 20 years. Not ours, but there are restaurants on 2nd floors throughout Lincoln Road, which is part of this district.
Would you do you agree with the no dance hall?
We are not an entertainment establishment, so we are a restaurant lounge. If somebody decides to get up, that we don't have a dance floor. There's no dance floor. That's not the kind of venue that it is. So I'm not sure what you mean by dance hall.
Well, it's the term from the code. And I guess if you're a restaurant lounge, would you agree? I mean, there's no reason not to include it, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's like
Set up a dance floor.
it's like what we did with Mila, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So I have a bunch of questions.
The dance hall shall be prohibited is. I think,
Right.
the
There
issue.
is no dance floor designated anywhere on these plans.
Right. But
So would you
the
profit
whole thing with the Mila, I think it was
Mila's, we have a condition that there should be no dance hall.
Right. We do have a condition, a standard condition. The issue with, I think it was Mila, was we were worried that you could shift around the furniture for a dinner party.
Understood.
And have a dance party inside, obviously.
Understood. So maintaining the floor plan as set.
But it's just
Right, but
proffer
with
no dance hall.
with the additional condition.
I apologize because I don't have the dance hall definition in front of me, so it's hard for me to proffer that, Ms. Bott, without
Okay,
seeing it. That's why
No, just trust us, really.
I can clarify, it basically means you're not going to set up a dance floor at some point.
correct. We will not set up a dance floor at any time.
Yeah, and I like to bring up 2 points. One on the nano wall. When you open up a nano wall, you'll lose all the AC. So in my professional opinion, this nano door really is not going to open unless there's good weather. And that's maybe in December and in January in cool weather, because if you open it all up, you're going to lose all the AC, and it's illegal to air condition outdoor space. So there's very limited amount of use on the nano wall, and it has 2 doors for egress. And actually the permit is still alive that we always had, music out there. The other item is that this venue is only really oriented eastbound. To the north, the only exposure from the balcony is maybe 8 to I would say maybe 10-foot wide, maybe only 8-foot wide exposure to the north of the property. The rest is really basically all oriented eastbound.
And that,
I'm confused. Sorry. Go ahead.
So
I'm confused with the nano.
that's not exactly accurate. The nano wall will be open for operations. We will have a curtain wall to assist with the AC condition, but the nano wall is proposed to be open during operations because that's the only way of getting service in and out of the space. You can't run food if every time you have to run food, you have to open a door system to serve it. So the nano wall is proposed to be open.
But like fully open or partially?
No, there's
It
two
is
doors.
fully-
There's
if I
two
can-
doors.
if I can,
in the
Charles.
nano wall.
It will be fully open during the goal is to create a space that is both indoor and outdoor, similar to what you have on the beach and other spaces, so that on Lincoln Road proper, right? So when you're on Lincoln Road and you're sitting on the sidewalk cafe, you're part of that indoor space, but you're also on the exterior of the space. So the goal is to create an open space, an open venue that connects. And again, it doesn't make sense to be able to run food or run a drink and have to open a nano wall every time that you want to serve that. And that is, like I said, one of our concerns from a liability perspective and an operations perspective, what that can cause.
Let me just ask a follow-up.
Yes,
So
Mr.
the
Gelfand.
plan shows a nano wall system with 2 doors in the center.
Correct.
When will you use those doors?
Again, after midnight on during the week, we would be able to still serve food outside. We would not be able to play music. So the nano wall system would be closed at those times. After music is not being played out there, if we had those closed, we would be able to serve. If it's raining and 1 or 2 patrons want to be outside, but everybody else wants to be inside, the nano wall system will be closed and those 1 or 2 patrons will be served through those doors. But
So you're just assuming the conditions of the operation, that when the outdoor terrace, when entertainment is closed, that's going to be closed. The nano wall
No, that is what your staff is proposing. Your staff is proposing that when entertainment is happening indoors beyond ambient level, which could really be at 3:00 in the afternoon, the way that condition reads, right? So as long as music is being played beyond ambient levels indoors, your staff is proposing that the nano walls be closed. We're proposing that those conditions with respect to closing the nano walls be eliminated from the proposal.
I think it shouldn't be eliminated, it should be modified.
Okay. But how would we modify? That's the question, because the issue of music, again, especially if we have a specific metric that says, the 100 feet is at the front of Nike in the eastern direction, right? Then it doesn't matter if that nano wall system is open, because I can't play my music so that it's heard at the Nike store. So it really doesn't matter if my nano wall is open or closed. It's all about whether the music is plainly audible at the Nike store.
So just clarify again one more time, the hours of operation for the terrace.
The hours of operation for the terrace that we are proposing are Sunday through Wednesday until midnight, 11 a.m. till midnight, Thursday through Saturday until 2 a.m. Your staff
Inside is till 5 a.m.
inside is till 5
So
a.m.
the nano wall is open.
Inside during the week is till 2 a.m., Mr. Gelpi.
Right, but if the interior is open till 5 and the terrace is to close at 2, but the nano wall is open, isn't it effectively open?
It is effectively open, but the music still cannot be plainly audible at 100 feet. It doesn't.
Why even have different hours of operation between the two?
Because again, we are trying to ensure that we are showing the neighbors and everyone that we're not trying to have music that is so loud that we have to blare it on the outside as loud as we have it on the inside. We don't need to do that. That's not the goal. Ms. Bott actually brought up during the Surfcomer application about bringing business in because your music is so loud that people hear it and are enticed to go in. That's not the goal here. That's the opposite, actually. So as long as the music isn't plainly audible, then there's no difference whether the nano walls are open or not, in our opinion, because we're trying to monitor it so that it never happens.
So Monica, I think what Nick is getting to is there a compromise or something that we can come to that causes the nano wall to be closed at a certain time? That just gives residents further assurances that with the 5 a.m. hour, that there won't be any transgressions beyond what is approved in the
You can bear with me for a second. I'll
So
I'll
I
go
think
back
you
to them.
can get there.
Yeah.
I think that's
I
what
would
he's
just say
asking.
For Mila, we allowed it, but it's completely enclosed and nothing is open.
Bear with me for 1 second.
Sure.
Then the other thing that was mentioned was even till 2 a.m. having people on the 50 people on the balcony on the terrace.
I disagree with that statement. I think if our CUP draft says the hours of operation for the outdoor area are as we stated. And I would say all patrons need to be off of that area after the hours of operation. It's
Right, but
not-
what I'm saying is that even till 2 a.m., what one of the gentlemen on the phone said was, do we not sleep on weekends? I mean, even after midnight, they're in a residential area, even if there's no music, having 50 people on a balcony, or I don't know how much, what the occupancy on the balcony is, but
It's 50, 49, I think.
I'm becoming good at this. Like even that amount can make a lot of noise, and you can have very, very low music, but you know, there's no way to really like say to guests, you can't walk up to guests and say, hey guys, you know, be quiet a little, you know, and even though if the music's, you know, code can't do anything because the restaurant says, hey, we've got 50 people, you were allowed 50 people. Our music is very low. You can see the records of our sound. I guess that's the concern in allowing till 2 a.m., which it potentially could, the noise of 50 people could be loud.
And Mr. Brantley and Mr. Gelpi, in response to, I think a reasonable a compromise would be that once there is no music outdoors, whether it's at 12 a.m. or at 2 a.m., at that time, those nano walls close. That way there's no spillage from the interior outdoors. But what Mr. Madan what Rogelio just said, a little bit concerns me, because what he's saying is that we can't continue to have service outdoors once the indoors. And that was not what was contemplated or what we understood from the conditional use permit, nor what was contemplated by this application, because this application as of right can have seats outside. They can have food outside. They can have this business outside. Every business on Lincoln Road has outdoor seats, whether they have music or
Until
not.
5.
They have outdoor seats. Yes, many till 5, including.
No, the rule is 2 a.m. outdoor on public property on Lincoln Road.
They still have them, and there are many places, Ms. Durham, that are actually private spaces and in private property.
But everybody on Lincoln Road has their property line right on the road.
Not
There's
when
no
you have the
private space.
Not with the rooftops. You have places that are open past that, including Mila's. You have places that are that are open past that. So what we're proposing is, again, the outdoor space. The only time it closes at 2 a.m. is per your staff Friday and Saturday, and it stops, and that's it. So
Sorry, I was asking, as of right, you do have a right until 2 a.m. or 5 a.m. on the outdoor space?
we have a right, to the best of my knowledge, Nick, unless you contradict me, I believe till 5 a.m. on our outdoor space, because it's within our property. It's not part of the public right of way.
That's right.
Can I jump in on a couple of things here?
Sure.
So let's step back because we're deep in the weeds here. Juvia doesn't own it anymore. Who owns it?
It is a hospitality group based out of Montreal that has a lot of different restaurants, and they want to start this here. As I indicated, one of the owners and operators lives 1 block west of the property, Mr. Leif Stephenson.
And what kind of other is this going to be in line with the other properties that they have, or is this going to be a departure? I'm
It's
trying to
going to
get
be
a
a
sense
little
of
bit
the
of
operator.
It's going to be a little bit of a departure because it's Miami Beach and they don't have something like that in Montreal. So it is, again, it's a loungy restaurant with tapas. The goal is to have for lack of a better term, and I'm going to sound so old saying it, a chill vibe. I told you I sounded
chill
old
vibe
saying
is
it.
timeless. I think you're okay with chill vibe.
I don't know what they say now, but that's the goal. That's the.
And you mentioned that it was, you also referenced Soho House. So is there going to be a membership component?
Ultimately, that is a very big goal down the line.
Okay, down the line. And is there going to be anything like a dress code or,
at this point, we haven't discussed that.
Okay. And the as of right, you enumerated all these things that you have as of right. Is there ambient music allowed indoors and outdoors without a DJ as of right?
Yes, ma'am.
Permitted.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so once again, we find ourselves in this perplexing situation where.
Wait, outdoor DJ as of right? I don't think so.
No, well, she didn't say DJ. She said outdoor ambient.
I don't think, no, you said DJ.
No, I said ambient.
Okay.
So we find ourselves in a perplexing situation yet again, because as you pointed out, I was again on Lincoln Road on Sunday afternoon around 1 o'clock, and the music was blaring. That is under no definition ambient music. Whatever, you like it, you hate it, whatever it is, but it's not ambient music. So if we denied this, you could still do exactly what you're planning to do, but just have a DJ create mixtapes for you, right? Which is not what the kids say anymore, but that's what they are. Basically create DJ mixtapes and you could play it and it'd be something that we wouldn't have any purview over. Okay.
Correct.
So let's remember that for a starting point. There's also a very, very real concern by the neighbors who, okay, so they're 300 to 600 feet away, but they are being impacted negatively by what seems to be an absurd situation with a rental space at 1111 that has no governance attached to it, which I'd be really interested in finding out more about.
And Ms. Bott, if I may, just to that, I also spoke with the neighbors at 1111 and they expressed the same exact concerns that they have expressed to every board member. But one thing that I think was also very important is that they didn't have the same concerns about Juvia that has a house sound system. So I think that's important to differentiate that they did not have those same complaints.
No,
I
know.
No, I bring it up because we're trying to be a restaurant similar
I
in
understand
style.
that. So
in
what
that
I'm trying to
sense.
do is separate the issues because I think we're all trying to find the path forward to protect residents.
Absolutely.
And to allow you to operate and to prevent Ocean Drive from moving on to Lincoln Road, which seems like it's getting a little bit uncomfortably close to that in a lot of ways, not just with the sound, but that's a different conversation for a different time. So I don't know how we address the 1111 rental hall lack of oversight situation, but I would love to have a conversation about that separately because that is, I would venture to say that if we were able to address that, the folks who are concerned about this operation and address that and make it go away, their concerns would be significantly mitigated. So for anybody from the Palmview neighborhood that is listening to this, please understand that I don't think we're willing to let that 1111 rental hall situation go unchecked for much longer. We just have to figure out how or what we can do. So putting that aside, your closest approximate business model is Juvia, and there have been no complaints from Juvia.
I think there's a handful over the last 16 years.
Okay.
Wait, does Juvia have a DJ and do they have nano walls?
Juvia has over 100 seats on the exterior of its space.
Do they
open
have
to air.
a DJ outside?
The DJ is not outside in this venue.
I believe they recently received a violation.
They have no.
But they are not supposed to have a DJ outside. They have no conditional use permit.
Okay, so this is already better because we have nano walls and the DJ is not going to be
The
outside.
DJ is not outside.
Okay,
The DJ is
so
interior.
The other question is, you have an overhang over your outdoor space,
Correct.
which Juvia does not.
Correct. The entire space is covered by concrete.
So without being a sound absorption engineer, would it be possible to do some sound absorption mitigation to the underside of that overhang so that it muffles the sound further so it doesn't even go beyond the.
And we actually have our sound engineer here, Mr. Sam Schroyer with Ed Duggar and Associates, who can better answer that.
Hello, Samuel Schroyer at 1239 Southeast Indian Street, Stuart, Florida. That's possible. I don't know if that's necessarily practical. The reflected sound that would be coming out of that area, I mean, it's not going to exceed what the direct sound would be traveling out. So that wouldn't be, I understand what you're saying. You could have reflections, coming from there, but it's not going to, it's better situation than having an open air rooftop situation.
But I know that when
On
I've
the
gotten to eat at a restaurant that is, kind of this cement floors and industrial ceilings, which has a great look, it is deafening, right? So, and that's without having the outdoors. So why would you not just go the extra inches to put some kind of sound absorption on the underside to protect that, or to help people feel more comfortable that the sound will not escape beyond the balcony?
For the sake of patron, we've all been in restaurants where you can't have a conversation because sound is just bouncing everywhere. I would think they'd want to avoid that situation by keeping the volumes and directing sound inward, not upward, not outward towards the other areas. You're not having sound to go directly up there.
No, I understand.
We have
but
no
as you
opposition.
said,
We have no opposition if there's something that can be added to
I
adding
would
something.
really strongly encourage you to
Yeah,
do
we
that
have no
because,
opposition to
as you just said, with sound bouncing everywhere, and that's exactly what it does. And it is, even if it's directed down to your feet, it's still gonna, bounce around, especially with people's voices, and people get animated on the second bottle of wine or whatever. And so why not help mitigate the concern?
Right.
Tanya, I'm sorry, you're asking to put like some kind of pillow cloud system at the top,
Yeah, at the
underside of the.
on the underside of the underhang.
Okay.
On the outside, so that whatever sound is there also gets absorbed by that before it even goes out of the balcony area.
It wouldn't hurt.
It wouldn't.
It wouldn't hurt. But I
Right,
mean,
right.
I don't know if they.
Would it,
Right,
would
we
it
have-
make
I just
it better,
don't
would it
know
make it better for the passersby on Lincoln Road?
Potentially. It's just difficult to say without getting into specifics.
Okay, so
So we have absolutely no opposition to
Okay.
adding that. And also, I think one of the things that is important to note that around the entire perimeter of the space, we actually have also a hedge. I know a hedge isn't a sound baffling device, but it actually.
It is, and it helps. And what I said to the folks at, it's not technically, but every little bit helps.
Right.
And what I said to the previous applicants is what I would say to you as well. And your space is much smaller and in a less potentially problematic area, but pick up the phone and talk to the guys at the Good Time. I mean, they've spent $1 gazillion and far too much time here. We've all become, the way we all became experts in COVID and that kind of science, we're now all becoming experts in sound engineering, with all due respect to the actual sound engineer. I think maybe there's something that they found, some fabulous material that you could line the
Absolutely.
patio
And
with,
like I said, we have absolutely no objection to lining whatever we can line to baffle. And as I said, we do have a hedge around the entire perimeter, which is also what limits our seating ability. And it also puts a little bit of a distance between the seats, the patrons, and that sidewalk. So it does create a little bit more distance also.
The other thing I would suggest is requiring, what I would like to see is, when do you think this, in the ideal circumstance, would come online?
Hopefully within the next couple of months.
The restaurant's that close to being ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, so what I would require, with the support of my board colleagues and staff, to make sure it's not outside what we can do, is to have a progress report 60 days out from.
We would absolutely appreciate that.
So that if there's any issue, it can be mitigated right away. And if it's not mitigated, or if there's continued issues, then the ability to have a DJ goes away, basically, is what I would suggest. Because I really, truly am very concerned about the neighbors down the way. I think their concerns are more about the unmanaged sound that happens in the same building, rather than, because they weren't using Juvia as a point of reference.
Correct.
And to me, this seems like Juvia. Now, if you turn everything on and you start ending up more like the unmanaged parties at 1111 and not like Juvia, then everybody has a problem, and we're back here revoking the CUP.
No, and we appreciate that. We appreciate the ability to move forward, show our neighbors what the project actually is and how it will properly be run, and then be able to come back to this board 60 days later and show you that we have, in fact, been a good neighbor and we've done everything that we've proffered here today.
And I would suggest, for the board's consideration and for staff and for any commissioner who might be listening and residents, I think the bigger conversation is, there are 2 points: how to actually make the experience of walking down Lincoln Road at any time of day more pleasant without having music blaring at you, which is not ambient music. It's much louder. And at restaurants next to each other are playing their respective cultural music. So the Indian place, the Italian place is playing, you know, whatever, and the Mexican place is playing whatever, and the German beer house is playing whatever, and it's a cacophony, which is not, I don't think, the intended desired effect, especially as we're trying to reestablish Lincoln Road as a pretty cool place to go. And then the bigger issue is, you know, we have Ocean Drive encroaching onto Lincoln Road, and that is, you know, as a city, we need to decide if that's something we want to continue to encourage and allow, or if we need to think about how to better utilize Lincoln Road and how to manage our entertainment districts, et cetera, et cetera. So, but those are not specific to your application.
One, I guess, question for staff is, so in the 60-day, you know, progress report, you know, say the problem isn't the music, it's the having 197 people. I mean, it's really all open air at that point, right? Because the doors are fully open. I know technically they're, you know, 150 for the threshold of the terrace, but you could, if they're all indoors chatting, you can still hear that out on the street. You know, that's not really enforceable. There's no code violation there because they have the right amount of people. There's just a really loud, you know, it's just the way that the acoustics happen to be. They did everything to manage the speakers. They did everything the right way. They were being, you know, good operators in that sense, but just the way that people speaking in that, you know, enclosed space carries to the neighborhoods or carries too much onto, you know, to the nearby Lincoln Road areas. What can we do at that point?
Pursuant to the way we've drafted the language, even noise created by people speaking is part of the violation for noise. If that is heard on the exterior of the property in the public right of way, that would still be considered a violation.
Well, beyond the public right of way.
Yes.
I have a question. So we're voting on a conditional use permit. Are we voting on what you guys wrote up?
But we're going to vote on what we're going to.
That's the question in my mind.
One second. We're going to vote on what we end up coming up with as the final administrative order through our CUP process. So what is written here, I'm sure, is not going to be what is going to be proposed by this board. Does that answer your question? Yes, it's not. That is most likely not what's going to carry today on this board. Is that your question?
Yes, and
Okay.
Can we be very specific because there's like a lot
But
of.
we haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
I'm going to summarize that in a
Another
second.
question. I have another question.
One second.
For staff.
Mr. Jonathan, go ahead, please.
How is it possible to have no you're only on the fourth floor. How is it possible to have no patron conversations audible from anywhere on the street or beyond the property? That just doesn't sound possible to me, but.
And Mr. Frieden, that's actually something that we wanted to bring up as part of our conditions, because while we can go to patrons and say, please be quiet, let's lower our voices, we have a neighborhood. And we're going to do everything in our power to maintain that 100 foot proximity and plain audibility. That's not something necessarily at our control all of the time, right? There may be one rambunctious group that we've asked to be quiet or lower their voices several times, and they haven't. So what you're holding us to a standard that is outside of our control, and that's not really.
Well, I mean, even the music, even ambient level music, I would imagine if you're standing down at the street outside, you'd still be able to hear it, even if it is at ambient level. So is there more of a middle ground, or is it the 100-foot mark? I guess that's.
So you bring up a good question. And it seems to me, Rahili, on staff, that a lot of our conversation today, at least on this item, I was out for the item before, centers around mitigation impacts or things that we can do to mitigate noise, and then what the code allows. So could you shed some light on what the code actually allows with respect to the 100-foot distance, please?
And Mr. Brantley, I'll let Rogelio respond. I did provide you a copy of the code itself in the packet I gave you earlier.
Okay, all right. And then just for staff to confirm that for our board members, please.
So I'm going to go to chapter 46, which is where the noise ordinance is located. It's chapter 46, article 4. And so it states that it shall be unlawful for any person to make, continue, or cause to be made, or to cause to be made or continued any unreasonably loud, excessive, unnecessary, or unusual noise. The following acts, among others, are declared to be unreasonably loud, excessive, unnecessary, or unusual noises in violation of this section. But this enumeration shall not be deemed to be exclusive, namely horns, signaling devices, etc., radios, televisions, phonographs, as the kids say, animals, animals, birds, etc., whistles, exhausts, defect in vehicle or load, schools, courts, or hospitals, hawkers, peddlers, noises to attract attention, loudspeakers, power tools, and landscaping equipment. And then it has more details on precisely how each of those, I just listed them all.
Would you then skip down to the section where it says the operation, please?
The operation.
Part B.
Part B, okay. So Part B, so radios, televisions, phonographs, etc. The using, operating, or permitting to be played, used, or operated any radio receiving set, television set, musical instrument, phonograph, or other machine or device for the producing or reproducing of sound in such a manner as to disturb the peace, quiet, and comfort of the neighboring inhabitants, or at any time with louder volume than is necessary for convenient hearing for the person or persons who are in the room, vehicle, or chamber in which such machine or device is operated, and who are voluntary listeners thereto. The operation of any such set, instrument, phonograph, machine, or device between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. in such a manner as to be plainly audible at a distance of 100 feet from the building, structure, or vehicle in which it is located shall be prima facie evidence of a violation of this section.
So I appreciate that. And obviously you're a very good reader, very clear. And I wanted you to read that because I don't want to have a continued conversation about what is code versus what we're asking the applicant to mitigate. I think we can ask the applicant to mitigate. I think you should mitigate. I think that what was proposed by Mr. Jelpe is a definite reasonable thing for you to proffer to us that you are willing to accept. I think it speaks to the concern that the neighbors have to the north in the Palmview neighborhood. I do agree with you, and I think our board member Jonathan is saying the same thing, that there is going to be some noise spillage that is going to be at the ground level. I do agree with you that we should not pose a standard to you that is different from other standards. I just don't think that's fair. My comments here on this board have been consistent about also creating some type of unfair competitive advantage for businesses, no matter where they're located in the city, when it comes down to the way that we create laws and rules around CUP governance. So I'm not going to do that, not willing to do that. And certainly my vote is not in support of any of that. So with that said, it sounds like we've kind of tickled at about 5 different things that I wrote down here today. The first one is about ambient at all times. And I think that you said you were willing to accept that. Is that
on the exterior? Absolutely.
Okay, on the exterior. Then the other thing was about the sound system lockout. I think you said you're going to do the study. We'll have staff and whoever go out there to review that, make sure that it's set at, if we approve this 100-foot, that it's set at that volume and locked out at that system. And we've had other CUPs that have come before us that have used that methodology, and it's been required in some cases. And then I think we talked about adding pillows or some type of noise reduction mechanism at the balcony. You got a 14-foot elevation, if my math is somewhere correct, somewhere like that on the balcony.
Yes.
So you should have plenty enough room to add some type of sound mitigation system at the balcony. We can impose that and include that in the CUP if you're willing to accept that. I think the next thing we went to is the Nana wall hours closure.
Correct.
Right? You said you're willing to accept that. It would flow and work with the operational hours that we will propose today, right?
Correct.
Okay, then the next thing, you're willing to have no dance hall within the CUP, correct?
Correct.
All right, then the next thing after that would be we would adjust section 2 of the CUP. There was a Scrivener's error there, correct? All right. And then the last thing is that there was a desire for board members here to have a 60-day report. After what period of time?
60 days
After issuance of what?
after, once they open.
After issuance of your opening day.
Yes.
We
Okay.
have a
Wait,
condition with 90 days, so we'll change that to 60.
And Mr. Brantley, just to clarify, when we're talking about closing the nano walls, it's at the close of operation, not if louder than ambient music is being played indoors at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, I thought I said at
I just wanted to make sure that
operational
I,
hours. I don't have the operational hours.
That's
set
fine. I
yet.
just wanted
We're
to
gonna get that-
clarify.
We're gonna get to that in a second.
okay.
Okay,
Wait, that was my question. The first point was ambient music at all times.
on the balcony.
On the balcony, but if you have ambient music outside on the balcony, but you have louder than ambient music on the inside and the nano walls are open, doesn't that,
It can't be. If there's more louder than ambient music on the interior, the nano wall has to be closed.
Well, that is your staff recommendation. That is what we were requesting, that it not be. Because during the day especially, we are still serving food. People are still going to the bathroom. We're still serving drinks. So whether the nano wall system is open or it's closed, once we establish that 100-foot mark.
That's an operational issue. That's something you're gonna have to deal with.
But if we have to close the nano walls because the indoor.
No. What I'm saying is, let's assume nano wall is open.
Okay,
That's an
nano walls-
operational thing. If you're gonna have guests on the balcony and you're gonna say that needs to be ambient, and then you're gonna have music flowing inside where it's bothering the guests on the balcony, then I mean,
Right.
that just doesn't make common
Obviously.
sense, right?
But I just want to make sure that we don't have to close the nano walls if the music indoors is beyond ambient level.
I'm not voting for that.
Yeah, I mean, because
I'm trying to understand what Mr. Brantley is
But
proposing
you still have the requirement
of
of the 100
foot,
feet,
right?
which is
If you
what
have it, why
we
does-
read.
If you have the sound threshold, then why does the nano wall change anything?
Yeah.
I guess for staff, because that was the staff recommendation. I guess the question that I have is that if they have loud music inside, I don't know how that's gonna work.
Well, they're gonna do a lockout system. That was one of the things that I
Right.
went through. So they're gonna have that 100-foot established distance, regardless. It doesn't matter. So the definition of loud versus soft versus ambient, I take that away. Noise, any noise, it's limited to this 100 feet, and they're gonna have a lockout system,
Correct.
right? So look, as a planning board, we're gonna impose these things in a CUP. They have to do their operational part. I'm not gonna be there. None of you guys are gonna be there every day, making sure that all this is done. They have to be good operators to make sure that the neighbors are not calling code enforcement on them to come to this location and say that they're violating these rules that we put in place. So, I don't know if we've gotten to the idea that we're going to micromanage every little operator in the city. I don't think we can do that. I think that what we can do is impose the rules and they have to follow them. And Gail, to your point on plenty of meetings we've had before, just, using that example, we need to bring them back in here if they're not, doing right by the city and doing right by their CUP. This is a privilege. We're giving them a privilege to operate in the city of Miami Beach with these requirements. And if they violate this and they do not do that, we're hauling you back in and we will revoke CUPs when they're not following what privilege we've given.
I guess the 100-foot distance trumps everything else, because regardless if the balcony is silent, but the music is emanating from the inside through closed doors to 100 feet and you can hear it, that's a problem. It doesn't matter how you hear the 100 feet distance music.
Right.
Whatever they do operationally is on them. If they screw up on the 100 feet.
Yeah, we'll know within 60 days, if
Right.
not sooner, and then we're done here.
Right.
Yeah, her biggest issue is that 100 feet is not, she's inside of 100, her client operator is inside of 100 feet right directly below her. That's the whole point of why she's pressing the 100 feet. And then when you go back to the code, it says the 100 feet. I mean, now if we want to change that and we want to say we're going to send something to the city to say that it no longer should be 100 feet, it should be 20 feet, it should be 40 feet. That's a different thing for a different day. Today, the code says 100 feet. So I just want to move forward with what the rules are today.
But Kareem, based on your argument, then as of right, there should be allowed open air, rooftop, entertainment, DJ, just as long as the sound doesn't go 100 feet. Citywide. That's what you just said.
No, I'm talking
I don't
about
agree
this
with that.
applicant here today. So don't say citywide. I did not say that. Go ahead.
Well, 100 feet citywide, that's the rule citywide. And so that's what you're referring to.
Right.
I
I'm
don't-
talking about
you know
the
what,
applicant that's before you
I
today.
don't agree with you.
Okay,
Well, let me ask you a question, guys, because yeah, you're reverting to the standard in the code for a violation 100 feet. But for the Good Time Hotel, for instance, we defined it further. It was at the right of way downstairs, which staff is trying to do. But you're striking that and just relying on the 100-foot.
We're asking you to do the 100-foot. And I think one of the things that I proffered early on, Mr. Gelpi, was that the code reads 100 feet, plainly audible, 11 to 7. And we're saying plainly audible, 100 feet, 24 hours a day. So we're imposing additional conditions upon ourselves to make sure that we're not plainly audible at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
The only concern would be if on Lennox, Lincoln Lane, any of these areas that are within 100 feet. I guess there are no residential units.
I think number one, there are no residential units kind of within the 100 feet. But most importantly, we're having them come back for a progress report. So if there are issues, if the residents are specifically hearing an issue with this establishment, we have the ability to have them come back and make modifications. But I think generally this board has been pretty consistent in trying to give people a chance to succeed.
Yeah.
And if they don't, we've shown that we've been willing to pull CUPs. So
What CUP have we pulled?
Emmy? Collins?
We didn't approve their 5 a.m. requests, but we didn't pull their CUP.
Well, we modified it enough to.
yeah, we modified it enough where they essentially said we have to close down.
their business.
We did not deny we did not
We
pull their
didn't.
CUP.
All right, semantics. Sorry, we don't need to.
We denied their application. They went out of business. You know.
Yeah, I would
that
say I'm
operator.
comfortable with the 100-foot because of the situation of this property.
Yeah, there's no residential.
And if the people on these, the businesses find that it's too loud during the day when they're conducting business and they let us know within the 60 days, then we say, you know what, maybe that 100 feet becomes 75 in this case or whatever.
That's a good point.
And one more thing, actually, in terms of the 60-day report, I forgot what it is. I think, is it the owners that get a notification to appear? Can we make sure that all the kind of surrounding businesses?
It's actually the responsibility of the applicant to notify us that they're ready, that they've gotten all their permits and that they're.
No, what
ready.
I'm saying is that
Who gets
the hearing
notice
that they-
about the hearing?
correct. In terms of the notice for the hearing at 60 days, can we make sure that the nearby operators are also alerted?
We don't do a mail notice for progress reports, but they do get put into our constant contact system. So everybody who's within the email system and who has city alerts, city emails gets notified of that.
Got it.
Of the progress report.
Yes.
I mean, maybe in the spirit of being a good neighbor, you would let your neighbors know what the outcome is and, ask them to weigh in after.
Well, we plan to, and when I spoke with the Palmview neighborhood, I said, if we in fact pass today, we would be reaching out to them to introduce ownership, provide all the contact information so they have that direct contact. So if they have an issue, they have a direct connection right to ownership rather than having to always go to code or waiting on somebody else. So we are happy to, as we pass and we get a copy of the order, provide it to our Palmview neighbors and provide them of the progress report.
And potentially to your business neighbors as well, just in case there's an issue, a rogue operator.
I'm not sure how we would do it to which businesses you would want. I don't know the distance or how we would.
People who fall within the,
the 100 feet. I mean, the reason that staff and I think the city for years hasn't necessarily done things like that, Ms. Bott, is because there's also a competition issue when it comes to that. So that's why normally owners do get notified, and if they happen to be and they happen to know and they happen to go on the website. But many moons ago, back when I worked with Harold Rosen, that was actually par for the course for one club or one restaurant to call anonymously and report violations of other businesses, because in the city of Miami Beach, you can do the anonymous calls. So I'm not sure how we would do that notification without really opening ourselves up to maybe a competitor having an issue.
The one thing we haven't talked about is
the hours.
Well, that's another thing. The people leaving and the queuing.
Oh, queuing.
Yeah.
Okay. One second. Let me just make sure I understand. You and I had a dialogue about it, but I want to make it clear. So where you have 11 PM to 7 AM, you're giving that up.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm just putting it in my notes. So when we
Yes.
have to wrap all this up, but go ahead about the queuing.
No, just, moving on from the sound issue, there were concerns about how Juvia already has a bit of an issue with people massing at the end of the night, and, that could be exacerbated by having yet another late night venue there and how that's going to be managed. So can you
So
discuss?
we do have security staff that we're proposing. And yes, we will be using that same elevator venue that is used by Juvia. It is on the Lincoln Road side of the property. So we will be using that, but we will have security as we move down and as they move off the property. Unfortunately, and this has happened in years past, we can't force people to get off the public right of way, right? Once they're on the sidewalk, we can't really force anybody to get off the public right of way because that's exactly what it is. It's public, it's not ours. So what we can assist with is making sure that people are, trying to usher people along and trying to get people out to their cars, but we can't force people to get off of the public sidewalks or off of Lincoln Road because those are public streets. And this is an issue that we've had, for years on Lincoln Road, actually. So I'm not sure what beyond having security personnel to help with the ushering and help with the exiting we could do.
What was the language that we put in the other? Do we have
It's
that?
from Mila.
For the Mila, that they have a system where the patrons can request their cars be brought up prior to them leaving the establishment.
have
Then they get
valet.
a text message.
Yeah, we don't have valet. We're not providing valet.
And
So that would be a little bit different
So
for
it's
us.
going to be all drop off.
It's drop off, it's
Yeah,
people
that's
parking in the garage.
Yeah, their occupancy is much smaller than Mila.
But
Yeah, and
no valet, I didn't realize that. No valet should help. Tanya, that should help your queuing
Yeah.
issue.
No, and having
Right.
security there just sort of to, manage as best you can.
Right.
Okay, and I think someone just said it, but the other operation was next to a residential area. So that was a bigger concern as well. All right. So now let's deal with these hours real quick. So I'm in favor of what staff is recommending.
So, and just to clarify, because I just spoke with my client, there is currently a valet in the area that services the businesses. So down the line, they may use that valet service. And if they do, what was the condition you referenced, Rogelio?
That they use technology so that they can text the valet operator, hey, I'm coming down, the car is brought. And they get a notice when the car is there so they can
So we
go
can-
so that they're not waiting outside talking.
Don't even say you can proffer it because
Okay.
it's
We
not
don't
gonna be your
currently have a
operation.
valet,
So
right.
I don't want to even go there. All right, so the hours, staff. Hours are, I think that we should definitely adopt these.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how you all feel, but I definitely think these are much more stringent than what the applicant has proposed, and I think we should have these hours.
Yeah, I like staff hours better. And the neighborhood association asks even stricter, midnight on the weekends as opposed to 2 AM
And
for the outdoor music.
the only reason I'm not pressing too hard on this scale is because they would have the ability by right to do beyond that. So any unreadiness, do I need to read these all again? I got about 9 things over here.
So the conditions on the nano wall, are we accepting the conditions proposed by the applicant?
Well, proposed by Mr. Jelpi that the nano wall will be closed at the when the terrace closes.
And only, I think there was one other condition that after the hours of operation of the terrace, that only staff can be out there.
And when does the terrace close? Because in the documents, it only gives hours for indoor operations and outdoor music. It doesn't give.
It's the outdoor 11 to 12 during the week pretty much, and then 11 to 2 on the
Friday and
weekend.
Saturday.
Okay, that's the operations and the.
It says may operate.
Okay, I got it.
Cool.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
What was it? So that was, okay, so we got that.
And then on the applicant's proposed condition, the operator shall comply with requirements section 46-152 and shall not cause any unreasonably loud excessive, unnecessary, or unusual noise, which is plainly audible at a distance of 100 feet. We're going to be striking the portion that says between the hours of 11 PM and 7 AM is what I understood.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
gonna put a period after building, 100
Right.
feet from the building.
And with respect to 6A5D, which is it's the second one that I proposed, I did not eliminate patron conversations. I think that, again, from what I mentioned earlier, it's going to be virtually impossible for us to be able to monitor everybody's conversations. We'll do everything that we can. But as Mr. Frieden said earlier, even if we are perfect and we do everything and our sound is perfect, there may be a time. I didn't say that you were agreeing to it. I'm saying that you were the one who brought it up.
I brought it up that it's impossible to prevent it from right outside your establishment. But
Correct.
100 feet, I think, is reasonable. And then if it does carry beyond the 100 feet, that's an operational thing, as the chair said, is that you've got to reduce the load out.
Take your
there.
lockout down and, you'll figure it out.
And if you have patrons that are being unreasonably loud or whatever it is, you do have the ability to remove them.
Right.
So I for one want to keep that.
Okay.
That term in there.
I mean, you know what
Understood.
the board expects, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, translate it to your client, have them be good operators, and you don't want to see them past the 60 or 90-day time. They're going to come back here to be evaluated, and certainly better not have any issues in between that time, because as Ms. Bott said, we'll be looking to basically take back some of the privilege. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So someone want to move it or not move it?
I'll make
or-
a motion to approve with the, do you want me to list out?
I can list them for you, or you can do it.
I mean,
Go for it.
ambient music at all times, sound system lockout at previously approved volumes, adding noise reduction and mitigation along the exterior of the outdoor terrace, ensuring that the nano wall is closed whenever the outdoor terrace space is not operational, agreeing to no dance hall, adjusting the hours to be in line with what staff recommended, having the applicant come back 60 days after opening for a progress report. Did I miss anything?
You said ambient music at all times. Was there-
Outdoors.
Outdoors.
Outdoors, okay.
Just the Scrivener's error in paragraph 2. That's the only other one I have.
Yep.
And outdoor closures, 2:00 Friday and Saturday as staff proposed, or Thursday, Friday and Saturday
Or-
as applicant proposed?
No, Friday and Saturday. as staff
Okay, thank you.
Propose.
Mhm.
So Thursday is out. Thursday will function like a normal weekday.
Correct. Right.
All right. And then that period after the word building, striking all of that 11 to 7.
Right. And then for A5D, ensuring that patron conversations remain.
Yeah. So no change there.
I thought we're going to put a period after building in that one as well and remove 11.
Right, we're removing the
That's
11
right.
to 7.
Which one did you say? I thought it was
If you look
D.
at,
On
if
page
you look at,
74.
A5D.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on the wrong section. Go ahead. I'm in agreement.
A5D, you're also going to put a period after building, and we're going to strike the proposed language between the hours of 11 PM and 7 AM.
Agreed.
Okay.
Got any second on that?
I'll second it.
All right. It's been moved and seconded.
We have a motion by Mr. Cement. Second by Ms. Spot. Roll call, Ms. Spot,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Cement,
Yes.
Ms. Jerem,
Yes.
Mr. Elias,
Yes.
Mr. Frieden,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, board. Happy holidays to everybody, and we'll see you in a couple months.
Happy holidays to you as well.
Happy
Good luck.
holidays.
Kareem, we had something in our last, as part of our last item discussion that we wanted to bring up.
We talk about the dance hall and 11:11 or anything.
Well, that's from this one, but from the last one, I'm forgetting what it was.
About what?
Do you guys remember where it was like a separate tangential?
Yeah,
What was
Danya,
it?
you wanted to think about reducing the number of feet for the plainly audible.
Oh, that's what it was. If
Yeah.
100 is just in.
It's too far.
broad, Yeah,
Yeah.
like how we do that and who we send it to.
So I mean, you can send it to the city commission. I know the land use committee is looking at the noise ordinance, but you can send it to the city commission that,
We sent to both.
yeah, I recommend that the city commission and the land use committee consider modifying the plainly audible presumption and specifically looking at the number of feet when noise is presumed to violate the noise ordinance
And modifying it down to a lower, smaller.
to
number.
reduce it and make it stricter.
So
Right.
I make a motion to do what you just said.
Okay.
To what number?
Well,
Do we have to include it or no?
I don't think you need to include it.
Just a
I mean,
recommendation
I don't think,
To reduce it, you know.
Look at it.
yeah, as part of its review of the noise ordinance, which is ongoing.
Let's do that.
I'll second that.
All right, so recommend modifying section 46-152 of the city code.
Well, to consider modifying.
To consider modifying section 46-152 to reduce the distance at which radios, televisions, and phonographs, especially phonographs, can be heard between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m.
Well, should we also include patron conversation?
That's that's a tricky issue. I think at the end of the day, when we have an application that's before us and we can hold the operator to certain conditions, but just any violation of the noise ordinance, which the planning board may or may not, I would recommend keeping that separate.
It does include whistles and shouting. So if a patron is shouting, that would be any unreasonably
Good
loud,
enough for me.
boisterous, or raucous shouting in any residential area.
Let's give it enough room to maneuver.
Yeah, I think it's a recommendation and we're asking them to just take a look at it. And so even when I said, put a distance to it, I think that's the wrong approach. I think it's let them consider a little bit more than what we're going to be able to consider in the time that we have together today, and let them come back with maybe some findings because they may be thinking this through a little bit more
Yeah,
diligently.
maybe they've got a more
and
holistic
thoroughly
view of it.
than we could do in this set amount of time that we have today with a already approved agenda. So I like that. There's a motion on the floor. Let's take the roll call.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Spot. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Cement. Roll call, Ms. Spot.
Yes.
Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Mr. Cement.
Yes.
Ms. Sherm.
Yes.
Mr. Elias.
Yes.
Mr. Frieden.
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And then the other thing we talked about, and I don't know what resources we have available to us, but the fact that we have an outdoor party venue that doesn't seem to be beholden to any of the other laws of our city in terms of noise, et cetera, at 11:11. What can we do to bring some attention to that and try to figure out how to manage that better? Not that we don't want it to happen. I mean, special events at a reasonable interval or, things going on that people can't hear from their neighborhoods would be fine. But there needs to be some oversight. They shouldn't be allowed to do things that nobody else in the city is allowed to do. So how do we address that?
I think you could recommend that and Relio, you can jump in, but that the administration, including code compliance, ensure that or dedicate resources to ensuring that halls for hire with outdoor venues comply with the noise ordinance. I think that's a fair request.
Well, could we have the city manager examine the legality of the business tax receipt of that venue? Because I think that's where the problem lies. I think that could nip it. And second of all, I think the tourist department, which gives out special events permits, there has to be a better process in place. They don't necessarily, or there's no policy that they have to contact a neighborhood association. The tourist department is not beholden to the residents. It means the tourist department is the tourist department. They want more tourists. So the way the process moves for special events permits, I think there should be a review of that process.
I mean, when the tourism department grants a special event license or permit, is it a resident's right to know issue? Do affected residents get notified before it's granted?
Special event permits, I think notice is required for nearby at a minimum neighborhood associations.
I believe that's true.
Residents' right to know applies to actions before the city commission and the land use boards, and special event permits under the code are approved administratively, but there is a notice requirement.
Okay.
I don't know the precise notice requirement, but there is one, and they have to be applied for a certain amount of time in advance, and there's a whole process. Different departments of the city have to look at it to make sure that there's not going to be any safety issues.
And
So
tourism
is the
cannot-
notice requirement to other departments in the city or to residents?
I think it's resident associations, right?
I was the president of my neighborhood association for 12 years, and we do not get notices of special events, except the 1111 started doing it in recent years because of their violations. But no one ever noticed us about special events at the Palomar.
So can
Or
we
anywhere.
look into what that noticing requirement is, and if it's insufficient or ineffectual, can we recommend that it be strengthened? So, and can we also, so this would be in general, but I don't know, is there another venue that falls under this category, halls for hire, that's outdoors?
I'm not familiar with any other outdoor ones. I know several indoor ones, but I don't know.
But
any
they don't
outdoor
cause the
ones.
same kind of ruckus.
No.
Okay, so I think then it would be useful to also have somebody from the city take a look at the BTR that governs this particular venue and see if there are any things that are not being adhered to. And
I think that's something staff we can look at internally, but this I think the planning director advised that the use was lawfully established before CUP approval would have been required for that type of development. So I think it's probably very unlikely that there's an issue with BTR.
That's not what staff told me. Staff told me that halls for hire have always been prohibited in CD3. And they have no idea how that vendor got a BTR for that. It was previously to Thomas Mooney.
So Nick, would it be appropriate, okay, without taking a direct action from the board, that you can report back to us in the next planning board meeting?
Yeah,
to
we
the
can do that.
questions
Yeah.
That Ms. Bott has presented?
I mean, I think Ms. Bott's other points, if you wanted to transmit those by recommendation, you could, but I think on 1111, staff can look at whether the use was lawfully established and if the BTR is correct.
okay.
We can schedule the discussion item for January.
Sure.
All right.
Is that fair? Is that?
Yeah, and then do we also want to just transmit something that says that if there is a special event permitted for 1111, that it is earmarked for code to be attendant and attuned to it, so that if there are problems, they can be addressed right away.
But isn't that the purpose of the application? Or isn't code supposed to be isn't that already a function? Or is it just not functioning properly?
I mean, I would recommend framing it more generally as ensuring that outdoor venues are outdoor halls for hire are
But
compliant
this
with
is
the
the
noise
only one.
ordinance. That may be, but I don't know that we know that. I mean, but
Okay.
we think it's the only one, but
I mean, because if we have, a not insignificant number of residents adjacent to this space,
right.
having a very robust history of issues with that space, there should be some way to remediate that.
And maybe we can say halls for hire with outdoor venues, including 1111 Lincoln
Yeah.
Road.
And maybe in particular, that when permits are granted for events there, that the Palm View neighborhood specifically gets noticed instead of the ones specifically impacted.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on the special event permit process. I'm just looking at their website now, and it says the process includes neighborhood review, business or residence sign-offs, fire approval or master site plan, building permits, public works permits, staffing of city services such as police, fire, parking, parks, ocean rescue, and other requirements specific to the event. So there is a process. It requires a 30-day application period for private property.
So Raheel,
we can do some more research.
I'm gonna interrupt you because I hear where Tanya is going. And permit me.
Go for it.
Can we have the special events office folks come here to the? planning
I'll
board in
reach out to
January
them.
as
I'll
part
reach
of
out
this
to them, see if they're
discussion?
available.
Because ultimately, we're talking about something that we don't have a lot of knowledge of, and then we're just.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yep.
So just have them come on January, please.
So we'll schedule a discussion on special events for January.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
All right.
Yep.
And by acclamation, we can schedule.
Sorry, just one more thing to add on to that. When they come back, I've been getting a lot of people asking me about these special permits that people use for their homes to throw parties, big bashes. They can also be prepared to speak about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
By acclamation.
Raheel, are you about to say something? I'm sorry. About acclamation or something?
If we, we'll schedule a discussion item on special event permits by acclamation.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so LTC and then the discussion on special events, and we'll sort that out. Okay, should we proceed, or do you want to take a few minutes to eat lunch?
You guys need a break?
We just have one more item.
No, we don't. We have discussion too.
Oh, well, that's right. One more action item, but yes.
How are you doing on time?
I'm good.
Okay, so let's do this. Can we take item 7, take a 10-minute break? And then come back to it. PJ, I really mean a 10-minute break. And then we'll come back and finish the discussion. Is that fair? Give everybody a chance to stretch their legs a little bit. All right, so let's take item number 7, which is Planning Board File 220561, Washington Avenue Overlay Co-Living Amendments.
Okay, so this is a proposed code amendment to the CD2 district, specifically to the Washington Avenue overlay. It was referred by the City Commission. It went to the Land Use Committee. The Land Use and Sustainability Committee made some modifications to the original ordinance, which have been included in this draft ordinance, which is a prohibition of apartment hotel, suites, hotel, and hostels within developments with co-living and micro units. Agreement via covenant to mandate that the minimum rental period for all co-living and micro units or residential apartment units be no less than 3 months and a day. And a minimum of 20% of all units be set aside for workforce housing as defined in Chapter 58. So now I'll get into the details of the ordinance. I just wanted to note the changes that were made at the Land Use Committee that have been included in the draft. So background. In 2019, and it was amended in 2020, the City Commission adopted an ordinance which allowed for co-living and micro residential units along Washington Avenue, specifically applied to the 1200 block of Washington Avenue, and a new development which includes co-living, office, restaurants, and amenity spaces for these uses. Was approved and is currently in the process of obtaining their building permit that should be achieved within the next couple weeks, most likely, if not very shortly thereafter. For reference, co-living micro unit are residential units where the minimum size may be 275 square feet. And they require that 20% of the gross floor area of the building consist of amenity space for the residents. And it defines exactly what those amenities look like. That ordinance had a timeframe limit of March 1st, 2023 to get a building permit. So any project that was taking advantage of that ordinance had to get their building permit by March 1st, 2023. So the proposed ordinance that's before you, the first thing that it does is it extends that timeframe to September 1st, 2027. The current development that's moving forward has had issues complying with the requirement for the 20% gross floor area of amenity space. So this ordinance would modify that requirement and allow that restaurants, bars, and cafes on the ground floor can count towards that amenity space requirement, but that it cannot exceed 50% of the total amenity space. And again, this is gross floor area, not floor area, not FAR. So it's bigger. It includes any parking. It includes open terraces and other things that are counted in gross floor area that do not count as part of the floor area. So it's a very significant portion of the floor area. The other thing that it does is it allows for the exterior windows to contain laminated windows in addition to the option for double pane glass. The other thing that the ordinance does, so this would apply to all areas of the Washington Avenue overlay where co-living units are alive. The other thing that it does is it divides the Washington Avenue area into a South Washington Avenue, which is the area between 6th Street and 15th Street. That's pretty much where currently the current co-living ordinance applies. It requires that to have co-live, you need to be adjacent to a parcel that has RO zoning, residential office zoning, so pretty much limits it to one block. So those regulations will continue to apply. And then it creates a new area called the North Washington Avenue area. And that's the area between 15th Street and 16th Street. So that's really the focus area of this proposed ordinance. And it allows
one block, really, basically one block.
One block, yeah. But it allows it for both sides of the street, west and east sides. The previous ordinance only applied to the west side.
This is the location of interest, right?
Yes. So this is the location of interest, 15th and 16th.
And why did it only include the west side? Just because?
That was where we foresaw a co-living development and we were trying to incentivize that development moving forward. So we wanted to make sure that we weren't impacting other areas and we really want to get a feel for how these projects are going to operate because we don't have too many examples that are built within the city of Miami Beach. So we're starting slow and it seems to be moving along. It seems to be okay. So here we're allowing the co-living use to spread a little bit.
Can you say that again, please?
Starting slow and allowing the co-living use to spread north a little bit. We don't have any currently built in the city.
That's my thing turning on.
It turned on.
It did?
There you go.
We have several that are approved, but they are not built.
Before we even start the discussion, may I ask a question?
Sure.
How many units do we have approved through the city? How many units would this overlay add? And how many are built or in the process of coming online within the next year or two?
So in the South Beach area, there's only one project that's approved and that's, it came before the planning board. I want to say 2 or 3 years ago.
I think it was 2019.
The urban project,
2019. Yeah.
119 units. That sounds right. Yeah,
No,
119
69
units.
69 units at the existing project. And there was
So how many
29,
units?
69 co-living units and 30 hotel. And it was 2019 that it got approved by the
2019.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's South Beach.
In the North Beach Town Center, the code authorizes 513 co-living units. And we're pretty much there. I mean, there may be 20 units left in the cap. And they're all approved, but nobody has a building permit yet.
Okay, and in the South Beach, are short-term rentals permitted for that project?
That project, yes.
With any restrictions of, it has to be no restrictions.
No.
And the same applies to North Beach, right?
Correct.
Okay, so, and then this is the only other project that is under consideration?
Mhm.
And this is how many units?
So this is proposing to create this North Washington Avenue area, which has separate restrictions from what applies to the South Washington Avenue area, which is the existing area.
I'm sorry, what? You lost me. there.
It's a little complicated. So the South Washington Avenue area is where co-living is allowed today. And it's basically that one block and that one project. Now we're creating this new North Washington Avenue area, which is between 15th Street and 16th Street. That area does have a restriction on short-term rentals that are less than 3 months in a day. So they have to be greater than 3 months in a day.
Is there a restriction on unit sizes?
This is what it would allow is the small unit sizes of 275 feet.
275 square feet would be the whole unit.
That's the intent of this ordinance is co-living.
You don't want to have a kitchen.
It's
basically
that's
a college
before us
dorm.
now, that 275 feet?
Yeah, it's a college dorm. So you have your living space, but your living room and your kitchen and, laundry facilities and your dining room, it's all shared. It's spaces, amenity spaces. So then what is the South Washington Avenue?
That's where the existing regulations apply. You need to be adjacent to the RO district. It essentially applies to one block and that one project that's being built.
And so that's not the urban project and that's not the North Beach stuff, obviously. So tell me, South Washington has how many units?
So that's the ordinance that's applied that exists today. We're now calling that South Washington Avenue. So there's no changes to what is the South Washington Avenue. That's what's in effect today.
But that's the fourth. This would
That's
be
the current urban project is the South Washington Avenue
Okay.
project.
Okay, so that is
Yeah.
so that's not an incremental chunk. So we have 69 plus 513 plus how many units potentially?
They will go over their proposal that shows you the
Just
So-
humor me for a second. How many roughly?
I don't have a site plan today with a number of units. Leonard, do we? have a-
Ballpark.
do we have a ballpark?
55,000.
Leonard Roberts, office is at 299 Alhambra Circle, Coral Gables, Florida. We are in the process of getting the overlay approved before we actually go into, an
Developing
actual
the
site
project?
plan. We're not
Okay.
sure if we can actually do the project, but the site we are looking at is on 15th and Washington. It's 1509, 1515 Washington area. So, but we don't have a finalized site plan yet, but we are proposing roughly it's about 86,000 square foot site. So we don't know necessarily how it's going to be sliced and diced.
So totally not binding. 55,000 somewhere in between. Give me.
Definitely not 5,000.
Okay, good.
All right.
I would current 169. I think there's a provision in here to allow a greater percentage of the building. So maybe 69 or above is.
Yes.
So let's say 100.
Yeah. So,
Basically.
yeah, I would say roughly that. Yeah, based on the 80% allowance. So that makes sense.
Okay, so before you, again, humor me for a second, because I have a bee in my bonnet about this. As a city, this is not about you guys. Out of everything that's already been approved, this is the one that actually makes more sense because there are caveats attached to it already. We have 600, possibly 700 short-term units coming online, permitted to come online.
Co-living, not short-term.
I'm sorry. Oh, Freudian slip. Shocking. Not a single one has been built. Most of them do not have any restrictions on how they can be used. And I'm venturing to guess they don't have any parking requirements attached to the buildings in which they're going to be housed. Is that fair?
The co-living units themselves do not require parking.
Okay,
The building may have a mix of other types of units that do require parking. These themselves do not.
so this is just, and I will listen to what you present with a very impartial mind. I just want the board to hear this, my colleagues to hear this, and anybody who's listening out in TV land, because as a city, we have approved closer to 1,000 than to not 1,000, but 750, let's say, co-living spaces without having the benefit of seeing how a single project has worked for us, whether it makes sense, whether it's used the way it's intended to, or whether it is, a disaster waiting to happen. Again, not this, because as I mentioned, this actually has more protections than anything else that's formerly been approved. I am just, as a city, I think that is deeply concerning. I think that it is, sort of the same way we take our vacant public space and decide that we're going to sell it off to the lowest bidder and build buildings on top of it instead of trying to see what else can be used there. But like instead of doing one at a time, we try to do 5 at a time. I find it concerning.
So just for the North Beach area, that number, the limit, initially it was 312 units in the cap. That came from 10% of the total density that could be built for the area. So the city commission set a cap of 312 units, and that's 10% of the total density per the comprehensive plan that could be built for the area. There were 2 other projects that wanted to include a few co-living units within the development, so the city commission increased it by 200 units.
I remember.
And so then in the South Beach area, it says South Washington Avenue. It more or less applies to only one block where it's truly applicable. So that's where we have the one urban project. So.
Okay. Well, I will get off my little soapbox about this. I appreciate everybody's forbearance. I just had to get that off my chest. Thank you.
No problem. And I think that you have, I happen to know some folks, Vivian and the rest of your team over there, Location Ventures. These are serious developers. They're not like, entitled to land and then try to flip it. And I'm sure in earnest in the background, they're trying to move their project along through very difficult economic circumstances, trying to work with the city to get modifications to adjust. That's why they're back here before us. So in many cases, or in some cases, the developer is not necessarily upfront with what their real intentions will be. I think these folks are coming with good intentions. So
Agreed.
I'll just give you that.
Appreciate it.
And that praise here from me. But with that, you have a presentation, right? You're ready to
We
go?
do. Yeah, ready to go.
Okay, so let's turn it over to them. After your presentation, I do want to hear from the public. So, because I know what happens is we get, back and forth and then we forget about the public. I really like to make sure we give residents the opportunity to speak. It's an important part of Washington Avenue. Now, that doesn't preclude, if you do have a question, I want you to ask it, but let's not take up so much time before we give the public an opportunity to speak. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Nicholas Rodriguez from the law firm Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin and Tapanes, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing Urban LLC, which is a subsidiary of Location Ventures, as was mentioned. Just really quickly, since we've had some discussion already, I wanted to point out, I handed you guys out some renderings of the interiors of the units at 1234 Washington. That building is in permitting or the permit is about to issue. And actually the Next Miami recently just reported all 69 units are sold out. There are literally lines out the door for people begging for these types of units and these types of housing because it's attainable and it's in a form of workforce housing. So with that, I'd like to ask for our digital presentation to be pulled up. So next slide, please. So, the Washington Avenue overlay is really a success story of policy changes. In 2015, they incentivized hotel use to kind of give Washington Avenue a shot on the arm in terms of quality of business and the quality of business activity that was going on in the area. It led to a lot of hotel projects like the Anglers that's pictured up there in the top right-hand corner, the Moxie, the Good Time. But with that came maybe an oversaturation of tourism. At the same time, the city's identity is kind of changing from a transient vacation destination to a place where people are really moving and living. So in 2019 and 2020, we get the original co-living legislation that applied to the 1200 block of Washington Avenue and facilitated the urban retreat project, which again is in permitting, sold out. So now this is an opportunity to kind of double down on that success. It's also a way to introduce residential uses into Washington Avenue, diversify the array of uses that are permitted, and kind of tone down the one type of use, which is hotel and transit uses, and mix it with co-living. And that being said, co-living is a unique type of residential use. Not all residential uses would succeed on Washington Avenue in this area, but we think co-living is the type of use for the type of person that wants to be in the action, and it makes sense to have a smaller unit to be closer to things. So that's why we believe Washington Avenue is a good place for co-living. Next slide, please. So hopefully this graphic sheds a little bit of light, and it's a little cut off at the top. Rogelio was mentioning, so the existing Washington Avenue overlay, which will now become the South Washington Avenue overlay, is from 6th to 15th Street. Co-living is permitted on the west side on lots that front the residential office or RO designation. So really only a portion of that Washington overlay. What's being proposed here today is a North Washington Avenue overlay for one street, 15th to 16th Street. And the reason for bifurcating it is that there are additional requirements that apply to the North Washington Avenue overlay, namely a 20% minimum set aside for income restricted workforce housing, as well as a prohibition on short-term rentals with a minimum rental period of 3 months and a day. And just to go back for 1 second, I also wanted to point out that, Nick reminded me that there was a covenant proffered for the original 1234 Washington project for no short-term rentals. So I don't exactly know if it's 3 months or 6 months in that covenant, but there is a covenant on file for the original 1234 Washington. So that's not a short-term rental project. That's a co-living project. The project that's already in permitting has a covenant in place prohibiting short-term
The
rentals.
urban project?
Yes,
So that is not short-term rentals.
not short-term rentals.
3 months or 6 months, do you remember, Nick?
So I found it in my email. It's 6 months.
Oh, okay.
So if we go to the next slide, please. So there are, a host of existing co-living requirements, minimum 275 square feet, not including the communal spaces. The current regulations require a 10,000 minimum square foot office component. minimum 20% gross floor area as amenities, and a sunset provision from March 1st, 2023, as well as a really long list of requirements that ensure that the co-living development that is proposed is really high quality. You know, minimum number of washer and dryers, minimum standards for the types of glass that can be used for energy efficiency and noise mitigation. So it really is ensuring a high quality product here. And now I'll go through what we're changing. So next slide, please. So these are the changes that apply throughout the entire overlay district, so north and south. So we're extending the sunset provision from March 1st to September 1st to allow more time for co-living units to apply and to come in. We're revising the calculation of the required amenity space. As Rogelio mentioned, there's been some difficulty in achieving that amount of amenity space. What you see on the right is the rendering of the rooftop pool at Urban Retreat. So there still will be amenities in the building and still a pretty substantial amount of amenities. It's just the ground floor restaurants will now count towards the amenity space. And I certainly consider, you know, a Panther Coffee or a Pura Vida on the ground floor of my apartment building to be sort of an amenity. And then the final change that applies throughout the district is permitting laminated windows in addition to double pane glass. And if you look, really, there is no performance difference between laminated glass and double pane glass. You can, using technology, you can get the same energy efficiency and same noise mitigation using either material. And we have, I think we have Boris on the line.
Laminated glass is currently prohibited?
No, the ordinance currently requires double pane glass, so this would give them the option of using laminated glass instead of double pane glass.
Why are we even specifying what windows to use?
That came out of the North Beach Town Center ordinance. We were requiring all buildings to have double pane glass, and I think that was a carryover when the Washington Avenue overlay.
Energy.
It was energy efficiency and sound to prevent residents from being bothered by sound.
Sure, there really is no difference between laminated and double pane. It's just an addition to the code here.
Well, the double glaze would have a gas layer and it would be higher insulation, right?
Yeah. Okay. So those are the changes that apply throughout the north and south. So that'll apply to any project between 5th and 15th and any project from 15th to 16th. Next slide, please. So this is a rendering of the potential project that could come in at 15th and Washington, and just showing the types of amenity spaces that would be on the ground floor, you know, cafes and restaurants. And certainly we consider something like, you know, a restaurant on the ground floor to be an amenity to a resident who lives above. You go down and get your coffee from whatever opens up there. Next slide, please. So these are the requirements that apply solely to the Northern Washington Overlay District between 15th and 16th Street. So there's a minimum 20% set aside for income restricted workforce housing. And I emphasize income restricted workforce housing because co-living in and of itself is an attainable type of housing that doesn't necessarily need to be income restricted in order to be tailored to workforce. But the 20% is limited to between 65% and 140% area median income. That's set by the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development. So that's an income.
I'm gonna just tell you, I mean, that 140%, you're not gonna get me with housing affordability on that one. That's, you really speaking market. I know folks don't understand that maybe up here, but I'm gonna tell you guys, you can dig a little deeper. What's that little song they have in the Disney movies? Dig a little deeper, and the little frog. Yeah, y'all can dig a little deeper on that. 140 is not affordable housing.
Right. You know, I'm just
good. Yeah.
Kareem, please explain. I don't understand what you're saying.
He's basically, when he's saying 140% AMI, he's basically saying what is market rate in Miami Beach, because in that area, 140 AMI is most likely going to be a market rate rent. So if they can go closer to the 60 AMI range, you're really talking about more housing affordability. So you're talking about restricting your rents to something that's below market. So I just have a problem when folks try to pat themselves on the back and say that they're doing 140% AMI, because they're not really doing anything for us.
It's such a high earning zip code, you know, it's like,
right. Yeah. So I'm sorry to stop you, but
140% is the upper end.
I gotta call you.
Definition.
I gotta call you and pull your coattail.
Right.
And I think you guys can do something on that. You guys making a lot of money. I think Rishi, you should give it Rishi. I think you guys can really offer something up special here for the city, but go ahead.
Do you have a ballpark of what it should be?
Look, I mean, I didn't want to
I
call
don't,
the
I
whole
don't have the
discussion around
numbers,
it,
yeah.
so we'll come back to it, but, you know, I'm just calling you out.
Mr. Chair, I have one quick also follow-up question. In addition to just regulating the rent, is there any other difference between those 20% co-living units? Are they the exact same units, just rented at a lower rate?
Yeah.
I believe that the covenants that for the workforce housing programs require everything to be the same. You can't like downplay one unit or build the market rate units first. Everything has to be done equally.
Yeah, no putting the entrance for those folks
are
over there and
regulations
the
for that,
entrance
yeah.
for the rich folks over here.
The poor door. Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
So just the other components of the Northern District is prohibiting transient uses, hotels, suite hotels, a minimum rental period of 3 months and a day, which is we think is long enough to prevent transient uses, but short enough to account for seasonal workers. And then we're increasing the allowable floor area to 80% from 50%. And that's because in the Northern District overlay, there's not an office component. This is purely a residential co-living and amenities project. It's meant to add units to currently, we need a lot of units for residences right now. It's currently an affordability crisis. So next slide, please. And so this is a rendering of the potential project at 15th and Washington. Really just preliminary. There isn't a unit count yet, but this is something of what could be if co-living is allowed between 15th and 16th. Next slide, please. And so just leaving with this, there's a widely cited study by Richard Florida and Stephen Pedigo out of FIU showing, studying the affordability in the greater Miami area. And I thought this graphic spoke volumes. It's 53% of Miami area residents spend more than 35% of their income on housing. And that's not by choice, right? There's not enough diversity of housing choices. Co-living is another housing type. Consistent with the comprehensive plan's goals to provide diversified housing types. It's a new type. There's units coming in, they're sold out already. We know that there's a demand for them. And so while this definitely is not the solution to our workforce and affordable housing crisis, it's one tool in the toolbox. And how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. We've taken one bite at 12th and Washington, and we want to take another bite at 15th and Washington. So that this would be an opportunity to do so.
I would just call attention to the fact that New York City is 10th. Like, how can we be 10 more than New York? It's crazy.
They probably have more naturally occurring affordable housing because of
more incentives to address it. Yeah.
That's all I've got. Thank you, guys.
Can I just ask one more super quick
Sure.
question? I think in the beginning of your presentation, you said that there was a unit, there was a similar development, I think may have been yours, may not have been, that is ready 100% sold out and there's a waiting list for that?
Right. That it's been reported that there's 100% sold out and there's increased demand, right?
Wait, is it a condo or is
Right,
it
so
an apartment
that's what I was
rental?
gonna ask. So is it owners buying it to live in, or is it owners buying it as an investment property to then rent out as a short-term rental or whatever? Like, is it first of all, is it yours or is it somebody else's?
Not mine. That's
Well,
for
not
sure.
yours.
Yeah, I understand that.
Is the-
Wish it was.
Yeah, to answer the question related to the business model, they are sold to be operated as co-live rental units and micro units.
So the people who are buying them as investment properties?
Yes, they are buying them to either rent out. They could also live in the units during those seasons, those months that are available. But yeah, they're available for both, for living and also to rent.
Wait, so you said months that are available, meaning that,
So within the criteria, if they wanted to come in season and stay for 3 months, they can stay in there for a couple months. If they wanted to rent it out for the full year, they can rent it out for the full year. So it's available to that property owner.
and is this in Miami or someplace else?
The one we're referring to is on 12th in Washington.
No. I'm sorry. Maybe I thought at the beginning of the presentation, you said there is one already that is already sold out. Are you talking about that's the one?
Our project is sold out.
It's not built yet, but it's sold.
You're talking about the yet unbuilt project on Washington is already sold out.
It has been sold out, correct?
Okay, and that has, you said 6 months?
Right. No rentals of less than 6 months in a day.
So somebody could buy it, live in it for 6 months, rent it out for 6 months.
Correct.
Or live in it full time, or buy it and rent it out for 2 6-month increments or 1 12-month increment.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, and you have a waiting list already, you said as well?
We have sold out and we have people still calling, inquiring about the units. Yeah, so that's kind of part of the motivation for.
That is this
That's that, yeah, there's
That's
those,
that
that's,
project.
you're seeing a micro unit if I'm not mistaken, but there's the co-live also, which is very similar with their larger square. Right.
And they're all 275?
No, we have units, the co-live spaces are a lot larger. They have shared bedrooms, so you have the common area that's shared and you have individual bedrooms that are independent for each individual tenant.
So each unit that a person buys is how many square feet?
So for the, the
one that
the
is sold
purchasing,
out.
so the one that's sold out, they buy the entire suite. So like, for instance, if it's a 3-bedroom, it'll be roughly 12 to 1,400 square feet. The individual will buy that and then they would rent it out as a co-live space. And then there's the 275 square foot units that are independent and don't have co-live, but they're just considered micro units.
And the co-live 1,400 square foot, you sell it to 3 different people?
No, one.
Okay.
But then they rent to 3 separate people.
Correct.
They rent each room individually.
Oh.
So it's really a college dorm setup. It's like a quad.
It's an option for affordability, as we discussed. You know, when you look at the price points currently for what things are renting for in the beach, and it allows people to rent. Like, you know, our projections based on the original floor, the original one on 12th, we're looking. It's under $2,000 that we're renting for. That they're proposing. So it operates affordability for a unit that's completed. It has washer dryer in the unit. It's upscale, has several amenities such as gym and other amenity space, pools and such of that nature. That gives an affordability option to people.
So it's $2,000 a month for a 275 square micro unit.
No, it's not 2,000 a month. I'm saying that their price is under 2,000. We don't have, it's not, as much as we've sold it, it's not built. We don't know what the market's going to, but based on our pro forma, it's under 2,000.
Gotcha. Okay. And then the question just vanished, for which you're probably quite grateful, but it'll come back.
Well, let's do this. Let me open to the public. I do want, give me your name again.
Leonard Roberts.
Leonard. Okay. Do we have anybody from the public want to speak on the item?
We have Wayne Roberts.
Mr. Roberts.
Ladies, gentlemen, how are you? Good afternoon. I wanted to speak on both the 1111 and this project. The 1111 project, I just want to make sure that the wording in that agreement, the attorney said 2 different things. When it can be heard 100 feet, and you know, in terms of sound, I want to say it cannot be heard past 100 feet. So
Nikki's asking you a question.
I think it's inherent. He was just saying to make sure the language said cannot be heard beyond 100 feet.
rather than can be heard, the way she said it, I just
He thinks
don't want
that we
lawyers
approve
playing a
can.
game.
No, I understand, Mr. Roberts, but we did not approve can be heard beyond 100 feet.
Right. Correct.
Just so you know.
Yeah,
That's
well,
correct. Yeah.
okay. And then secondarily, listen, we've lost 10,000 residents in Miami Beach. We've gone from 90 to 80 in the last 10 years. The reason is that, you know, developers make money on transient housing. And I want to give incentives to the builders who are really, really, really interested in really affordable middle-class condos, and instead of go bonds on bass museums that nobody steps into, that we provide housing for people, and we provide the down payment that's paid back to the city, so that, you know, we can get middle-class people in the town that are the future, that build families in the future. And instead, we're every month, every week, we're creating these sort of discussions around how we can make these developers richer on transient housing, or transient outdoor speakers. And we need to stop. This city, this planning board needs to focus on what's important. And that is the residents, the people that put the commissioners in power, that appointed you. And I think the residents spoke very loudly this election that this has got to stop. And that I know that these PACs and they have a position with the city that's unfair. And we need to figure out a way that's balanced. You know, well, that takes care of the developers, but takes care of the residents and the future of Miami Beach. And this proposal is really about young guys, young people who probably work in New York and are going to come here for 3 months to work in those new office buildings during certainly the peak periods. Because they're only going to be here 3 or 4 months and then go back to the city, New York. So I'm not totally against this project because it's 3-month windows, but those micro units, whether it's the 6th to 15th or North Beach, are ridiculous. It provides no advantage to the city. We're basically, this one is like a hostel. These micro unit shared co-living, it's another word for upscale hostel. And I'm not totally against this project, and I'm certainly not against the 1111 project as long as they keep it within 100 feet. I can't hear a sound, a peep, past 100 feet of their property. But we need to find balance. And the city spends all their time on these developer initiatives that they put forward through a commissioner or a planning official, so that they can get their projects that are not in the interest necessarily of the city, but their income. And capitalism is good, but there needs to be a government that creates guardrails that says, look, what is our focus? What is our interest? And we don't create variances to improve the benefits of developers unless it's in the interest of the city. And they can present their propaganda any way they want. Co-living versus upscale hostels. 3 months is good. I'm much more in favor of that than an open deal where they can come in for the day as a transient for vacation. At least they're working in those offices. All right, you got my point. So
one second, Wayne. I think we got your point. We keep saying 3 months, 6 months. Can you just clarify that one more time, please?
So this particular applicant on the project at 12th and Washington proffered a voluntary covenant agreeing to prohibit rentals of any units for periods less than 6 months and 1 day. But I don't believe the applicant has made the same proffer on this project, right?
This proffer is being made as part of the legislation. The legislation prohibits less than 3 months and a day. And the reason for that is here we're trying to account for the seasonal worker and not limit to 6 months. So the seasonal worker is a part of the Miami Beach economy. And so we're trying to provide housing for that person as well. We think 3 months is enough to make it not transient, but still enough for a seasonal worker.
Do we have statistics on are there actual transient seasonal workers? We're not a ski resort, right? People go to the beach year round here. We have a huge number of people in our city who work in the service economy, who don't have a lot of money. They're not the ones buying the big apartments. So do we have statistics backing up this notion of the 3-month seasonal worker who is here to enjoy the warm weather from their high-end job, which seems like they wouldn't necessarily be using a short-term rental, a micro unit, or, somebody like a ski instructor who would be in Aspen for 6 months and then come here for 6 months. What are we basing this on?
Yeah, and to your point, there's the people working remotely who want to just come during the winter and work remotely for those 3 months here. Those aren't the people we're trying to protect with that, I would think.
Right.
We want to be building the housing for the people who are here full time, year round.
Right.
So
I'd love to know more about the seasonal worker thing.
Put an asterisk on that. We're going to come back to that.
Okay.
Let me take the next person from the public.
We have Joseph Magazine.
And just on that point, I just want to just frame the conversation is we are preempted from prohibiting or regulating the duration of short-term rentals in districts where they're currently permitted. The only reason we're having this conversation about 3 months is because the applicant has proffered that as part of. So I just want to I think that's important as we continue to discuss the term.
Yeah. Well, and that's why I asked you to clarify. And then, because we're going to get back to that conversation, I'm sure, where somebody from this board is going to ask them, could they proffer the same thing again? But go ahead.
And I would also just add that they could do a hotel building. They could the hotels are allowed on Washington Avenue. If their goal was to just do short-term rentals, they would just build a hotel.
As a matter of right?
As a matter of right.
They're a multifamily developer. Let's go.
So
Hi, all. Thank you very much for your time. You will not find a bigger advocate in the city for residential housing and a bigger advocate looking to address housing affordability. We need full-time residents in this. As this project is currently being presented, this does nothing to help housing affordability for full-time residents because full-time residents aren't going to live there. If they are, let's ask the Pro Offer Covenant for 1 year minimum rental leases. If they do that, I will stand out on the corner of Washington Avenue with a sign telling prospective tenants how great of a project this is. My daughter goes to kindergarten, and middle-class families with children in her school are being forced to leave our city because of housing affordability. We don't need things for seasonal workers. We have a blank template where this could be anything. Let's address the problem. I haven't heard that the problem in our city is seasonal workers need more housing affordability. Let's do something that truly focuses on full-time residents. I'm sick of being hoodwinked. This isn't for full-time residents. This isn't for housing affordability. Okay, they built Brickell, Midtown, Wynwood by having normal size units. It worked there, and there's unprecedented demand that they developed new neighborhoods overnight. I'll tell you what this business model is going to be. It's going to be somebody buying an apartment here and then renting out 3 spaces to individual people. There will be no ability to regulate who comes and goes. I'm not totally against this, but let's actually firm it up for providing usage for what we want, and that's increasing full-time residents in our city. That's who needs the help. That's who needs. That's who's going to be the backbone of our community, where they will be our neighbors going to school and synagogue and church and active members of our community, not providing cheap living accommodations for seasonal workers. So again, I really appreciate everybody's time and efforts on this. I just think that, we have a template here, an area that I am in total favor of redeveloping. I'm not against development at all, but let's look at the right usage for it. So thank you all for your time. Hi, hello.
They're a way to gin up a little bit more revenue on the pro forma relative to affordability, housing affordability. But I think the issue is that there may not be enough income targeting at a certain level to provide it for everyday, laborers who are not, on the other side of the coin, where they're more so using their money to grow in financial assets and things like that, right? So we're talking about wage workers and having the ability to stay in Miami Beach, having housing choice. So housing choice and housing affordability. Housing choice defined by I get a chance to live somewhere in South Florida, not because I have to because of my pocket, but a place that I would choose to live, right? So what happens typically is I can only go where all the low income folks live. And so my life then therefore is defined by my pocket. So I become poor pocket and sometimes leads to being poor of mind, right? But if I can get housing choice, if I can, my family lived in Miami Beach, I want to live in Miami Beach. Maybe I can't spend $1.2 million on a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house in Miami Beach, but there's somewhere in the city that there's housing affordability. And I get it. Listen, I'm not being critical of you. I'm just saying what folks are, I'm trying to translate it a different way. It's about housing affordability and housing choice, being able to choose where you live. And if you guys can help contribute to some solutions in those two, thoughts, then maybe we can create some real things that you can pat yourself on the back for as we go forward. But let me stop.
Yeah, Riley, I just have one question before Ezekiel asks them. In the history portion of this, the land use committee referred it to us with 3 modifications. The third one is a minimum 20% of units set aside for workforce housing. How does that interplay with the rest of the ordinance that requires at least 3 months rental?
The 3-month rental would apply to all units. So even those that are set aside for workforce housing. And then the workforce housing would be subject to the requirements.
So what would the difference, the 20% that would be set aside for workforce housing, how would they be different in this project than the other 80%?
The rents that they could charge would be limited to the limits set in chapter.
Okay, so it's a rent limit, rent limitation. Okay.
But the band is the issue. Like, it's from what was it? What was your band?
65 to 140.
Right. So there's no definition to say of that 20%, X need to be at this AMI and this. They're just in a band, so they can choose to make all 20% at 140 AMI. Because there's no set aside targeting. They're not saying, hey, of that 20%, this many number will be at 60% AMI, this many number will be at 80% AMI, and then the balance will be at 100, 120, 140, or what have you. And so the issue I have is when you look at housing affordability, it comes with faces, it comes with people who are doing these jobs around Miami Beach. And because we can't identify that with a income target that you hard target, then we're allowing you these privileges at 140% AMI, which for me, I have an issue with because that means that we're allowing you at market rate ultimately.
Can you, Kareem, translate the 140% AMI into dollar amount?
I would need a chart. I don't know it off the top of my head, but there's a specified chart for Miami-Dade County.
Okay, but there's like a chart with a hardcore number that comes up.
Yeah,
Well, it's modified. The average income in Miami Beach is $200,000.
The ordinance is actually of Miami-Dade County.
Miami-Dade County, I think it's like 50,000. So you could charge 140% above 50,000.
No.
Not above.
It doesn't correlate like
Okay.
that. It's a chart. It's esoteric. It's something created by
It was-
HUD and other folks.
And it was in the affordable housing workshop that we did or discussion. That information was in those handouts. So we have it, just not in front of us right now.
Yeah, it's a specified chart, but to the point that Nick was making, I mean, if the average, income, a $200,000 income is not showing up on that chart. $100,000 income is barely showing up on that chart. So we're talking about folks who are making wage rates and performing labor in Miami Beach who would want to live here, but cannot. So they have to travel across the bridge in order to find housing somewhere in an area that has set aside targeted housing, which I think we can do a little bit better. That's all. But I can't make them do it because they also have a business case that they need to make. And I just, it's something that they need to look at and see if they can assist.
Then my last question before I turn it over to Gil. When you put October 26th, the commission referred the proposal to the planning board. What does the commission do in deciding to refer it to us? Like, did they debate it? Did they discuss it? What's the procedure when you say that the commission referred it to us?
Typically, a referral to the planning board is on the consent agenda, meaning it's not discussed unless a member of the commission pulls it for discussion. I don't think this one was pulled for discussion. I
don't think so. And it was a dual referral to the Land Use and Sustainability Committee and the Planning Board.
Yeah.
Oh, it's dual referral.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they don't opine on it at all. They simply, but they could decline to pass it on to planning, correct?
Correct.
That's right.
And that would normally happen
Sometimes
if-
they only send it to land use, then land use sends it back to the commission, then the commission refers it to the
Right.
planning board.
But if they decline, it's because typically they don't like the ordinance to begin with. So
Correct.
this would mean that they're not opposed to it and they want our comments.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So we've done quite a few co-living units around the country. Most close is downtown Miami. So I can definitely speak to the benefits of offering smaller units. You get people in at a lower chunk rent. And one of the things that we're seeing now is that because kind of tourism is getting back to where it was pre-COVID, we do see seasonality where people can't afford to stay anywhere and everywhere. But whether it's hotel workers, whatever it might be, there is a seasonality to workers that are coming here that need a place to stay. Having said that, I've been very vocal, and I think that when we go back to our workforce housing conversation, we need to take a stand on trying to figure out how to incentivize real housing for middle-class residents to live and stay in Miami Beach year-round. It's not going to be an easy conversation because that is probably going to include some type of increase to density, which a lot of people don't want to hear to make these projects financially feasible. But that, to me, the same way that our commission incentivized office, which I think has been successful, the city needs to take a stand to try and get people back to living in Miami Beach. Having said that, as of right, this project could be a hotel, correct?
It could be.
And weighing both of those options, this seems to be a far superior outcome for trying to get us closer to that residential aspect of living in Miami Beach than the alternative. So for that reason, I'm supportive. And hopefully, kind of to Kareem's point, the operators can figure out how to maybe do a better job for getting more people in here to live. But I at least see the benefits of co-living. I think the city should do a better job of rolling that out and trying to figure out how to get more people living on Miami Beach.
And maybe the nuance to Mr. Cement's point is that we have to look at projects like this and others. I mean, this is not necessarily a family project. I'm not going to have 2-3 kids and live in a co-living unit, right? But if I'm a young person, we're recruiting that kind of labor force to Miami Beach, and we want to set aside units. Maybe you're going to have to do that in earnest, an economic assessment to your model, and come back and say, hey, in order for us to meet you where you're asking us to be 60% AMI rents at this many number of units, that is going to mean that we need this dollar amount over here to be contributed into the project such that we are able to hold the return expectations or estimations, assumptions that we plan to have. And that's a real conversation. Maybe that number is $4 million. Maybe it's 2.5 million. Maybe it's 6 million. I don't know. But at the end of the day, if that's what it takes to start that conversation going so that we can have 60% AMI targeted set aside, which is, incomes that are like $58,000 and below, or whatever the case may be on the chart. I'm speculating without having it in front of me. Right. And maybe we have to have that conversation, because I do understand that it's an economic thing. I can't ask you to do something that's going to hurt you when you have every right, like Rogelio mentioned, to build a hotel or something else. But there are ways that maybe we should open up the conversation to have with you and say, hey, are there other things that can be done? And maybe it's beyond the city. Maybe also it's reaching out to Miami-Dade County and saying, hey, we have this vertical opportunity that's going to be centrally located in a high rent burden area, and we have an opportunity to set aside these units. Is there anything that you can do to contribute to these types of projects? And I think what's happening is people are starting to say, there's a missing middle that needs housing. And I think that there's support for this. And what has happened is that we've always done subsidized housing under a low-income housing tax credit model. And I think that what's happening is folks are starting to say, well, hey, what about me? And when you have the confluence of student loans and other things that really are a drag on people's economic performance over time, we're looking for other ways to solve problems through housing. And I think that this could be a really great opportunity to at least open the conversation. I'm not going to try to say to you that you got to offer me 60% AMI targeted today, because I just don't think that would be fair.
Right. 80 would be fair.
Can I add to Kareem?
80 would be fair.
I would be more, so I don't like this, what you're proposing, but if we gave them more height so they could build real, affordable housing, workforce housing, middle-class housing. Even middle-class housing at, market rate would be okay with me. Because you're right, building a hotel there is not optimal. So I wanted to know, like, how many workforce housing units are we actually talking about? It says 20%, but 20% of what? So
Of the total number of units.
and how many
proposed.
units are there?
This is no project here. This is just legislation.
Yeah, we're looking
Well,
at
based on
renderings.
the FAR and the size of the lot,
Let's just say if we projected to do like roughly 100
units.
units.
so
that'd be
20 of
roughly
them
20
would be,
units, yeah.
the other red flag for me is removing the amenity space. I just paid $24 for a drink at a pub on Washington Ave. People can afford, I'm not kidding you, I watched a soccer game, 275 square feet. I don't think the persons can afford to pay $24 in an amenity spot, downstairs. They're not going to, necessarily use that.
You mean using ground floor
Yeah,
restaurants?
as the amenity, that really turns me off. Doesn't make any sense to me. And the 3 months doesn't make sense to me. I mean, right there, that's a red flag. This thing about transient, we have such great weather, maybe in Vermont, the tennis instructors are transient, but here, I play tennis. The tennis instructors are there 12 months a year. They've been there for 10 years. I don't know if we have such transient workers that we have to be. It makes me suspicious. 3 months. It should be a year, but the whole thing, I wish we could just rework this whole thing. Thank you.
Well, staff, you all recommended 3 months, so can you tell us your thought process?
They volunteer. So again, we can't regulate short-term rentals. This is an incentive that they're voluntarily.
Okay, 'cause your
property-
point is they could have a hotel nightly in that street. So to you, this is a proffer that is beneficial.
Better than the
That's 3
alternative.
months. Okay,
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
So, but they could also have an apartment building where you have 2-bedroom units for rent for $2,500 or something, right? There's nothing stopping you from doing that, hypothetically speaking, by the code.
Mhm.
So,
But they could rent that out at short-term rental every single day.
right, unless they proffered,
Unless we give them more height in exchange for pro offering.
right, which, I'm not a huge fan of increased density and height, but certainly Washington Avenue is exactly the kind of place where you would be able and willing to do that without negatively impacting the character of place of the city of Miami Beach. It's walkable, it's across the street from one school, it's down the street from another school. I would much rather see an apartment building with 2-bedroom apartments that are within reason because they're not super high-end deluxe, multimillionaire homes. But again, that's not my place to tell you how to dictate your business. I would say I agree the concern of using the downstairs retail space as an amenity is a bit of a misnomer. It's super convenient to have your favorite coffee place downstairs, but that's not an amenity that you're paying for. An amenity that you're paying for is the ability to have, a shared dining space that you could reserve and have for a private party, as opposed to a communal dining space that everybody comes in and out of, right? Or whatever it may be. I'm not an expert in that, but so I think using the retail spaces as amenities is not great for anybody. I am
But just so,
concerned.
Tanya, just so you know, this is legislation, so your comments would be a recommendation on the ordinance to the commission
Yeah,
versus them.
well, I'm saying it to them because.
No, I understand that, but it's legislation.
Tony, to your point, what other amenities are going to be in the building? Just out of curiosity.
For this, for the current building that's in place right now, we have a pool area, a pool deck area, we have a gym, and we have retail that's being included in that amenity calculation.
But retail isn't an amenity. Retail is a convenience.
So
And so-
one second, Rogelio, just clarify again the issue, and maybe it needs a number to it, the gap between FAR and gross area that this 20% was applying to, which they were struggling to get. And just, numbers may help a little, because I think you said something like that when you introduced the item.
So the ordinance requires 20% of the gross floor area of the building to be amenity space. as opposed to FAR. Gross floor area is a much larger number because it includes your pool deck. It includes things that are excluded from FAR, such as your top elevator decks, mechanical rooms. It's all sorts of things that are excluded from FAR. So it's a very
Void
large
spaces, that kind of thing.
parking. Yeah, exactly.
But wait, why is a
There's-
pool on a roof considered FAR?
It's not. It's
not.
considered
That's the
gross
point.
floor area.
It's, but you said it's included as gross.
Correct.
All right, okay.
Yeah, so counted as, go ahead.
So it's not 20% of the FAR, it's the
20% of the gross floor. So it's 20% of a much larger number than just 20% of the FAR.
Right. And so because that number is so big and then it's 20% of it, they're not, from what I understand, they're not taking away what would be normalized amenities to a particular development. They're saying, hey, we're going to have these normalized amenities that you would expect in a project, but we're still falling short of the number because it's applied to a larger number. And we, therefore, to fill the gap, we would like to have the retail.
But I'm
included. Is
confused
that-
about,
Restaurant, not
I'm
retail's
sorry.
already included.
The re- Say it again.
Retail is already included as part of the existing ordinance.
Right.
The restaurant is not.
Retail, restaurant.
Ground floor
Well, I'm
restaurants.
sorry, restaurant added to it.
Ground
If
floor.
Did I summarize that though? That's the kind
Yes.
of.
yeah, but if the roof was just a roof with like an air conditioner on top of it, it wouldn't be included in the gross area.
It would be.
It
included
would?
in the gross
Okay.
floor area of the
Okay, I
building.
got it.
Anything
Thanks.
built as part of the gross.
So there was, and through the chair, I mean, there was some concern here initially about, learn by doing. We haven't seen these. And this is an example of, the project was built, it was calculated, and it was very difficult to reach that 20% number. So now we're coming back and looking for a solution when the 20% may have been a little bit excessive. So it's a kind of a learn by doing, and only 50% of that amenity space of the ground floor amenity space counts towards the requirement. So it's not all of the amenities are not going to be ground floor restaurant. It's only going to be a portion of it to kind of account for maybe it was a little bit too ambitious in the initial legislation to go for a gross 20%. It's just very difficult to achieve.
But
And we're restricted on the type of restaurant use. There's a reference here for, I can't recall the terminology they use here, but it's that you can't use like franchise type. Here it is, formula commercial establishments and formula restaurants. Would not be included in there.
Learn by doing, I totally understand. I mean, that's the big bee in my bonnet about, we haven't done any of these yet. So how do we know if it behooves the city or not? But other cities have done them. So there are other models to look at beyond the confines of Miami Beach. So, yes, we need to learn by doing, but we can also take our cues from other successful micro unit developments, if there are any, presumably there are, and use those as models to base ourselves off of. But I have some other questions as well. These are being sold, or these would be sold. And what if the condo, so as a condo, presumably, right?
It'll be, yeah, so it would have to be a condominium structure or similar type in order for it to operate. And then the individual units would be sold and then rented out. But again, you can live in it or you can rent it out.
And so what if the condo board took a vote and said, we don't care about the 3-month SDR prohibition. We're going to allow our owners to rent out, weekly.
Yeah, right now we're just before you today for the overlay for the actual ordinance, and we don't have a site plan or operational standard set.
Oh,
For,
but separate from your operational point, I think that the city's CUP should govern. So
Right, so-
regardless of what their
Ordinance.
condo board said,
Yeah.
right.
I mean, if
Yeah.
not, we
Okay, so
probably have a
that's-
huge problem citywide.
Well, that's my question. So if it's in the ordinance, does that supersedes any
Of
other?
course, yeah.
The ordinance requires a covenant.
Yeah.
Okay, and then
That's why we're here.
who would manage who's coming in? Would there be some kind of hypothetical? I know it's not your project specifically. Generally speaking, who would manage the rental process? I mean, who would approve who is allowed to rent in that building?
So the question is, will the owners handle their own rentals? Will there be an assistance to the
No,
owners?
the location ventures would handle the actual rental component of it.
Okay,
So
so
there'd
in
have
your
to be-
particular case, a management company.
Yeah, so we would
handle that.
exactly. We would manage, we would sell out the units, and we would actually manage the rental side of it.
So you would do full background check?
Property
and
oh,
police
absolutely.
records and stuff, because
I mean,
you know, a rental home 2 doors down from me that has had the most incredibly notoriously awful renters, that the real estate agent who handles the rentals pops in there and claims they do background checks, and, you know, it's inconceivable that they do, but that's something you would want to avoid.
Do you take a deposit from the renters?
Well, we haven't started I'm not familiar with the operational side. I'm more on the entitlement side, but I would say yes,
Meaning
most
just,
likely.
just generally.
Yes, when
Exactly.
when you're renting from, typically you take a deposit, I would say, but I don't know the operational standards for this.
So for the workforce housing, as you were asking about that, it says pursuant to chapter 58, as defined in the city code. Chapter 58 has several requirements for workforce housing. So all qualified households must be provided with a lease of a minimum period of 12 months. So all the requirements of chapter 12 apply. So those that fall under that 20% workforce housing criteria would be subject to these limitations. And so I would say that those would have to be provided with at least a 1 year lease.
Is that in this ordinance?
Yeah, it says, because it says a minimum of 20% of the total number of co-living or micro residential units shall be set aside for workforce housing as defined in chapter 58, article 6 of the city code.
Perfect.
And so chapter 6 of the city code has several requirements that
Okay,
they
so
have to
that's what I asked you earlier. So there would be a 1 year lease for the
20%.
Okay, see,
Yeah.
earlier you said there would be no
Yeah, no, I'm
Okay,
reading
so
through
that's
the restrictions now.
important to me.
Yeah.
Okay. And let me ask you one other question. If the legislation passes, does the specific project come back before us?
Yes, if it's over 50,000 gross square feet, I presume it will be. It'll come back for a CUP.
Okay.
I mean, so if they were to just build like and then I'm generalizing in this particular case, they're bringing they would roughly have about 100 units at this particular site without any further assemblage. So math wise, they would probably be able in a hotel scenario to build more units, I would think. And then in an apartment scenario, they would probably be building less units in general.
Even at
So,
400 square foot. minimum.
yeah, just, okay. I just needed to think through that and say it out loud just to kind of place where it is on the spectrum. Okay.
What's the minimum unit size of an apartment? I mean, I'm sorry, of a hotel.
Hotel, the requirements are, I think 15% can be as low as 300 square feet.
Right.
And above that, everything else above that has to be greater than 335. But Washington Avenue has a micro hotel unit ordinance, and let me double check how that applies.
New York, it's 80 square feet,
What's it in Miami Beach?
about 330.
So,
but
the
there's a
hotel unit-
micro hotel component so co-living, no, wrong section. New hotel construction. Okay, so on Washington Avenue, so just in this area, hotel construction or conversion to hotel use, the minimum hotel room unit size may be 175 square feet, provided that a minimum 20% of the gross floor area of the hotel consists of hotel amenity space. And it has other requirements as part of that amenity space.
And then co-living and micro units, well, the micro units, 275, correct, the minimum?
Mhm.
And there's no density limit on amount of rooms,
For hotel, no, but for residential, yes.
and this is residential.
Mhm.
So let me
It'd be limited on how many units it can have, not just based on the FOI.
Correct. The density limits would apply.
What are the density limits? Oh,
It's 100 units an acre. I know in one part of the city, let me just double check something real quick,
Oh, and so
but it's generally 100 units an acre.
And it's in the permissible development area. So there's a certain amount, if somebody grabs them, there's no more left. Like if they build all the available density.
It's per lot. So we would take your acreage and divide that by 100. Sorry, multiply that by 100.
And I'm gonna try to advance the conversation because what'll happen is we'll start getting into our affordable housing discussion, which is not necessarily what you're here for today. So I'm gonna reserve my comments to the affordable housing. I think you've already heard what I had to say, so you don't need to hear more of that. With regards to the item before us, are there further questions with Mr. Submit?
No further questions. I'd make a motion unless.
We'll hear it.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this with a favorable recommendation to the commission.
I'll second it.
All right, it's been moved by Mr. Submit, seconded by Mr. Elias. or Mr. Elias is, sometimes he's no.
And can we make a separate motion?
Yes, you
after
can. After
Recommending
this.
the,
Yeah.
the 140%.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Cement, second by Mr. Elias. Roll call, Ms. Spot.
I like this better than what exists in other parts of the city, but until I see a micro unit development working or not, I'm not inclined to approve more. I'm sorry. So that's a no.
Okay, Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Cement,
Yes.
Mr. Durham,
No,
Mr. Elias,
Yes.
Mr. Frieden,
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi.
How many, yeses?
Oh,
1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4. It's already enough to,
That's right. Then yes.
all right, motion passes.
I was gonna give you a hard time.
But can we make a separate recommendation?
Thank you. Yes.
You have the floor.
Go ahead,
So-
make a motion.
Can we I'd like to make a motion, make a separate recommendation that the commission considers the thresholds of AMI for workforce housing in the project. Below 100% of AMI.
I'll second that.
Thanks all. Happy holidays and happy new year.
Happy holidays. Good luck to you.
Holidays, good luck.
And take those comments seriously. See what you can do.
Okay, so motion and a second that the city commission study the thresholds for AMI.
Consider lowering
For-
those thresholds in this plan. Below 100%.
AMI for so you're referring to the thresholds in the city code for what the definition of workforce and affordable housing are?
So
Just in these projects in particular, I mean.
So
before you make your motion, let me, no, I do want you to do it. I just, my question to you is it going to apply to the code, or do you want to look at projects when they come before that we consider a separate legislation for requiring projects to have something different than what's in the code?
Yeah, different than what's in the code, because I think that project would be much more palatable if those thresholds were lower, for instance.
Okay.
Does it make sense what I said, really? Or like, you know,
It does.
making it more project specific versus changing the numbers in the code? I personally don't have an issue with the numbers in the code. I have an issue with how folks apply them, because then they'll come here and they'll say, hey, we're doing all this affordability, but they're really just doing market rate rentals.
Exactly.
And when we give them a threshold, so said differently, maybe we should say that the commission look at specific income targeting versus a range going all the way up to 140.
Okay.
I guess that's what I'm trying to say. And I don't know if that's what you want, but
Yeah, I mean, that is the intent. Can we do that? Can we restrict the range for these overlays further?
Well, this is not something we've done this is the first one that I can think of where we've actually included in the code a requirement and basically an inclusionary zoning requirement. And there's an incentive for them to do it because they're allowed to do the co-living that they couldn't do otherwise. So we, you know, in those cases, the city commission can suggest whatever the city commission wants to suggest for these types of things.
and maybe it should be tied to some kind of benefit you're going to get. So, you know, you're going to be afforded this benefit. So to take use of this benefit, then you have to proffer income targeting within the defined income limits in our code.
Yeah, just perhaps maybe as a reference for the recommendation, just below 100% of AMI.
That I'm fine with that too.
So there would have to be a mix of affordable and workforce. Because affordable is 85% of AMI, I believe.
80, I think, right?
80.
Yeah.
Because he was saying between 60 and 140. Didn't he say something like
Yeah,
that?
but the problem
He's calling
is-
it workforce.
Yeah, it's
he
140.
is,
It becomes
because
140.
No one really gets the nuance. So they're going to say 60 to 140 because it looks good, and then they're going to rent them to 140. So,
Right, we want it to be 60 to 80. That's the range we wanted.
I'm not above doing that. I mean, we do it too, but I'm just saying I mean, I understand the nuance. It's hard for me to accept it. It just looks good on paper. They're going to rent it to 140 AMI.
Okay. Affordable is 60% of AMI.
Affordable is up to 80.
60 is affordable.
60 to 80.
Yeah.
I mean, should we just recommend that? They look at that.
I'm fine with that too.
Why don't we do that? It's just simpler.
That there be a mix of workforce and affordable? Well, I guess income targeting is that they.
I guess the affordable becomes that big range, the workforce.
Why don't we
Affordable is
say
that
that
tighter range.
the income target is not more than 80% of AMI for these kinds of projects and call it a day?
Yeah,
I'm fine with
let's
that.
try, let's do that.
Your motion, sir?
Yes, I adopt that language.
That income targeting be set for affordable housing and not workforce housing.
Not more than 80% AMI. Like,
For these projects. Yeah. This is an overlay, right?
Essentially, yeah. It's technically not an overlay, so I like to call them underlays.
That would be a rec, meaning, let's say that makes these projects financially unfeasible. Then what happens? They just, I guess, don't take advantage of other.
Well, they're proposing legislation, so if you know, as they're negotiating the terms of the legislation, you know, if it's just impossible, then it's impossible, and they can suggest otherwise, but it would at least suggest to the commission, hey, the starting point should be 80%.
Understood.
Do we have a second?
I seconded it.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it's been moved by Mr. Jelpi, seconded by Ms. Bott.
Motion second by Ms. Bott. Roll call, Ms. Bott,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Cement,
Yes.
Ms. Jerem,
Yes.
Mr. Elias,
Yes.
Mr. Frieden,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, we might not need to have the affordable housing.
I was gonna say, we did that already.
You had just some updates on the affordable housing discussion piece that we had tasked you to go back and bring back. So maybe we should start with that, Rogelio.
Yes, okay. A lot of paper today. Okay, so the planning board, last month's meeting, the planning board requested an update. Specifically, they directed staff to research affordable and workforce housing impacts of Florida House Bill 337 and 1339, as well as the City of Miami market rate inclusionary housing ordinance. So we looked at all of those. In the staff report that's before you, there's an update section where I describe each of those bills. So the first one is Florida House Bill 1339. It was approved by the Florida legislature in March of 2020, and it did several things. The first, it authorized local governments to approve affordable housing on any land zoned for residential, commercial, or industrial use, notwithstanding any laws, ordinances, or regulations which would prohibit such construction. Really, the only area in the city where residential construction is prohibited is in our I-1 districts, which are in Sunset Harbor and on Terminal Island. Everywhere else pretty much allows for the construction of affordable housing and workforce housing. Doesn't mandate it, but it allows it. So that's where it would most likely be applicable. The statute is not clear on whether it allows you to violate or exceed any other restrictions such as density, intensity, FAR, parking requirements, things like that. It just says that you can allow the use in areas where it would otherwise not be allowed. So I'm not sure that would be very beneficial for us on Terminal Island. It's not not an appropriate location for residential uses. And I know the Coast Guard has had issues with residential uses located in that area in the past. Perhaps on Sunset Harbor, there might be more opportunities for some housing. The next thing that this ordinance allows is it updates regulations authorizing local governments to adopt an ordinance allowing for accessory dwelling units in areas zoned for single family use. Statute currently allows for that, but there has to be a finding of necessity of need of affordability. And so they did away with the local government's need to make that finding of necessity. And it simply allows local governments to allow for accessory dwelling units. It does require, if you're going to do them, that the applicant submit an affidavit stating that the accessory dwelling units will be rented to an extremely low income, very low income, or moderate income person at an affordable rate as part of the building permit application.
What's the consequence of not conforming to your affidavit?
It doesn't say.
Okay.
Yeah. I suppose I suppose the affidavit, it could be done privately if you have a tenant that has an issue with the rent being raised beyond that level. I guess in court, they could challenge it.
Yeah.
Okay. The statute also modifies the definition of affordable housing to include not-for-profit corporations that provide low-income and other health-related community support housing. It also authorizes the use of linkage fees instead of previously authorized, or in addition to previously authorized inclusionary housing policies. So the statute previously allowed local governments to establish inclusionary housing. So basically set a minimum target for affordable or workforce housing as part of a development, part of the requirements for new development. But it requires the city to fully offset all costs to the developer of the affordable housing. So this allows you to do it in the format of a linkage fee. So rather than providing the housing on site, it authorizes local governments to establish a fee where they could pay to build the affordable housing offsite. However, it also continues to have the requirement that we fully offset all costs to the developer. So if we are going to require that they make a contribution for affordable housing or provide the affordable housing on site, the city will have to provide them with bonuses or other incentives to ensure that they offset the cost of providing that housing.
Wait a minute. So based on that, what we were just talking about here for this overlay or underlay, whatever, saying that 20% needs to go to people making up to 80% of the AMI, we would have to then offset the cost.
In this case, the applicant is agreeing to the conditions, so there's no issues. But per state law, if we're going to include it as part of our city code, as part of a citywide standard or a standard for specific neighborhoods, for development that has not been contemplated, in this case, there's a development being contemplated, we're working with the developer. But if we were just going to make a standard that in South Beach, we need to have 20% of the housing has to be affordable, we would need to include incentives in our ordinance to offset that cost.
So it would be the city subsidizes the cost of including workforce housing rather than the developer.
No, just the incentives need to equal the cost.
Like height increase or FAR increase.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or reduce parking requirements.
So it's incentives, not.
Yeah.
No, not a monetary. It could, I mean, I suppose it could be in the form of a monetary incentive, but it can be offset by bonuses,
Okay.
development bonuses. The last thing that this statute did was require that state apartment loan incentive. Yeah, let me start again.
Easy for you.
State apartment incentive loan program. Consider local government policies that promote access to public transportation, reduce the need for on-site parking, and expedite permits for affordable housing. And that those policies that a local government has be considered as part of the criteria for issuing the loans of affordable housing. So the city already has many of these policies in place. Perhaps some of them can be worked on and tweaked and improved. But those policies that we have on the books assist affordable housing developers obtain loans because these laws, we have them in the books. So if they were to build in the city and seek a loan from the state apartment incentive loan program, the fact that we have parking reductions for affordable housing, unit size reductions, we have access to public transportation. It might not be the best public transportation, but we do have access. That gives them extra points when the committees are determining who to give the loans to. So that's what House Bill 1339 did. The next one is Florida House Bill 337. This is a bill that was related to impact fees. They modified the requirements for impact fees and how those fees can be modified. So we're actually looking at this statute to see if there's any other things that we need to tweak to our mobility fee ordinance. But also this amended a part of the statute that authorizes local governments to waive impact fees for affordable housing developments. And we already do that. On May 12th, 2021, the City Commission adopted ordinance number 2021-4416, which exempted affordable housing developments from undergoing parks concurrency review and paying mobility fees. And then again, earlier this year, the City Commission adopted an ordinance which waived mobility fees, park concurrency, sustainability fees, art and public places fee, art and public places fee for both affordable and workforce housing developments.
So Rahilio, in that case, I'm sorry, you finish.
No, so now what this bill authorized, we are doing already. That's an incentive that we've already implemented.
So my question is that across all impact fees or just those specified impact fees or fees that were identified here?
Those are the only impact fees that are assessed by the city, with the exception of, we do have I believe we have a water and sewer impact fee, but those are really connection fees. So if you need to increase the size of the pipe that goes into your development, you need to pay,
And that's not being waived.
Yeah, that hasn't been waived as part of this, but it's a connection fee.
It's not an impact fee. It's a almost like a service utility
Correct.
fee.
And what does the sustainability fee cover? What does that go to?
So the sustainability fee is intended to get developers to be LEED Gold certified.
Okay.
And so the fee is assessed at the time that the developer goes to get their certificate of occupancy. If they have not achieved LEED Gold certification at that time, they have to post a bond or pay a fee in the amount of 5% of the construction cost to the city. And then they have a year with a potential extension of an additional year to get a refund of that fee if they get their LEED certification at a later date.
Okay.
Okay, so those are those two state bills. The last one is the City of Miami Market Rate Inclusionary Housing Ordinance. And so that's on November 15th, 2018. The City of Miami adopted the T624B Market Rate Inclusionary Housing Ordinance. That requires developers in the T624 zoning district, T624B zoning district, to provide affordable or workforce housing as the only option for obtaining a significant bonus height and intensity. So in other districts of the city, there is a public benefit program that you can get additional height and additional FAR, or they call it floor area ratio, FLR, in the City of Miami, but very similar. In other parts of the city, you have options. You can buy transfer of development rights from historic properties. You can pay into a trust fund that has a fee that's depends on where you're located, is typically not very high. You can provide infrastructure. You can do all sorts of things. In this area, the only way to get the bonus is by providing affordable and workforce housing. And then it requires that for rental residential development, a minimum of 14% of the units shall be provided as workforce housing, or a minimum of 7% of the units shall be provided as affordable housing. For ownership residential development, a minimum of 10% of the units shall be provided as workforce housing, or a minimum of 5% of the units shall be provided as affordable housing. And then for all other developments, excluding ground floor commercial and office uses, 14% of the non-residential FLR shall be provided as a trust fund contribution as described in section 314A3. So if you're not doing a residential development, you need to provide a monetary contribution for affordable or workforce housing. So basically the standards that they're setting are you provide a higher percentage if you do workforce housing, which has a higher rent, and a lower percentage if you do affordable housing, which has a lower rent. In exchange for this, you get significant density bonuses. You get the typical height limit in the T624B zone is for 24 stories. If you provide these bonuses, you can go up to 48 stories, so double the number of stories. And then for FLR, which is their equivalent of FAR, their FAR the base FAR is 16 and you can get a bonus of 40%. Just for reference, FLR includes parking and other things that we do not include. So their numbers are much higher than our numbers would be. So
but
that's what that
you can
ordinance
get this quite significant set of bonuses with only 7% or 10%, 14% of affordable housing or workforce housing.
In that area, yes.
And I mean, we don't have anything that's directly analogous to a T624B zone, but what would be our equivalent? Like, would it be Washington Ave? Would it be?
The closest thing we have is the town center and the RM3 districts, which are basically along Collins Avenue in the Mid Beach area, the Condo Canyon area would be the closest we would have, where 200 feet is allowed. So those would be 20-story buildings, but we don't have anything that gets you to
Yeah, but
48.
so along
We don't
Collins
need-
Avenue, that's a non-starter really because it's oceanfront.
Yeah.
So what, is there a way to sort of scale this down proportionately and say, like, for instance, Miami Shores just increase their density significantly to try and, well, I don't know about significantly, but from where it is so that their downtown can be revitalized. And, you know, is that something that we could look along Washington Avenue or 41st Street or, you know, with very tight controls so that nobody's having a nervous breakdown, because that's not the intended goal either. But to bring more people living there full time as opposed to on Washington Avenue where we've got, you know, a gazillion hotels and short-term rentals and stuff.
Yeah, they use percentages, and so percentages are scaled to whatever the base is. So if you have a base FAR of 1 and you give them a 40% bonus, you can go to 1.4. So it's definitely scaled. And if you have a higher FAR of 3.5 and you get a 40% bonus, it's scaled to 3.5. Definitely that's something that we can look at.
So
I wouldn't say that we would want to do a one size fits all for the whole city, but
Definitely not.
but definitely something that can be looked at.
So when the folks were here from the various affordable housing groups, the gentleman who did the really great projects, do you guys remember, with the like great architecture?
Ronnie Mateo, right, the architect?
No, the guy who ran the department,
Oh, the director.
Mike, I think, Michael.
Right. The
Mike
director.
O'Hara.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the issue was, and I know most of it was geared towards older folks because those were the grants he could get. But it's my recollection is that the issue for him was getting the land. Like the land was the difficult thing, and not necessarily executing the project. And so, is there something we can be doing, should be doing, investigating? You know, we keep having these little squibs of land coming up, the publicly owned squibs of land, you know, that thing down on Commerce Street and that half a lot up on near the West Lots. And there was that corner piece on that's a park now on 63rd. Are there ways to, you know, is it feasible to somehow, I don't know if it's incentivized or do a set aside or something where the city looks to, I mean, you and I have talked about this, about looks to do public, you know, affordable housing, workforce housing there first before doing anything else. Is there a way to codify that somehow or have that discussion?
I don't know about what you mean by before doing anything else.
Before trying to sell it off to somebody who wants to build a fancy garage for his car collection, for instance.
Yeah, why don't we evaluate
Yeah,
suitable for affordable housing?
You could recommend that the city commission explore requests for proposals for affordable housing developments on publicly owned land.
Or some kind of feasibility before it goes out for
For an
a
RFP.
PSA or RFP. Purchase and sale agreement. So
I like that. Can we do that?
it's your motion.
Yeah, but what he said,
So,
my affordable housing coach.
Motion to do a dream set.
Yeah.
How about specifically give it to Mike? Give the land to Mike. Give him first dibs on it. And I wanted to correct something that you said, Tanya. You said Mike said all the last 12 projects he built were for seniors
No, I
only.
didn't say all. I said most.
Well, no, he said the last 12 that he built were only for seniors. And you said because that's the only funding he could get. That's not true. He said they were built for seniors because he went to the neighborhood association and asked them what they want. And nobody wanted families, low-income families living in their neighborhood. They wanted the less intense seniors who, sit there and watch TV all day and don't leave the building. So I think there has to be a policy change. I don't know if you can make a law that when Mike gets money, it doesn't go for senior housing. It goes for family affordable housing. Because I was blown away when he said the last 12 buildings that he built. And another thing, he said the average building that he built was only 15 units and that he never asked for any extra FAR. I think we should give Mike automatically extra FAR. Because you can't make more land.
Should have an extra FAR.
Yeah.
Okay, all of it, but nobody, yeah, he's the only one building it so far, but
So the only issue, I love everything you said. I'm opposed to like just saying, oh, we're gonna just give it to Mike. Mike may not be the most efficient builder and deliverer, executioner of all of this stuff.
no, I don't mean just Mike.
Whenever
I'm just
government
using
walks through
him
the door,
because he's the only
everybody
person I know.
puts a tax on top of it. So I'm gonna, most people who are not government are gonna build more efficiently than government.
Executor, not executioner, because we don't want Mike chopping anyone's heads off.
Fair enough.
We all like.
Yeah.
We do like Mike,
Mike
right?
did a great job. Does a great job.
So the motion is,
What Cream and Gail said, except for the part of giving it to Mike automatically.
okay, to recommend that the city commission direct the administration to undertake a feasibility study.
Or analysis instead of study. We don't need
an analysis of using publicly owned land for affordable housing.
prior to issuing a purchase and sale agreement
No.
for a purpose that is outside of.
No, before that, before issuing an RFP or an RFQ, well, I guess an RFP, because a purchase and sale presumes that it's already gone, you already have an agreement.
So let's say both before RFP or.
I think,
Issuing,
I
no?
don't think or PSA, because that's too far down the road.
So all the purchase and sale agreements have to have an RFP.
Yes.
Okay, so then that's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't.
I mean, well, unless they waive the,
Like if it's somebody who's a private owner who comes to the city and says, hey, that little squib of land on the corner of X and Y, I want to buy it from you. Then you don't need an RFP. Then you go straight to a PSA. No, because it would still have to go to the.
no, they would have to open it up and see if there are any other proposals for the land.
Okay, so it would always, there's no circumstance in which a private entity could say, I want to buy this piece of land from the property.
I suppose the city could do a waiver of the
But-
rules.
The rules.
You can't take that right away from them.
If there's a, you know, if it's the neighbor property looking to buy 10 feet next to them, the city commission could waive.
Well, no, 10 feet is one thing, but an entire lot where you could build something is something else.
Yeah. They can waive the requirement of that.
So look, essentially, even if we put this in place and the city's commission says they love it, they can waive their own rules at the end of the day. But at least it's something to get everybody thinking about it. So I think the way you said it with the RFP is sufficient. My opinion. So, but it's your motion, so
No, I'll stick with the RFP.
I don't want Nick to say that you just, go along with what I say.
I'll second that.
Wait, but there was another piece with that Gail mentioned, not the Mike part, the other part.
Affordable housing should.
Be incentivized with.
Mike.
We
Not Mike,
should.
Mike, you're.
I was like, Mike again. Where is he here?
Mike's
No.
running in to say thank you.
He's gonna like walk through the door.
Heard you guys call.
That we should consider, incentives like increased FAR and height for those who want to build affordable housing. Because, 15 units is the average that they've been building on each piece of property for the last 12 projects. It doesn't seem.
Yeah, I think an
Very
additional floor
efficient.
doesn't seem like it would kill anybody. Okay,
Or affordable and workforce housing or just affordable?
both.
Both, I'd say.
Okay.
All
right, so we will write an LTC with these things. And I guess, do we have a motion in a second?
Well, I thought we were just gonna do one LTC. We're not gonna do dribs and drabs. So is this the LTC we're doing?
No, we've already sent one.
Well, yeah, I know that.
I typically do one per motion. So if this is all in one big motion, we'll do one LTC.
They're gonna see them all.
Okay.
and again, I know the hour is late, but just one thing that I want to talk about, whether you want to have a separate discussion for it or include it in this, I do think that the city has to take a look at how to offer affordable and workforce housing or technical terms. The city needs to do a better job at providing attainable housing. So, I mean, right now where people are priced out, they're moving to city of Miami, Coconut Grove and whatnot. Separate from these technical terms that need to be satisfied, attainable housing. So I'll defer.
Yeah, like the missing middle.
Exactly, the
Yeah.
missing middle, just we need to do a better job.
Which you call attainable, I call housing affordability, right? But
my point is that
Yeah.
when you throw out affordable housing, there's a very technical term that's included with that. So whether it's something that would be sent to the commission or just as we discuss it, kind of, there are two separate things. There's the technical, affordable and workforce housing, and then the attainable housing, which is the missing middle.
Is that something that's like organically available, like naturally available, affordable housing? Like,
Well, no, I think affordable and workforce housing, and Kareem is the professional. He can speak to it. It's something that's really facilitated a lot by municipalities. The attainable housing or the missing middle is usually just what pencils out. So I think more often than not, because land pricing is so high in the city of Miami Beach, developers come in and they immediately go to one of two places. It's either, hey, we're going to build a super high-end luxury condominium, or we're going to build a hotel. And those two uses don't really kind of lend itself to keeping people living on the beach and helping to provide, again, attainable housing for those who are currently
Yeah, I mean,
living en
hypothetically
masse.
speaking, one of the Lincoln lots, any of them could have been a great place for attainable housing because it's not oceanfront. It's already pretty urban. It's a walkable core. It would activate Lincoln Road. It's
Exactly.
not workforce
With
housing.
people living here year round.
With people living here and, maybe even working in the new office space that's coming online. Like, to me, that would have been the best.
Yeah, so like
possible-
if you pick areas of the city where they're already, urbanized and there's a higher density, it's not oceanfront. Those, in my opinion, are areas which are ripe for this missing middle. It's places where, again, bring people in that are going to live year round.
Yep.
In my opinion, that's what revitalizes the businesses on Lincoln Road.
Yep.
It's really that brings people that invest in a year round Miami Beach economy. That's, in my opinion, the best way to diversify.
I mean, do we do that as a sort of part A is the first thing that we did, and then part B is taking a look at lots specifically in urban cores?
I think they're two separate motions.
You think
I
so?
I don't want to
I
confuse.
think my concern with attainable, I know what it is. I know, but we have to enforce standards based on numbers, on regulations.
No, but
And so it's hard to quantify what.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
But I think that, hopefully it's not lost on anyone that there is a mass exodus of people that are living in Miami Beach going elsewhere because they're just being priced out.
Right. No,
If anyone denies that, then we could have a whole other conversation.
So
yes.
So Mrs. Zemet, hold that. We got a motion on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. Moved by Ms. Bott, seconded by Mr. Jelpi. Let's take that one and then come right back to that because it's a good point.
Okay, motion by Ms. Bott, move.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you second it?
Yeah, but if there's someone else.
Mrs. Zemet seconded. So we don't have an issue with our minutes.
Okay, so the motion for the LTC, directing staff to undertake an analysis of using publicly owned land for affordable housing prior to the issuance of an RFP. And then consider incentives such as increased height and FAR for affordable and workforce housing. Motion by Ms. Bott, second by Mr. Cement. Roll call, Ms. Bott,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Mr. Cement.
Yes.
Ms. Durham,
yes.
Mr. Elias,
Yes.
Mr. Frieden.
Yes.
Mr. Jelby.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, now go back. That's it. Sorry.
It's okay. Process. No, so I guess we don't have to keep on talking about it, but I think that at least what I've been missing is whenever I've kind of referenced affordable, there's the technical affordable. I also want to make sure that the city is looking at the attainable, because while, and this goes back to staff's point, yes, there's a very kind of objective way to look at this, like what is attainable, what's not attainable. There definitely is a problem that needs to be solved that's not currently being
And
addressed.
how does the city, not affordable, but attainable? What is your thought process on how the
So
city?
my thought process would be, you have people that come in front of city boards all the time asking for waivers, for variances, things like that. If the city standardized similar to what was done for the office projects, if the city standardized incentives that would promote multifamily residential development on, non-oceanfront land in areas of the city that are already, kind of higher intensity. I think that would be a great way to standardize, okay, this is the program that we're trying to offer.
Right. So be private developers getting
private
incentives to be more
private
of attainable
developers,
housing. Okay.
correct.
Because, I don't know if, I'm sure some of the board knows this, but this whole problem is going to get exacerbated because in 2025, after the collapse of the Champlain Towers, the legislature, of course, did a knee-jerk reaction. They passed a law that starting in 2025, any building older than 20 years old has to have certifications by engineers who are independent. Engineers are going to be petrified about liability, so they're going to find a million problems with every building. People are going to be getting massive assessments starting in 25, and you're going to see massive amounts of sales that people that can't afford the assessments, and you have to have full funding starting in 2020. So all your maintenance fees are going to double. And what's going to happen is the developers are frothing because they want all these people to buy so they can buy out the building, implode them, and then build brand new buildings. Yeah. And you're going to see a lot of that. So to his point,
to be clear, what they're going to build are the luxury condominiums.
Right.
Well, on the beachfront for sure.
Correct.
But to your point, non-beachfront property, if the city did somehow incentivize, in 2 years, you're going to see a lot of these new buildings being old buildings.
So maybe it's something where we can say, recommending that the city does a proactive review of areas in the city where we can incentivize exactly what you're talking about.
Well, I would say review and, start the process of proposing what they can do.
Yeah.
I mean, if, we
so
could.
reviewing where and then what the incentives could be.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because to the extent that we can get ahead of, kind of the development trends, I think that.
Well, and also it'd be awfully nice to dictate the rules of engagement rather than having them handed to us by somebody with deep pockets. Like, I want to avoid that.
Because then what's going to happen is someone's going to come in and we're going to fall into what typically happens. We're going to start spot zoning. We're okay, this might look good or that one doesn't look good. Let's come out with a standardized program that hopefully everyone, can really get behind, whether it's the city residents, business interests, everyone, to say, okay, this is how we want to diversify not just our economy, which is super important, but our city.
But our housing stock.
Exactly.
Yeah. No,
to start to be able to actually keep people on the beach.
And so I think what happens too in the discussion is that attainable housing is really another, in my opinion, is another word for workforce housing, missing middle. So I think what Rogelio was saying, and forgive me, Rogelio, for trying to put words in your mouth per se, but I think what he's saying is there needs to be some kind of technical attachment to it. So whether we call it, I think the city already has a definition for attainable, and they call it workforce, which is how you get up to these 140% AMIs and all of that. So maybe we can, wrap it around what the existing definition is in the city. And then I think we're still achieving what you said. I don't think the city has a definition for attainable housing, right?
No, workforce housing is our.
Yeah, so that's
140 AMI.
Just taking what you said, the city's definition of attainable housing is workforce housing.
I just don't know if a technical kind of workforce housing terms has, lender implications or something else that kind of might restrict the larger development community from taking a real look at Miami Beach, will hopefully say, okay, let's get serious about solving a housing crisis.
I mean, ultimately, though, what you want is a developer or somebody who's going to build something to proffer a restriction upon themselves. Otherwise, they're just eventually going to build market rate luxury, right? So there has to be some covenant or something running with the land that says a percentage of the units or the whole building is going to be restricted to these incomes. And then that means that it has to be tied back to some technical definition, which is in the city's case, a workforce housing definition, which houses the, whether in a condo format or rental format, houses the missing middle or those folks, the workforce that we're looking to take care of.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this, it'll be helpful to kind of also hear from, and we've spoken about this before, let's hear from the development community, what makes sense. If we're coming out and we're saying, hey, this is the problem that we want to solve, then to Tanya's point, like we're setting the box. So it's not someone coming in and saying, hey, I want to build, and not that there's anything against luxury product, but hey, I want to come in and build a 60-story, high-end luxury building on Lincoln Lane. It's us saying, this is the problem we're looking for. Help us solve it.
Yeah, which is really a math problem at the end of the
It's
day.
supply and
really
demand
just-
in Miami Beach. It's easy.
It's a math problem. It's, you have a cost, you have a certain structure for operating expenses, you have a certain flow of funds that are going to come from the development based on the rents that you charge. And you're going to have whatever, to your point about lenders, you're going to have whatever your requirements for operation reserves or whatever the case may be, capital expenditure reserve line items with your lender that you have to satisfy. So that's going to leave you with a set of profit or, the way you do your taxes or whatever the case may be. So all of that is math to me. And I think ultimately what we're saying is that you want to have the city have some promotion of housing affordability through what is on the books, which is really workforce housing. So I don't know how to put that in. I don't know if you're making a motion or what have you, but we can use your word attainable for now and then let them.
Yeah, maybe that's how we start, right? So maybe it's making a motion that the city commission review and consider ways to incentivize development catering towards middle class, but I guess attainable housing.
Thing is.
Well, I guess that's what we were talking about. There really is no technical answer.
So that's what I'm saying is middle class housing.
Yeah,
but
middle, so it's sort of the
Middle income housing.
middle. Could you say 140% to 200% AMI? I know 200% AMI isn't a thing in terms of legally binding but it gives a frame. It gives a framework of how much money we're talking about. That would be sort of.
I really suggest that we stick to workforce. Market rate is probably like 140 AMI, and that's workforce covers that. And so when we start saying 200% AMI, then you're getting back into the luxury.
Okay.
But again, that's why we've been very clear about what we think the issue is. So whether it's workforce or attainable, let's kind of kick it back to the city commission to see what resources they can throw at this.
And I think attainable is, while you may not know exactly what it means, I think common sense says it's
and that's my point.
More affordable.
Is that I think they understand the problem we're trying to solve. Let's see what they can think of. Hopefully they can throw it back to the planning board, and then we can have this. Hopefully this will be the beginning of meaningful dialogue for not just the technical, affordable, and workforce housing, but that missing middle class that we're trying to keep on Miami Beach.
So why don't you just use the word attainable and then say and general housing affordability? That way the intention is there. Yeah.
And that sort of conjures up a notion of.
None of these things really have a real technical definition. Missing middle.
It's not the ultra luxury, and it's not for the service industry workers, for instance. It's like the people who work here, or the fire engine, firemen, or whatever. Or it conjures up images. It's not legally binding. It's not technical, but it's a different set of.
I think everyone understands the problem, and hopefully.
Yeah.
I looked up the table from Miami-Dade County from 2021 on income limits for workforce housing, which is 140% of AMI. And so just so that this is from last year, so I'm sure it's a little bit higher now. But a studio, the rent is $2,215, 1 bedroom, $2,374, 2 bedroom, $2,849. 3 bedroom, 3,291, 4 bedroom, 3,671, 5 bedroom.
Again, sorry to cut you off, but my point is that those are definitely achievable rents or attainable rents, but is it tied to square footage of a unit? Not all 2 bedrooms are the same.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So a 2 bedroom that's 5,000 square feet should be priced more than a 2 bedroom that's 1,200 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I think that the technical, affordable, and workforce housing terms aren't exactly what we're trying to satisfy here.
Yeah, I don't. You're right. It doesn't tie to square footage. It's just by bedroom count, and it doesn't have anything to do with whether you have a second bathroom or half bath, or if you have amenities in the building or not. So I think what you said, and maybe if you would accept what I added to it, I think it gets it off to a,
Your
just a
addition
conversation,
was
housing afford and other generally housing affordability.
accepted.
Okay, so review and consider incentives for attainable and general housing and general housing affordability
Well, also-
for the missing middle.
And also review,
Potential
likely,
incentives that could be offered.
well, not just the incentives, but where it could fit.
Yes, districts. I think we should call it districts.
Well, I don't know about the districts, but geographical opportunities that may be more likely. This isn't the language, but it's where in the boundaries of Miami Beach are there opportunities that may present themselves, and when they do, we want the city to be ready, not to be scrambling for whatever the next developer offers. I don't know how to put that exactly, but that's what I'm trying to get at. Like if we know that this block on this street has, 4 different 12-story apartment buildings that are, going to come under a pretty severe stress test in a couple of years, and they may not make it. How would we treat somebody coming in what would we offer somebody coming in who wanted to make housing for the missing middle?
Just I think it's like what I heard Brian say, planning for 2025.
Yeah.
This planning, this word planning popped in my head. There's a
crazy.
department in the city. Maybe planning. Yeah, we'll ask the planning.
Well,
to look forward on these things.
We're asking them to do.
Oh.
I mean, the reacting department?
So maybe this really gives the planning department, jokes aside, maybe it gives the opportunity to really, make an assessment based on, because I hadn't been paying attention to the details of that as much, but when Brian said it makes perfect sense, but maybe this is an opportunity to really look down the line a little bit and plan
Be
and
proactive instead of reactive.
Yeah.
By the way, logistically,
It's that, the 2025 deadline.
logistically, these recommendations we make, how are they actually presented to the commission?
We write LTCs, and those are handed out to all of the commissioners.
So they're
And then
given to them, in a written form?
And then they go into a dark hole.
Letter to commission.
Wondering.
They get several every month from various
Do
departments.
people does the commission ever act on them, or what happens to them once they?
The planning board did one recently on Ocean Terrace, and they referred an ordinance for that.
So they're always read aloud.
I'm sure their aides are reading them.
The aides are reading them. Some of the commissioners, to look at them a little. more
I mean,
closely
may I
than
make a suggestion? I think we should go to Sutnick Hour and read our LTC if we want it to be taken seriously.
Yeah, I mean, I called one of the commissioners when the Ocean
I'll
Terrace
do it.
thing, when the Ocean Terrace thing came up and said, sponsor this. And so what happened?
Another one for Washington Avenue, I believe that the board made a recommendation on the Art Deco MIMO overlay district to expand that, and that got done.
Right.
There's a motion out there. Do we have a second? or-
I'll second it.
Okay.
Let's go to the next item.
Okay, motion by Mr. Cement, second by Ms. Spot.
And what did we finally decide the language is going to be?
Review and consider incentives and geographical areas for attainable housing and general housing affordability for the missing middle.
In advance of the deadline of, the changes that will start occurring in 2025.
I wouldn't put that in because I don't want to give them until 2025. It should just be an ASAP type thing.
Yeah, I don't think
it's
2025, we can make other recommendations.
No, I don't want them like looking at a map saying, oh, let's just get rid of these buildings. I'm saying use the looming deadline of 2025 as an opportunity to see what might make sense, as opposed to them just like ripping out perfectly fine buildings at this point. That's what I'm trying to.
The city can't stop a building from being bought out. What the city can do is what they do with hurricane windows. You can get a loan to put in hurricane windows. Anybody can do this. And then that loan is tied to your taxes. So your property tax. Isn't it something like that?
Like PACE program you're talking
Or
about?
Y Green.
Yeah, a whole bunch of people in my building
Yeah.
did that.
I just have a little concern about limiting where these things could happen. I mean, why not just allow them to happen everywhere?
That's
Well,
my
no,
point
that's-
about housing choice, like.
Well, that's what my point was. It was not that it shouldn't also happen anywhere, but as there is this cliff that's going to happen starting in 2025, what are the places that are going to be most likely negatively impacted? And let's be prepared for that when somebody says, hey, I want to buy this, or I have just bought this and this is what I want to put in.
So maybe, so it's not so granularly looked at. Gosh, that was a lot. In a 2025 prism, why don't we just say, for example? Can we just use that as a for example in your motion?
The 2025 thing is a for example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Missing middle. For example,
Maybe also
planning around, opportunities that will come forward from legislation regarding, what is it, 40 years?
Certifications,
Yeah.
building certification.
And
Building-
funding requirements for reserves and.
That'll take effect starting in 2025.
And for another example, growing unrest among the planning board in 2023. I won't be here, but
Let you guys deal with it. You guys deal with it.
that will arise after 2025 due to Florida statute, and I'll look up the specific number of the statute for.
Did anything ever happen with the request to earmark monies that were designated by developers for affordable housing to be used only for affordable housing? That was something we sent to the commission, right?
But that's for case by case developments. There hasn't been anything that, nothing that's been approved that would cause that to come up again.
All right, so I think we got a
So that was like a
less motion.
full board participation motion.
You guys all.
Do you accept the amendment to your, since you're the motion maker, technically you have to accept the amendment to the motions?
Accepted.
Okay. Mr. Cement motion, second by Ms. Spot. Roll call, Ms. Spot,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Cement,
Yes.
Ms. Jerome,
Yes.
Mr. Elias,
Yes.
Mr. Frieden,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi,
yes.
motion passes.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
We don't have to, I'm not going to make a motion, but keep in mind, perhaps we can incentivize hotel development two ways: by removing the bonus 0.5 FAR, which has always made me tear my hair out. I don't know why we're giving them extra FAR. And second of all, hotels have no density limit. Apartments do. So that's why people want to build hotel units. There's no density limit. Apartments, there is a density limit depending on the zoning, 60 per acre, 100 per acre, so on. That's all.
We're working on an LTC based on the direction of the city commission in that regards to hotel density. So be on the lookout.
Stay tuned to this channel.
Answer. We got one more.
One more discussion item.
Right, Elliot, just so you know, it's called the Building Safety Act, and I'll try to get you the number.
Okay. Building Safety Act.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've met quite a few people who's
Mike.
Well, I've met a few people, but one person close in particular who's the residents of their building. They don't want to pay the assessments. They want to just sell it. And it's going to be more and more common.
Yeah, I'm worried about my building. They're going to ask us to change out the steel pipes to
Well, Murano,
PVC. It's going to happen.
Murano got a $300,000
Electrical.
assessment per unit.
Come on.
Murano, 300,000.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Frank Del Vecchio's building, he told me
Yeah,
it's going to be like 300,000 per apartment. They might have to abandon their
Palm Bay
entire
Club,
building.
280,000 per.
301 Ocean, yep.
Yeah, it'll go to a vote in each building, and some are going to say, let's just
And
sell
they're
it.
taking the discretion away from the boards now because they always kicked it down the road because no one wanted to pay.
Right.
So now you have these independent engineers whose next going to be on the line. So they're going to find every potential. Yeah, it's going to be a mess. The legislature is trying, their lobbyists are obviously trying to get them to reconsider to make it a little softer landing, but we'll see.
Should have sold before the legislation. That's what's going to be the rearview mirror, the Monday morning quarterbacking thought.
Yeah. Okay, so the next discussion item is regarding demolitions. So this is a verbal update. The board had some questions that I posed to the building official. And so she gave me some responses. So the first is, can the developer be required to create a fund or some other mechanism to pay for damages caused by the demolition?
Wait, is that in here? Because I didn't see it.
No, it's just a verbal
It's
update
just
I
an
got
item.
from the.
Remember, these are questions we asked him. Oh,
No, I wasn't able to get a memo done in time for this one. So I have some responses. She would say that it's the property owner, not the developer, that's required to pay for damages. But that perhaps there is some way that the cost for protection and costs associated with vacating and reoccupying the building, as well as cleanup, could be assessed to the person imploding the building, the applicant imploding the building. But it's basically the building code. It's all up to the discretion of the building official, and so that's something that we could work with her and maybe make some recommendations to her that she proceed with.
wait, I missed that. What's at the discretion?
The requirements for the demolition are at the discretion of the building official. So she said perhaps some costs of protection of adjacent structures could be assessed to the person in.
Right, like protecting them from dust and.
Yeah.
And then the cost of vacating and then reoccupying the building.
Or shutting the building down for 2 days to clean the entire AC.
Right.
Unit.
But it's up to the building official, but these are recommendations perhaps we can make to her, but these are in the building code. They're not in the city code. They're not within our purview to regulate.
Because we're preempted by the state.
Yeah, it's under the Florida Building Code, which is statewide. She says that the contractor does perform a pre-implosion survey of the neighboring properties. There could be a requirement to provide an after survey within 10 days of the event and assess any damage and detail repairs. Okay, so the next question was, what is the notice requirement and guidelines for demolition? Is this in the city code? It's not in the city code. Florida Building Code requires a 10-day notice to neighbors. She has used the distance requirement that we use in the zoning ordinance for other types of notices of 375 for standard demolitions. And in the case of high rises with dynamic methods, which are basically implosion, she has doubled the distance to 750 square feet around the building.
Can we lengthen the period from 10 days to 20?
I suppose that's what
I was going to cut it down.
we could recommend.
Fewer day notice?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, with the survey. I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm saying that they have 10-day notice that there's going to be a demolition. The
No,
neighbor.
for sure, lengthen that.
Yeah.
Could we require higher? I can
Maybe
reach out
20.
to her to see if she can make that.
I mean, what they
determination.
think, that just
Yeah.
doesn't seem like a lot of time if you're having to organize to get out of your house or wherever you're.
Or if you're out of town.
Right.
And also how it gets noticed, because you might give the building owner the notice, but none of the residents get it. And that's a huge issue.
Okay.
Same thing with owners and business operators in the building.
And then I asked her, is there any discretion to increase the notice requirement? And she says she does have some discretion. She did on her own. In the case of the Deauville, for example, she did that requirement on her own. They're only required to notice the immediate neighbors. So that
Define immediate neighbors, like the one building to the north and south.
property lines that touch.
Well, that's absurd.
Wait, I thought it was 375 feet from the property line.
That's from what I understood, that's what she uses as a basis to be consistent with other notice requirements that are under the LDRs. So in that particular case that Rogelio mentioned, she doubled it because of the size of the building and the surrounding neighbors that are around those buildings. So I think it went down almost as far as Allison Park, which would be double the distance of what it normally could have been.
So you may remember in our last meeting when this came up, when we talked about it, the city had gone beyond what was required. And I think, and I'm not, let me make sure I understood what you said, Tanya. You said that even that may have not been enough, and we're looking for ways to extend that further.
Because
and
it's
make it codified instead of just the prerogative of the building official.
right, because even double, like, I understand the desire to make things consistent within the code, but noticing somebody that there is going to be a hearing about a possible development on a site is very different from noticing somebody that the 15-story building next to is going to be imploded. Like, they're apples and oranges to me. So I understand the sort of rationale behind trying to be consistent, but it should not hold here because they're completely different kinds of issues. One is sharing of information, one is life and safety and health and well-being, right? Like, so they shouldn't be the same thing. And I again, the oceanfront breezes kind of thing. And I understand 750 is much better than 375, but it wasn't even, enough. Is very different from a single family house being demolished on a dry lot. So I understand I don't understand why we can't govern our own rules in our own city, but anything that we can do to make that more, put in recommendations that any subsequent existing or subsequent building official who has the decision to make the opportunity to make these decisions will think about as a matter of course, rather than just saying, well, 375 is what we do for everything else. That should be fine.
What you could do is recommend that the city explore the potential for increasing notice, or we can do an LTC, increasing notice requirements for demolitions. Then they can direct the building official to make a determination whether Florida law and the Florida Building Code allows it or not.
And also to have different kind of standards for different kinds of demolitions.
Mm-hmm.
I would include that.
But she uses the term dynamic methods, which is implosion versus something you're taking a wrecking ball to something conventional.
Because I think you're really concerned with dynamic methods, right?
Mm-hmm.
More so than anything. Not to say that a wrecking ball won't create, but it's not that all at once. It's kind of
right.
By day.
When you do it properly, when you do it the way it's supposed to be done, because that was another issue we had years ago.
Yeah. Well, and include the thing about asking the owner to cover costs associated with the demolition and the notification of residents and tenants, not just property owners.
All right. So we got a second for that.
Second.
Increased notice requirement and number of days.
And who actually gets the notices?
Tenants and occupants.
Tenants, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty sure to tell the tenants because the buildings in the next door definitely need to be completely clear.
But buildings 2 doors down also need to know that this.
I think it's pretty simple. Mail it out to the owner of record, wherever their address goes, and then the person add to the unit itself.
Yeah.
Speaking of demolition, whatever happened now that the Deauville vote failed? Any news on that development?
I haven't heard anything.
I think he's still trying to buy it.
Right.
He's gonna buy it.
He's going to buy it. It's too good of a piece of
Gonna
property.
figure it out.
Okay. So we have a motion by Ms. Pot.
Seconded by Mr. Elias.
Second by Mr. Elias.
That guy, Mr. Elias. This guy Elias.
Well, the other never gonna let you live that down. In Spanish, it is Elias.
I love it.
I could run for mayor. It's Jewish, it's Greek, it's Lebanese, it's Cuban, and it's American.
You got the melting pot.
My last name.
Okay, so a roll call, Ms. Bott,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Cement,
Yes.
Mr. Room,
Yes.
Mr. Elias,
Yes.
Mr. Frieden,
Yes.
Mr. Jalpi,
Yes.
Mr. Elias. Got it.
Let me just, before we close out, I just want to say happy holidays to everybody. Happy holidays to Miami Beach and everybody out there watching us. I just have to say, what a heck of a board this planning board is. I mean, you guys,
Arguably the best one that the city has, I think.
Ever.
I was going to say, it,
Self-proclaimed.
but Jonathan took the words out of my mouth. And I think, no, my last one is January. January will be my last board meeting, but.
And yours, Nick, right?
I'll do one more.
Yeah, I think they need you one more,
Yeah,
right?
so
Yeah.
Nick
They
and
need me, I'll do one more.
Nick and I are
It's nice to be needed.
And wanted.
but also to staff, just as we come to the close of a long year, and coming off of COVID, I mean, you guys have handled it well. I mean, your knowledge and I think how you counsel us up here, and sometimes we we poke at you, rightfully so sometimes, and otherwise, you just don't have the information because it's not in your purview and you have to go and find it. But just kudos to you guys and really appreciate your support. And not just those faces that we see up here on the dais. We have Gabby and others who are behind the scenes making things happen for us. And
Even Tom, if you're listening.
and sometimes even Tom. No, but we really want to just say thank you on behalf of the board. And round of applause.
And by the way, just out of curiosity, going forward next year, is the hybrid format going to remain permanently?
I think so. Everybody seems to like it. Residents don't have to sit around City Hall and
Right.
are still
Okay.
able to participate. So I think it's here for the long run.
Yeah, well, hopefully Miami Beach, if you want to come down and join us, we do miss you all from
Does feel
the
lonely.
chambers.
Here.
We do feel a little bit light in here sometimes.
We had times
talking
when they
to
wore
ourselves.
T-shirts with their position on those.
Yeah,
Light, you mean vacant,
Huh?
vacant in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Light, no, this is not light.
vacant.
Sparsely.
Yeah, it's sparsely attended.
It's like athletes. They want some they want some fans in the stands.
Yeah, so come on down in January.
Right.
Yeah,
Like they do at soccer games.
come on down in January, spend some time with your planning board, and hopefully, the last thing I'll say is hopefully you see that you have a group of professionals here and citizens from the community that are really passionate about making sure that Miami Beach is the best place to live. And I've told the mayor before that I think Miami Beach is one of the most complete cities in South Florida. I still believe that. And hopefully the work that we do here serves to promote that as a goal and as something that we can execute around. So happy holidays to all. Thank you for watching and spending time with us. This concludes the planning board meeting for today.
Thank you all very much. Happy holidays.